Its tentacles blot out the sky, and this is only the opening shot of the disaster to come. This is the year they call the Dungeon Shock, when the world changed overnight, and right now 2 ordinary people are just trying to get home alive. The creature cracks the air like a whip, tearing through everything in its path. Buildings crumble under its weight as the storm rages on. The world burns. This isn't a metaphor, it is a literal inferno. Monsters immune to every human weapon come flooding in, and nothing humanity built can stop them. Tanks open fire point blank, and it barely slows the thing down. Awakened fighters rise up across the country to meet it, but even they can't hold the line. It looks hopeless until something changes. A lone figure walks straight toward the chaos, then leaps without a second of hesitation. One slash lights up the whole sky. Fire and steel carve straight through the monster's hide. Down below, terrified survivors watch the impossible unfold above them. Whoever this is, he's not fighting like any hunter they've ever seen. He keeps coming, strike after relentless strike. Each swing burns brighter than the last. His face doesn't show fear, it shows focus. He's already moving on to the next strike before the last one even lands. A being of unmatched power, unrivaled, unstoppable. This is a man built for exactly one job, ending disasters. He gathers everything he has into one final motion, and launches it straight at the heart of the beast. The strike tears across the battlefield like a comet. What he's doing here shouldn't be possible. It shatters everything they thought they knew about hunters. He rides the beast down mid-strike, refusing to let up. For one more second, the monster still looms over the city. Then it doesn't anymore. One last explosion and the fight is over. He turned the tide. He turned it when everything seemed completely hopeless. The rain doesn't stop, it just keeps falling over the wreckage. Smoke and fire glow faintly through the storm clouds. Below, survivors gather in the rain, watching in silence. And just like that, Busan is pulled back from the brink of total destruction. Every face in that crowd owes their life to a stranger they've never even met. That stranger stands alone in the wreckage, catching his breath. And that night becomes the beginning of a legend, the people's hero Jeong Hae-sung. His rise marks the moment Korea finally claws its way back to stability. Fast forward to today and he's practically a fixture of the Seoul skyline. A car pulls up right on schedule. This is the day the nation's favorite hunter comes home after wrapping up his latest mission. "Oh, thank you," his assistant tells the driver as they roll to a stop. "We're here, Mr. Jeong." But he hesitates, eyeing the street. There's quite a crowd waiting outside. He warns Hae-sung and asks if he'll be all right. All eyes are on him before he's even out of the car. Hae-sung mutters, wondering how anyone found out he'd be here today. Outside, it's a full-blown mob, signs, cameras, someone literally holding an "I love you, my hubby" banner. His assistant offers to sneak him through the underground garage instead. Hae-sung just shakes his head. "Nah, it's fine," he says and steps right out into it. Nearby, a couple of schoolgirls spot him and lose their minds quietly, phones already out. It's Jeong Hae-sung. The word spreads through the crowd like wildfire. Cameras flash from every direction as fans beg for just one look his way. He's an S-rank who never hesitates to put his life on the line for total strangers. The man who's cleared more gates than anyone alive. "You're so strong, you're so handsome." Yeah, the guy's got range. A living legend, voted the nation's most beloved hunter year after year. At this point, the man basically runs the country's mood. His assistant comes sprinting over, apologizing up and down for the chaos. "They tried to keep today's schedule quiet," he explains, "but somehow word got out anyway." "I'll get you inside right away," he promises, hustling Hae-sung past the screaming fans. They push on through the noise toward the building doors. Once inside, his assistant can't resist teasing him. "You're seriously popular, Mr. Jeong." Hae-sung brushes it off and gets straight to business. "Has Seoul been quiet while he's been away?" he asks. His assistant hesitates for half a second before answering. "There was one small incident," he admits, "but MSCO helped get it all under control." Hae-sung just nods. "Good to hear," he says. The elevator doors slide open right on cue. Then his assistant drops something that actually makes him look up. "I reported a hunter who looked like he was faking his rank," the assistant says. "Did the results ever come back?" Hae-sung asks. "Oh, the re-evaluation, right?" His assistant suddenly looks a little uneasy. Haesung's eyes narrow as the elevator chimes. There was nothing wrong with his rank, the assistant finally says. The words just sort of hang there in the silence. What? That is not the answer Haesung was expecting. Are you sure? Someone presses, chasing the news down the hall. Yes, evaluated with the newest device on the market, no errors, nothing hidden. He really is an F rank. Gurieo is really an F rank. Haesung repeats it like he's testing the words. Maybe, he thinks. Something went wrong with the evaluation itself, so who ran it, he wants to know. His assistant fumbles for the file. Here, this is the one who signed off on it. Haesung goes quiet the second he reads the name. Xianwu Yon, of course it's her. If she's the one who ran it, the evaluation was airtight. That woman doesn't cut corners for anybody. No bribes, no forgery, no shortcuts. Still, something about this whole thing bugs him. He decides to let it go for now. He'd honestly rather be out clearing a dungeon than chasing suspicions around an office. So what's on the list of gates about to break? His assistant blinks. Another mission already, he just got back. Haesung just laughs it off. Duty calls, he says. Might as well start with whichever gate is closest, he figures, pulling up the map. Gate number 211. Blue Gate, Class B, tucked away near Uedo and Yongjunpo. Not exactly the vacation his assistant had in mind for him. He heads out across the city without missing a beat. The gate sits waiting, tucked beneath the overpass. He walks straight up to it, no hesitation. The portal ripples open, humming with power. And just like that, he steps through. The whole way through, one thought keeps nagging at him. He needs to meet this Gurieo in person and judge for himself. Records can be gamed. Somehow, someway, the guy could have fooled the whole association. Maybe he should just ask the association for the man's address and go knock on his door. Gate cleared, mission over, but his mind is already somewhere else entirely. Still lost in thought, he barrels straight into somebody on his way out. Oh, sorry about that, he says, barely glancing up. No, it's oh, the stranger starts to say, then stops cold. Okay, he trails off, staring at Haesung like he's seen a ghost. Recognition hits him like a truck. What are you doing here? He blurts out, completely floored. The color drains straight out of his face and the chapter cuts out right there. Deep in the woods, a B-class blue gate hums open, a Type 2 dungeon nobody's supposed to be sneaking into. Our boy Gurieo strolls up anyway. His reason for breaking the rules and diving back into a gate is, in his own words, dead simple. Research calls, apparently. And when research calls, Gurieo insists he's got absolutely no choice but to answer. Now that he knows he can control Earth's animals, he wants to see if that same trick works on monsters too. A murder of crows swirls through the dark sky above him. Just watch what he does next. His slime buddy practically cackles. Imagine how amazing it would be to control dead monsters. Gurieo raises a hand and lets the magic pour out, blue light crackling up his arm. And just like that, a dead monster's corpse twitches back onto its feet, glowing an eerie blue. Necromancy, Earth style. See, normally after a kill like this, hunters strip the corpse for its valuable parts. But he's heard the monsters in this particular dungeon are something else entirely. B-rank monsters, apparently, with nothing pricey worth looting off of them. Which, in Gurieo's head, makes them the perfect test subjects. One problem, the things crawling around this gate look like giant nightmare spiders, and there's no way one F-ranker takes those down solo. Gurieo and his slime just stare, both silently regretting every life choice that led to this exact moment. So instead, his real plan was just to scavenge whatever corpses got left behind after other hunters cleared them out. A flawless plan by his own admission, but the place is dead silent, no monsters, no bodies, nothing. The dungeon is completely empty. He presses on deeper anyway, footsteps echoing through the empty gate. Something's sniffing around up ahead, a strange feathered creature poking through the brush. That, he figures, has to be the signature monster of this very gate, a strange white feathered beast right in front of him. Only issue, there's no way he catches that thing all by himself. Guess he's giving up on bagging a B-rank specimen in one piece. He crouches down, mind already racing to plan B. Maybe he can manage a C-rank monster solo instead. He's got a few magical artifacts picked up at the hunter's market for backup. After all, he can't lean on Yoonseung for every single thing. As far as he knows, no Awakener on Earth can pull off necromancy, so he really can't risk Yoonseung getting suspicious. Not after what Yoonseung already saw him pull off. Time to slip back out through the gate. One step through the shimmering light and he's back on the other side. Except he barely takes 2 steps before slamming straight into somebody. Whoops, my bad, he mutters. His slime flinches back in surprise as Gurieo starts to wave the whole thing off as no big deal. Then he actually looks up. Wait, is that Jeong Haesong standing right there? Haesong isn't exactly thrilled to see him either. What are you doing here, he demands. Before Gurieo can even answer, steel comes flying straight at his face. Gurieo throws up a wall of magic just in time to block the strike. Haesong isn't buying the surprise act. Last he checked, this guy was a lowly F-ranker, he growls. Gurieo breaks out in a cold sweat, caught red-handed with nowhere left to run. The blade hovers right at his throat, and for a second nobody moves. I knew it, Haesong snaps, you faked your rank this whole time. Why isn't the association even doing its job properly? Haesong fumes, spear still raised. Damn it, Gurieo thinks. Then Haesong lays it out plain, were you seriously about to hunt B-rank monsters solo? No, this is just a huge misunderstanding, Gurieo stammers, sweating bullets. I walked in here by total accident, he lies. I was literally just about to leave. By mistake, Haesong repeats, dead unimpressed. Haesong isn't having it. He saw Gurieo camped outside this exact gate for a full 10 minutes, gearing up. Internally, Gurieo's already picking out his own tombstone. Damn it, I'm screwed, goodbye world. Out loud, all he manages is, well, you see. He starts and then just trails off completely. He can tell Haesong isn't letting this slide, so maybe honesty is the only card left before things get uglier. I'm sorry, he blurts out, in full damage control mode. Truth is, he admits, he was just curious what he could really do. He offers to just leave if he's cramping Haesong's hunting style. Nice try, where do you think you're going? Haesong cuts in. Well then, what am I supposed to do, just stand here? Gurieo snaps back, magic flaring. Haesong's eyes narrow, what did you just say? Wait, your sword, just put the sword down first and then we can talk this out, Gurieo pleads. Unseen in the bushes, someone else is watching this whole mess, rubbing his eyes like he can't believe it. His stomach drops. Jeong Haesong was supposed to have come into this gate completely alone. Sweat beads on the stranger's face as his careful plan starts falling apart. So why the hell is this random extra guy even here? He curses under his breath. He melts back into the shadows, watching, waiting for his shot. Whatever this stranger's here for, it is clearly bad news. A burst of magic flares up out of nowhere and the watcher nearly loses it. You've gotta be kidding me. Not again, he groans to himself. How does this random nobody keep turning up right next to the exact hunter they're trying to kill? Can the guy see the future or something? Bottom line, he can't assassinate Jeong Haesong with some random F-ranker hovering around as a witness. He tears at his own hair, furious. He can't just abandon this job again, not after last time. He flashes back to his handler, a hooded figure sneering that if Esther was too much for him to handle, then any other S-ranker will do just fine instead. Just get the job done, the hood tells him flatly. But this, the hooded man warns, is his absolute final chance. The threat sinks in, and his jaw clenches hard. My final chance, he repeats to himself, fist shaking. Yeah, he can't just walk away from this. As an unregistered awakener, there's only so much cash he can make working off the books. Which is exactly why he needs these people's dirty money. He's got a bad feeling about this whole thing, but guess he's just gonna have to go through with it. He digs through his gear for whatever he's got left. He pulls out a device called Collapse Particle Alpha, built to destroy one targeted artifact on contact. Normally, these little bombs just wreck someone's gear, but he creeps closer to the shimmering gate itself instead. They handed him this thing specifically to use on S-rank hunters, so it's gotta pack some serious punch. Well, only one way to find out. He winds up and lets it fly. The device sails through the air straight toward the gate. It slams right into the shimmering surface of the gate itself. For a beat nothing happens, then the surface starts to crack. Cracks spiderweb outward faster and faster. And then it shatters completely. The assassin freezes, watching in horror as the crack spreads way further than he ever planned. The whole gate is coming apart at the seams now. It rips open with a horrible roar, tearing itself to pieces. No way, the assassin chokes out, realizing he's completely lost control of this. Shards of broken gate rain down as the whole structure buckles. It detonates in a blinding flash of light. The shockwave rolls out in every direction. It's a full-blown dungeon break. Someone screams, the exact worst-case scenario nobody wanted. Haesung freezes mid-step. Hold on, did that gate really just do what he thinks it did? Did it seriously just destroy its own entrance? Gurieo mutters, just as lost as everyone else. He spins around, panicking. Wait, where the heck did the exit even go? For a moment, everything goes eerily still, just a quiet little pond staring back at them. Cut the act, mister, Gim, Haesung says, shooting him a suspicious glare. Is this your doing too? You really think I'm capable of blowing up an entire gate? Gurieo protests, getting hauled in by the collar. In case you forgot, you've literally got me held hostage this entire time, he points out. Haesung scoffs but has to admit, a gate slamming shut out of nowhere like this shouldn't even be possible. Wait, let him think for a second, Gurieo says, hand on his chest. Gates just don't do that. This gate was supposed to have no boss at all, just endless waves of regular monsters to grind through. So what in the world is actually going on here? Something huge roars in the distance and it does not sound friendly. Both of them freeze, hearts pounding, blood running cold. Haesung's hand closes tight around his weapon. What is that noise? Gurieo whispers, every instinct screaming to run. Something is closing in on them fast, and neither of them has any idea what just crawled out of that broken gate. Gurieo and his partner Yoonseung push forward anyway, sword already drawn, straight toward the noise. Their squishy little slime familiar tags along and gives Yoonseung a startled poke on the head, because priorities. Then the tree line explodes with a full stampede of horned monsters, and Yoonseung can only manage a stunned monsters, ? Why are they so jacked? Yoonseung blurts, while even the local wildlife seems to agree these things look nothing like the usual dungeon fodder. These monsters clearly are not supposed to be here, and both hunters know it instantly. Gurieo throws up his scanner, bracing for whatever ugly readout is about to pop up. The display flashes a name that should not be showing up in a random pack: Minotaur, the Labyrinth Dungeon's boss. Wait, the dungeon's actual boss? Yoonseung and Gurieo trade the exact same horrified look. Are those boss-tier monsters really charging straight at them? Yoonseung yells, watching the whole herd barrel closer. One of the beasts rears back and roars loud enough to shake the trees. Gurieo's grip tightens on his blade as the stampede thunders closer. Looks like this gate just got handed a brand new boss, Gurieo mutters, already piecing it together. Yoonseung's jaw drops as the implications start to sink in. Since the gate collapsed with no boss assigned, it apparently upgraded every single monster inside to boss tier instead. Cool, 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 cool. Even the slime does not fully get the mechanics, but it correctly clocks that they are extremely in trouble. Well, at least I'm stuck in here with an S-ranker, Yoonseung says, trying hard to talk himself into optimism. So where should I hide? Yoonseung asks, already planning to just stay out of the way and let the S-ranker handle everything. Gurieo's answer is instant and brutal: I'm not protecting you. You're on your own with that, he adds flatly, and Yoonseung practically short-circuits. Call yourself a hunter when you can't even protect yourself? Gurieo finishes with a smug little smirk, clearly enjoying this. Even the slime is baffled by this guy's attitude. He seriously expects a registered F-ranker to survive this mess solo, the slime gripes, right as the herd bears down on them. A minotaur slams down with a bone-rattling boom, and the danger is very much not theoretical. Is this payback for last time? Yoonseung stammers, I wasn't even the one who. Who what, exactly? Gurieo cuts in, walking calmly forward. Are you trying to pin this on Changho now? Figured as much, Gurieo shrugs. Honestly, I don't even care anymore. Then why are you even here? Yoonseung demands. It's because you registered as an F-ranker but stroll into B-class gates whenever you feel like it, Gurieo says. All the perks of being a hunter, none of the responsibility. Yoonseung tries to get a word in but Gurieo isn't finished. Hunters like you, he says coldly, make me sick. He just keeps walking, leaving Yoon-seung standing there speechless. Wait, Yoon-seung tries again, but Gurieo steamrolls right over him. Your only real duty is showing up for dungeon breaks and you can't even manage that. Do you have any idea how many? He presses, voice going harder. People have been sacrificed while you sat this out, Gurieo presses, until the pestering slime glues itself right onto his face and he finally snaps. For crying out loud, just let me speak. I really am just an F-ranker, he insists straight-faced. And the only skill I have is analysis, he adds, turning his back on the whole argument like it's already over. Then, without warning, he moves, and the forest itself seems to flinch. A blinding arc of steel rips through the air where the herd used to be. Gurieo launches himself straight into the stampede, flame already licking up his blade. Fire roars to life around him in a full, furious blaze. For a guy who claims his only skill is analysis, he's suddenly looking a lot more like a walking apocalypse. One clean slash and the monster in front of him simply stops existing. He does not slow down, carving straight through the next wave. Every swing throws off another wall of fire. The whole clearing turns into a bonfire of dying minotaurs. By the time the dust settles, half the herd is already ash. Why don't you save yourself with that so-called great analysis skill of yours? Gurieo calls back over his shoulder, dripping with sarcasm. What do you even mean by that? Yoon-seung stammers, completely lost as Gurieo takes off. Wait, don't just leave me here, Yoon-seung yells after him, panic setting in fast. Even the slime is offended on his behalf, wailing about being abandoned like some poor alien nobody wants. I'm disliking every single article about you from now on, the slime threatens. Pulling out a phone like this is a real career threat. Meanwhile, out in the trees, the fighting rages on without them. The ground keeps shaking as more of the herd gets torched. Yoon-seung flinches at every fresh boom, painfully aware he's on his own now. Then the ground trembles even harder. Crap, they're coming this way, he realizes. Goddammit, Yoon-seung curses, breaking into a full sprint. He glances back just long enough to see the herd gaining on him. Somewhere else in the chaos, another straggler realizes he wandered off from Yoon-seung's group and instantly regrets every life choice that led here. Feet pound through the dark as the chase continues. The herd crashes through the trees in hot pursuit, closing the gap fast. If I stop running, I'm dead, comes the terrified scream, and that about sums up the situation. One monster in particular locks eyes on its target, and this one looks nastier than the rest. If that thing so much as grazes me, I'm done for, Yoon-seung realizes, diving out of the way. He's gasping for air now. I can't keep this up much longer, he admits. I need to find an exit or make one myself before he starts and never gets to finish the thought. A wall of blue light and fire erupts nearby, and Yoon-seung freezes at the sight of it. Another monster goes up in flame before it even gets close to him. Gurieo is cutting a bloody, blazing path straight toward him. The slime cheers him on at the top of its lungs, garbling his name as usual. Yoon-seung stares at the wreckage, stunned. Did he just torch that entire pack and half the forest with it? Yeah, he did. His firepower is actually insane, Yoon-seung coughs out, still processing what he just watched. Gurieo doesn't even pause to admire the damage, already moving on to the next target. Another swing, another monster turned to cinders. He's carving through the herd like it's nothing. But even after all that carnage, Yoon-seung notices something worse. Still no exit has appeared. Do they seriously have to wipe out every last one for the gate to open? He wonders, dread creeping in. Another explosion rocks the ground beneath him. A monster lunges at him out of nowhere, and he barely throws himself clear. He cries out as he hits the dirt hard, wheezing that he's going to die out here like this. Then he spots something new. One of the minotaurs is charging up a glowing magic circle. What is that? This one's clearly different from the rest of the pack, he realizes, and his stomach drops. Power gathers around its horns, crackling and building. Wait a second, that skill is he trails off, recognizing it in horror. Area of effect attack, which means there's nowhere to hide. The magic circle blazes to full power beneath its feet. Stone spike, it roars, and jagged pillars erupt from the ground all around him. If that hits me, I'm dead, Yoon-seung realizes, scrambling. Damn it, but I don't think I can dodge this one. Given the situation, there's only one option left, he decides, and breaks into a desperate run. Across the clearing, Gurieo catches it too. One of them's using an area of effect. What? He'll handle it somehow, even if he gets caught in it, Yoonseung tells himself, trying hard to believe it. Block it, someone screams as the attack rips forward. Gurieo sprints flat out through the chaos, racing to reach him in time. The ground splits open as the spikes tear upward. Shards of stone and ice rain down everywhere. The whole area is getting shredded in seconds. The attack keeps ripping through the clearing, relentless. Gurieo skids to a stop, face going grim. Shit. He throws everything he's got into one final strike. Flame rips through the air in a massive, searing arc. The clash sends shockwaves rolling through the forest. Fire and stone collide in a deafening roar. The whole battlefield disappears into a wall of fire. Something huge screams from inside the blaze. The elite Minotaur thrashes, completely consumed by the flames. Gurieo presses the attack, refusing to let up. One last burst of fire, and it's finally over. The wind finally settles over the smoking battlefield. Embers crackle across what used to be a forest. Gurieo lets out a long breath. Phew. Guess that takes care of it, he says, allowing himself a small, satisfied smile. He slides his blade back into its sheath, the fight finally behind him. Then a groan reaches his ears, and his whole expression changes. He spins around fast, already dreading what he's about to find. Yoonseung, bloodied and gasping, tries to force out a word. He's trembling, badly hurt, barely holding himself together. "Mr. Gim," he screams, and the chapter cuts out right there, leaving us hanging. What he finds isn't pretty. A mangled, bleeding arm that's seen way better days. His stomach drops, all he can choke out is a horrified "your arm." Hands shaking, he tears into his gear, muttering, "Where's my potion, where's my potion?" He keeps digging, desperate for anything that'll stop the bleeding before it's too late. The guilt slams into him. Someone got hurt because of his skill again, and he pounds his fist into the dirt, furious at himself. Is this the price of having power like his? He wonders, sinking to his knees in the mud. Through gritted teeth, the injured man manages a weak, broken apology. He's in bad shape. Someone shakes Gurieo back to his senses, shouting his name until he finally snaps out of it. The man he just saved will come to know him as Mr. Jeong just stares at him, completely floored. "Unbelievable," he mutters. How is this guy so unfazed with burns like that? Jeong wonders, sweat pouring down his face. Because make no mistake, Jeong is not fine. He's curled up in agony, and even Gurieo's little slime buddy is bawling its eyes out right beside him. Gurieo just shrugs it off in his head. As long as he's alive, a little scorched skin is nothing. A bit of magic patches it right up. Apparently that's just a normal Tuesday back on his home world. The wound underneath his shirt tells a different story though, angry, blistered, and very much not nothing. Jeong forces the words out anyway. He brought this on himself, he says. He tried to take cover behind Gurieo when the blast hit. "No, I'm sorry," he keeps repeating, sorry for suddenly jumping in like that without any warning. Gurieo just blinks at him, thrown. Why would he even do that? Rewind to how this whole disaster started. Something huge and horned comes charging out of the smoke, and someone screams, "Behind you." Gurieo spins around fast, blade already coming up to meet it. Fire rips up his arm. This is clearly not his first rodeo with a horned monster. Steel meets flame, and the demon staggers back, sparks flying everywhere. He follows through with a full, arcing slash of pure fire. The blast catches Jeong too, sending him sprawling as flames roar past. More explosions rock the ground, boom after boom after boom. Jeong looks up through the smoke, dead serious. Seems like more are coming. "Treating me can wait," Jeong insists, staggering back to his feet anyway. Gurieo's already thinking 2 steps ahead. First, they need to figure out how to actually get out of this gate. Because right on cue, an entire pack of those horned things comes stampeding out of the smoke. More blasts rock the battlefield, and Jeong clutches his chest, clearly hurting. "My eyes are still good," Jeong offers. "I can spot danger for you, so think you could protect me in return." Gurieo's jaw drops a little at that. It's a hell of an ask from a guy who's bleeding all over the place. "Please," Jeong begs, and for a second the whole fight seems to hang on that one word. "Mr. Jeong," Gurieo finally says, like he's sealing the deal. Round 2, one of the horned brutes swings its glowing horns straight at him. His blade catches it dead on, steel and fire clashing in a shower of sparks. The impact rings out across the battlefield, he's not backing down an inch. The monster reels back from the force of it, rubble flying everywhere. He winds up again, flames wrapping his whole arm like a weapon. Another full-force slash of fire tears straight through it. He keeps cutting again and again, not giving the thing a single second to recover. Pure fire edge to edge, nothing surviving that. One final strike finishes it off while Jiang scrambles clear of the blast radius. When the smoke clears, Gurieo's the only one standing amid a battlefield of scorched, defeated monsters. Embers drift through the sudden quiet. He picks his way through the wreckage, surveying the damage he just caused. Still walking, still scanning for any more threats. He turns back to check on his companion, Mr. Jiang. Jiang limps up beside him. I think that was the last one, he says. Then he points off into the distance. Look over there, he says. A shimmering green gate tears open in the air. Their way out has finally shown up. They both bolt for it. The exit might disappear again if they're not fast enough. They start moving fast, no time to waste. Gurieo pulls Jiang's arm over his shoulder without even asking. I'll help you walk, he says. Together they push toward the glowing gate. Step by step they close the distance. The portal flares bigger, practically begging them to hurry up. They step through the light together, and just like that they are out of the gate. On the other side someone greets Jiang warmly. Good work out there, Mr. Jiang. To leave like this, someone asks, surprised. Gurieo just shrugs. As you can see, I need to get treated right away. No, that's okay, Gurieo waves off, brushing away any more help. One bottle of magic energy amplifier will fix this right up, he says, like he's talking about a scraped knee, not third-degree burns. Awkward silence, then Gurieo just says, all right, I'm off, and walks away. He limps off into the distance while Jiang watches, completely stunned. Was he really telling the truth, Jiang wonders, unable to shake the feeling that something's off. He'd been so sure this guy was faking a low rank just to dodge his hunter duties. Turns out he was dead wrong. I would have protected him from the start if I'd known, Jiang thinks, guilt creeping in. I feel awful, he admits to himself. How do I even make this right? His fist clenches. This is eating at him more than he'll ever admit out loud. A few days later, at the Korea Hunter Association. Wow, that must have been a lot of work, someone remarks, flipping through the incident report. I can only imagine how flustered you must have been when the gate suddenly vanished, the staffer says sympathetically. We'll be sure to find out what really happened, they promise. So don't you worry about it, Mr. Jiang, they add, trying to keep him at ease. Jiang just goes quiet, clearly still bothered by something. Is there something else bothering you, the staffer asks, catching the look on his face. You seem to have something on your mind, they press, and Jiang's hands fold together, nervous. To tell you the truth, he finally admits, an F-rank hunter got caught in my skill inside that gate and was seriously hurt. The follow-up question comes fast. Did you take him to the hospital, pay for his medical bills, perhaps? I offered to take him to the hospital, Jiang explains, but he insisted he'd handle it himself. So you just let him go, the staffer presses. Did he even ask for compensation? No, Jiang admits quietly. The staffer's expression hardens. We can't just sit around, he says. Let's go find that man. Wait, what, Jiang blurts, caught off guard. What was his name again, the staffer mutters, already pulling up the hunter database. His last name was Gi or something, right? I've got a bad feeling about this, the staffer admits. He might go around telling everyone what happened. He didn't seem like that kind of guy, someone offers, but the staffer's already glancing at Jiang with real concern. This could easily tarnish the reputation of every single S-rank hunter. The thought lands like a punch. Jiang pictures the headlines already. Jiang Haesong goes out of control, murdered an F-rank hunter. A PR nightmare ready to explode. The public's already on edge over rogue awakeners committing crimes, the staffer says. We cannot afford a rumor like this getting out. More importantly, he adds, it had to be you out of every hunter in the country. Should the people's hero Jiang Haesong get caught up in a scandal like this, the whole country panics. That's how much weight your name carries. I'm going to call him in here myself, the staffer decides. Then we handle this quietly. As long as he keeps his mouth shut, this blows over just fine, he adds, tapping away on his tablet. You're right, Jiang murmurs, though he doesn't sound convinced at all. We simply cannot let this become an issue, the staffer repeats, like saying it twice makes it true. Cut to the meeting room where the association's already rolling out the red carpet for damage control. Then Gurieo walks in, and the first words out of his mouth are you kidding me? He finishes, staring the room down like he can't believe what he's hearing. Across the table, Jiang just goes ice cold, and you can tell this conversation is about to get very interesting. The room goes cold and formal, just a long table and two men sizing each other up from opposite ends. Gurieo's bravado cracks the second Yoonseung slides a slim envelope across the table, his nervous betraying just how uneasy he really is. Yoonseung stays maddeningly calm, tapping the compensation agreement and asking flat out which part of it Gurieo has a problem with. Please let us know, Yoonseung presses, the silence stretching out like static in the room. Gurieo, sweating, admits the whole offer is Mr. Jiang's way of making amends since those burns were a direct result of his actions. Is it not enough money? Yoonseung asks. No, Gurieo snaps back, that is not it, I am not that shameless. I am only alive because of Mr. Jiang, Gurieo says. How exactly am I supposed to take a payout from the man who saved my life? Yoonseung keeps digging, what about the hospital bill, the mental shock? Gurieo just shakes his head, it is fine. From above you can see Yoonseung lean in, hands spread, practically begging Gurieo to accept something, anything. Gurieo goes quiet, staring at nothing, clearly wrestling with more than just pride. Maybe there is something else we could offer, Yoonseung tries. Something else, Gurieo echoes warily. How about access to my guild's private dungeons? Yoonseung offers, the kind stacked with rare loot. Come to think of it, Yoonseung adds, you only wandered into that B-class gate out of curiosity in the first place. What if I set you up with real bodyguards? Or a whole hunter squad to babysit you through high-tier gates? He rambles on, the offer somehow getting bigger with every sentence. Gurieo just stares. What is wrong with these people? Gurieo thinks, deeply unsettled by all this sudden generosity. Why are they so desperate to shove me into a dungeon, he wonders. I was the one who wandered in on my own. His eyes narrow with suspicion, and honestly his paranoia is just getting started. If there is one thing he has learned about people, Gurieo thinks bitterly, there is always a catch hiding behind kindness. His imagination runs wild, conjuring shadowy men waiting for him in a dark hallway. And now they are practically shoving money at me, he thinks, picturing two dark figures grabbing him by the collar. Sweat pours down his face. Somewhere in his head a little gauge reads trust level in humans, 0. Could it be, he thinks, glancing sideways, that everyone in this room is in on it? Are they planning to lure me off somewhere and bury me alive? He shrieks internally, picturing hands clawing up out of a grave. The fantasy spirals into full horror movie territory, hands reaching for the sky, until a random little slime just wanders in for good measure. That does it, Gurieo stands abruptly. I am going to get going, he announces. He springs to his feet. I have already told you, he insists. I do not need your money or your dungeons, Gurieo states flatly. Then would you at least accept a team of bodyguards? Yoonseung tries again, undeterred. Gurieo's patience is visibly running out. It is for your own safety, Mr. Jiang, Yoonseung presses. People get hurt, people make mistakes, especially hunters, he reasons. But the way you keep pushing this, Gurieo cuts in, is starting to feel off. Honestly, it is starting to look real suspicious, Gurieo says, narrowing his eyes at him. For a second, Yoonseung actually looks rattled by the accusation. Alone afterward, Yoonseung frowns. I fear we may have given him the wrong impression, he mutters. He stares down at the compensation folder, still sitting there untouched. Do not worry though, he tells a colleague, I recorded every second of our conversation, just in case. Still, the guy is a mystery, Yoonseung muses with a dry laugh. Most people would be milking a situation like this for everything it is worth. He is right, someone agrees quietly. But Gurieo turned down the money and the dungeons both, Yoonseung recaps, still baffled by it. Just what was he actually so angry about? Yoon-seung wonders, replaying the whole conversation in his head. That one line keeps echoing. With you making such a big deal about it, it is starting to look real suspicious. I cannot get it out of my head, Yoon-seung sighs, alone with his thoughts late into the night. Still stewing over it, Yoon-seung leans against a railing, lost in thought. Suspicious, he repeats to himself, the word gnawing at him. Night settles over the city, and Yoon-seung decides he needs a second opinion. He heads to a favorite beef joint, the kind of place where problems get solved over a hot grill. The meat sizzles away while Yoon-seung works up the nerve to actually ask his question. Advice, his dinner companion asks. Yeah, Yoon-seung admits, I need your advice. From me, Cheolman blinks, genuinely stunned anyone would come to him for anything. Thrilled at the chance to actually be useful, Cheolman lights up. If this helps you, I will tell you everything I know. I might be on Jeong Haesong's kill list, Yoon-seung says, dead flat. Cheolman freezes mid-bite, chopsticks clattering to the table. Calm down, Yoon-seung says quickly, I am not even sure yet. I am just hoping to settle this without anyone getting hurt. Cheolman completely loses it, more panicked about flipping the meat than the apparent death threat, rambling through the whole thing. I came to you because you actually know how to read high-level hunters, Yoon-seung explains. Maybe you know something about him that I do not. Even if you ask me, Cheolman hedges, it is not. That simple, he continues. Haesong is not just any hunter. What do you mean? Yoon-seung presses. I have never once seen him actually flare up, Cheolman says. He is always ice cold and in control, kind of like you, honestly. He does not even argue with people, Cheolman adds. The memory flashes back to a rare moment, 3 hunters deep in conversation. The only time I have ever seen him get remotely fired up, Cheolman recalls, was talking gate strategy. And you are not exactly the type to make enemies like that either, Cheolman adds, probably just a misunderstanding. You really think so? Yoon-seung asks, working the grill. Maybe I have just been overthinking this and reading him wrong, Yoon-seung admits. I think you are right, Cheolman agrees, eyeing the meat. Why would the strongest hunter in Korea even bother with an F-ranker like me? Cheolman says, self-deprecating, as Yoon-seung hands him a cooked piece. He probably just feels a little uncomfortable around you, Yoon-seung teases. Uncomfortable, Cheolman repeats, baffled. After that whole incident at the White Maze, Yoon-seung starts trailing off. Did not he get wary of you after that? Cheolman asks, the memory flashing dark behind them. The memory hits hard, someone left broken on the ground, the fallout from that fight still raw. Fights between hunters get complicated, Yoon-seung says. Unlike monsters, people can hide what they are really capable of. Cheolman just hums happily over his food. Yoon-seung chews it over in silence for a moment. Even that assassin from before, he continues, the memory surfacing, a hooded figure looming in his mind. He tried to fight me at first but backed off the second he realized I was stronger. So yeah, maybe I really am just being paranoid. Right on cue, his phone lights up on the table, and Cheolman nearly jumps out of his seat. Did you get a text? Cheolman asks. Yeah, Yoon-seung says, glancing at the screen. Hold on 1 second, Yoon-seung says, typing back, while Cheolman watches with unmistakably nosy interest. Yoon-seung catches him staring. What you wanna see? Yoon-seung offers. No, I just, Cheolman sputters, caught completely red-handed. It is nothing special, Cheolman insists, phone held close, clearly flustered. A stack of texts lights up his screen, one from Gurieo inviting him to dinner, already turned down since he is out with Cheolman, and one more just some woman saying hi. Wait, hold on, Cheolman sputters, nearly choking on his food. Who exactly is texting you? Cheolman asks, leaning in way too close. Yoon-seung blinks, caught off guard by the sudden interest. It says here it is CO Esther, he says, double-checking the name himself. Wait, is that the same Esther CO who runs the Magic Tower? Cheolman asks, completely stunned. Yeah, she texts me from time to time, Yoon-seung shrugs. The Magic Tower? Cheolman nearly falls out of his chair. You text the CEO of the Magic Tower? Cheolman repeats, completely floored from time to time like it is nothing. Yoon-seung just goes back to his food, utterly unbothered by how big a deal that actually is. Meanwhile, across town, the lights at the Korea Hunter Association are burning late into the night. Word comes in, a fresh A-class gate has just torn open and panic ripples through the office. Which guilds can even respond right now? Someone barks, footsteps pounding down the hall. Every top team is already out on raids, and official reports, the Neo Sisters and the Magic Tower both stretched thin. Oh no, someone breathes, dread spreading across the room. Looks like there is only one hunter left they can call, someone mutters grimly. Then get him on the line, comes the order. A hand snatches up a phone. Somewhere else the news lands hard, an A-class gate already. Got it, comes the reply, flat and immediate. I will head over right now. He is still bandaged up from his last fight. What, someone protests, but you just cleared a gate. You have been awake for 40 hours straight, at least go home and change first. It is fine, he says simply, already climbing into the car. Blood is still soaked into his hair, this is going to get him bloodied all over again anyway, he thinks, grimly resigned to it. He grits through the pain as another wound reopens. A fresh bandage stains red almost instantly, the chapter closing on him walking straight back into danger anyway. Cut to Gurieo's apartment, where our reincarnated wizard is grinning at his own handiwork like he just aced a final exam. This cramped building is where Gurieo's been quietly running his little magic experiments, one risky test at a time. Good, he mutters, satisfied, whatever he just did, it worked. He gives a firm nod while the clock ticks past who knows what hour. His slime buddy just chilling on the table like this is totally normal Tuesday behavior. Turns out he just unlocked a new skill, pain tolerance. His body now blocks pain signals once they cross a certain threshold, handy if a little concerning. He's not going full numb though. Erasing pain completely sounds like a great way to not notice you're dying. So he's dialing it in, suppress the pain only when it gets truly unbearable. Baby steps toward getting his real body back. Every experiment, every flinch of pain is one step closer to reclaiming the body he lost. He's not doing this for fun. Then a flash of memory hits him, blood, wreckage, someone screaming in pain. Whatever happened before, he never wants to live through it again. Then, out of nowhere, him and his slime just shivering together. Some things about being reincarnated never really improve, apparently. Later, back home, Gurieo's leaning on his balcony taking in the evening, completely unaware the sky's about to lose its mind. Then boom, a blinding flash rips across the sky and he flinches back like the world just slapped him. Cracks spiderweb through everything around him, like reality itself just got punched. His shelf of potion bottles rattles apart and crashes to the floor. One very expensive mess. The whole building shakes so hard he has to brace himself just to stay standing. His phone starts blowing up mid-chaos, and all he can manage is a stunned what the. Outside, a crowd is already sprinting away from some kind of gate structure as officials scream for everyone to evacuate. Gurieo's out on the street too now, banged up and shouting the obvious. It is very much not safe here. Panic spreads through the crowd like wildfire. Nobody has answers, everybody's just running. The sky itself turns a sickly blood red, like something ancient just clocked in for work. Gurieo steps toward the wreckage, jaw dropping at whatever he's looking at. From above, entire blocks of the city are already reduced to rubble. Whatever just tore through here didn't leave much standing. Is this all the buildings? Gurieo asks, nobody in particular, scraped up and pale. Then the sky fills with shrieking, winged monsters pouring out over the skyline. More of them keep coming, wave after wave, like the city just got dumped straight into a monster's mouth. It clicks all at once, this isn't an accident, it's a dungeon break. Gurieo pats down his bag mid-crisis, muttering that as long as his magic gear's on him, he'll manage just fine. Priorities. He flips his phone open, some Plan Zero sign glowing behind him because apparently even the apocalypse has corporate branding. He tries calling his buddy Yoonseung, no signal, not exactly reassuring. He hangs up annoyed and immediately tries again, old habits. He's not the only one, the whole street is holding up dead phones panicking about family they can't reach. Maybe it's just network overload from everyone dialing at once, or maybe it's about to get a lot worse. Then someone screams the word that changes everything, monsters. And there it is, fangs and all, lunging straight out of the smoke. A bystander doesn't get the chance to run. Screams everywhere as the creature drags someone off. More of them swoop low over the crowd, and it's every man for himself now. Somebody's screaming for an awakener, for anybody with power to actually do something. Gurieo, meanwhile, is just trying not to get trampled, cursing his luck under his breath. Forget heroics, he just needs somewhere to disappear until this blows over. Something flickers at the edge of his senses, he can't place it yet. He wonders, in classic not from around here fashion, whether the locals treat subway stations as bomb shelters. Turns out the answer is yes, but the shelter's already packed and turning people away. The crowd erupts, demanding answers nobody in charge actually has. Gurieo's slime pipes up that they're more likely to get squished by the crowd than eaten by a monster at this point. Gurieo decides he's better off ditching the crowd entirely and handling this solo. His eyes flare with magic as he switches into full detection mode. The whole city lights up in his vision, mapped out in threads of raw mana. He steadies his gear and locks in, all business now. All he needs to do is read the mana currents and let them show him the safest way out. Step 1, find a route the monsters haven't sniffed out yet. He moves fast and quiet, threading himself through the one safe corridor he can see. Mid-escape, something stops him cold. That magic signature, he knows it. If he's right, it's someone he actually recognizes. Against every survival instinct, he changes direction and runs straight toward the danger. He finds the source, someone's already knee-deep in monster guts blade first. And there's no shortage of things left to stab, more of them keep piling in. Claws rake through the air as the fight keeps escalating. Gurieo can barely process it, an actual S-rank hunter fighting solo right in the thick of a monster swarm. His slime practically squeals, he called it its Haesong. Gurieo hesitates, something's off. Haesong's mana is flickering all over the place, nothing like the steady output of a top-ranked hunter. Up close it's clear, Korea's #1 hunter looks absolutely wrecked. Blood-torn clothes, barely standing and still throwing punches. And the monsters keep coming, giving him zero room to breathe. Haesong's vision swims, he's running on fumes. He genuinely can't remember his last full night's sleep. Turns out he's been closing dungeon gates back to back with no rest, and this is just the latest one. More monsters perch overhead, sizing him up like he's already done for. Haesong reasons this can't just be a natural gate malfunction. Someone did this on purpose. But who and why, he has absolutely no idea. And the one person who could really turn the tide, Esther, is stuck all the way in Qingju. Which means whatever happens next, he's handling it alone. And these things are not interested in giving him a break. So he plants his feet and decides, fine, alone it is. He skids back into the fight, fire wreathing his fists, and unleashes everything he's got left. Flame tears through the swarm in one massive burst. He grits his teeth, he simply cannot afford to go down here. But the swarm just keeps regenerating, wave after wave. He drops another one and another. The fight drags on, no end in sight. Finally a pause and he's gasping for air. He reloads, hands shaking with exhaustion. Digging through his supplies, he realizes he's running dangerously low. Just a couple of stamina potions standing between him and total collapse. That's when he hears it, a faint voice calling for help from the rubble. A survivor, someone actually made it. Exhausted as he is, Haesong doesn't hesitate, he's already moving to help. He digs through the wreckage toward the trapped man. With everything he's got left, he hauls the debris off the guy. The man claims his legs won't move and begs to be helped up. Haesong hauls him up without a second thought. He's already thinking logistics, get on the radio, get this guy out properly, except the cell tower's probably fried anyway. Then the man mutters something, by the way. Sorry, he says, and slams something straight into Haesong. Haesong reels, completely blindsided. Something is very, very wrong. The man grabs hold of him, refusing to let go. And that's when Haesong sees it strapped right to the guy's chest, a bomb. The survivor was never a survivor at all. He's a suicide bomber and Haesong just walked right into it. The blast goes off before he can get clear. The explosion swallows the whole block in fire. From a distance, Gurieo watches it happen in real time, frozen. Mr. Jiang, Gurieo screams, sprinting straight into the smoke without a second thought. All he finds is a bloodied hand, motionless among the wreckage. Smoke and embers drift over what's left and the chapter cuts out right there, leaving us hanging. The blast rips through the ground, leaving nothing but craters and blood. A man drags himself up, blood-soaked and shaking, barely holding it together. I let my guard down, he grits out, furious at himself for getting caught off guard. He starts putting it together. Was some terrorist hunting him this entire time? Working alone made him an easy target, he realizes. Then a worse thought hits him. Wait, were all those back-to-back dungeon breaks staged, just to drain his magic dry? His hand trembles around whatever he's clutching as he collapses again. He goes down hard, swallowed by the wreckage. Someone's sprinting toward him through the chaos, calling his name. Whoever found him recoils at the damage. These wounds are so bad they gasp. It's Gurieo, kneeling beside him and grabbing his hand. Gurieo digs through his bag. Good thing he packed medicine before heading out. Mr. Jiang, Gurieo murmurs, taking in the blood on his old rival's face. With a sigh, Gurieo mutters, half joking, that Jiang Haesong would be lost without him. He pulls out a potion, his slime floating along for the ride. Jiang, someone calls out and Haesong jolts awake, disoriented and still bleeding. Can you hear me? Gurieo asks, watching him closely. Can you move? A beat later, Gurieo springs into action. Haesong squints up at him, confused about who's even helping him. What are you doing here? Why didn't you evacuate? Haesong demands. Gurieo shrugs it off, says he was out looking for a potion when he stumbled onto him instead. Gurieo hands over a towel to press on the wound. Only catch, it's stamped with a fried chicken logo. Haesong deadpans, asking if that's really all he's got. Haesong grabs it himself, startled, His gaping wound is already knitting shut. Did you use a potion on me? He asks, stunned. Yup, Gurieo says simply, wrapping the ridiculous towel around him anyway. Haesong asks what the potion's worth. Gurieo just scratches his head, honestly not sure. Turns out he got it as a gift, so the price tag never even crossed his mind. A radio crackles to life between them and both men freeze. The call blares out. 3 A-rank monsters just showed up at YTV headquarters. Before Gurieo can stop him, Haesong grabs the radio, Jiang Haesong responding, I'll be there right away. Gurieo's jaw drops, what? Even his slime loses it, shrieking that this guy is out of his mind. Where are you going? You need to rest, Gurieo says, grabbing him before he can bolt. Gurieo lays it out plain. The explosion tore up his lungs and he's only stable now because Gurieo treated him in time. But he still needs to take it easy. Freshly regenerated lungs plus a burst of magic energy equals trouble. Haesong just mutters thanks for the concern, but his face says it all, he's not backing down. I don't have a choice in this kind of situation, Haesong says flatly. Gurieo panics. Using magic energy in that condition could wreck him. Lungs are basically sacred organs for wizards. It could leave you with a permanent disability, Gurieo warns, dead serious. I'll risk it, Haesong says, already reaching for his weapon. The slime explodes at him, calling him a stubborn idiot. Haesong doesn't flinch. Mr. Gim, there are people dying even as we speak. There's no time, more people will die if I don't go, he says, gearing up. Gurieo tells him straight up, none of this is his fault. How can you say that? Haesong snaps, that's their own problem. You're not the only hunter in this city. Can't you let someone else handle it just once? Gurieo pleads. Haesong just sighs, I'll rest after everything's back under control. So step aside, he says, walking right past Gurieo. A hand shoots out, I can't. Gurieo starts. He grabs Haesong's arm, refusing to let him walk off. That's enough, Haesong says coldly. I appreciate your help, but you're getting in the way of my work, he finishes, staring Gurieo down. Gurieo realizes this isn't just heroism anymore. Why push himself this hard when he knows how badly he's hurt? Is he just following the association's orders? Haesong keeps walking, giving him nothing. Gurieo's seen this before, bright young talent getting used up and thrown away. It happened to him too. I don't have time for this, Haesong mutters, brushing past him. Mr. Jiang, Gurieo tries one more time. Haesong keeps walking. This is my final warning, Gurieo calls after him. Haesong actually pauses. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you end up wrecking your lungs. Are you still going to go? Haesong turns back with a smirk. Final warning, you said you're an F-ranker. Forgive me if that doesn't really scare me. Gurieo's eyes narrow. Quietly something in his hand starts rattling. We can finish talking later, Haesong says, already turning to leave. Gurieo doesn't hesitate, he lets it fly. A chained weapon rockets toward Haesong from behind, and he never sees it coming. His face freezes in shock. It slams home, wrapping him in a surge of pink magic energy. The chains cinch tight, binding him completely. Haesong crashes to the ground pinned. "What the hell are you doing?" he roars. He fights the restraint with everything he's got, gritting his teeth against it. It's no use, he goes limp and hits the ground. "It worked," Gurieo says, relieved. This trick usually only works on B rank and below. Cue the slime, bragging that its genius upgrades made it strong enough to knock out even S rankers now. Gurieo looks down at him, quieter now. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. But I'm doing this for your own good," he adds. Then he spots something. I've never seen that ring before. Looks like Haesong prepped sleep-resistant gear after that whole mess with Chialman. Didn't help, he still went down the exact same way. He's going to be so pissed off when he wakes up, Gurieo mutters, lowering him to the ground. A sorcerer with a genuinely bright future was about to torch his own lungs for nothing. I couldn't just let that happen, Gurieo thinks. Watching him overwork himself hits a little too close to home. His ring glows faintly as he steps forward. He hauls Haesong onto his back with a grunt. Damn, he's heavy. Maybe, Gurieo trails off, glancing at the unconscious hunter. His expression softens for a second. I'm too kind for my own good, he sighs. We open on a hospital in broad daylight, and somewhere inside, someone is letting out one long, exhausted sigh. A doctor scrolls through a tablet with a very confused nurse at his side, both clearly trying to make sense of the patient they just admitted. And there he is, Gurieo, sitting up in a hospital bed like he has nowhere better to be, while the staff hover nearby looking baffled. Gurieo is not thinking about his own recovery though. His mind is already somewhere else, muttering that this whole situation just got personal. His eyes narrow, jaw tight, that hospital gown pattern doing nothing to soften how coiled up he is right now. Cue the flashback stamp, 24 hours earlier before any of this hospital drama started. A woman hurries down a corridor, phone in hand, whispers trailing behind her like she is carrying bad news. Someone stammers, "Ho, how did," while a trio of stunned faces stare back. Yeah, you can feel the panic setting in already. Hospital staff pull up the chart and go pale. How did Mr. Jiang end up like this, and why are his clothes? Yeah, something is very wrong here. A voice cuts through the dark, annoyed. Does he really have to spell out every detail? The guy was not hurt, was not in any kind of accident, he insists. The shadowy stranger keeps talking, casual as anything, like he is explaining something totally normal. Turns out he just had to put the guy to sleep with an item. The staff nearly lose it, put him to sleep, but he's Korea's #1 S rank, no big deal, right? He asks, easy as you please, if they could just let the man rest here a while. The nurses huddle and whisper, wait, isn't this guy just an F ranker? What if he's dangerous? Nobody is brave enough to say no to his face. Oh, haha, sure, comes the world's most nervous agreement. Back in that bed, his own hand clenches into a fist. What in the world was he thinking, pulling a stunt like that? He sighs, then asks through gritted teeth if the bastard, the person who brought him here, already left. Yes, he already left, the staff blurt out, jolting like they just got caught in a spotlight. Whoever this guy is, he is not sticking around to explain himself. Cut back to the patient himself. Jiang Haesong's eyes snap open, one word on his lips. What? He bolts upright when they tell him the truth. He has been out cold for an entire day. An entire day during an active crisis. His mind is spiraling. He slept through a full day of chaos while people needed him out there. Just how strong was whatever knockout trick that stranger used on him? Haesong is Korea's #1 S rank, and some no-name F ranker put him down for a full day flat. He drags a hand down his face, breathing slow, trying to hold it together. But that question will not let him go. Just how? How many more people died while he was out cold, unable to help? That thought alone is enough to gut him. His thoughts drift somewhere darker. Every nightmare he has ever had starts the exact same way, with him being late. We slide straight into the memory itself, blood already staining the edges of the scene. A massive blue rift tears open with a deafening boom, and a young Haesong is right there when it happens. Whatever is spilling out of that gate, it is fast, and it is already loose in the streets. This was the day, the exact tragic day, all of his friends died in a dungeon break. He has relived it more times than he can count. Young Haesong sprints toward the collapsing gate, screaming for his friends, refusing to just stand there. If only he had been at school that day like everyone else. If only, he keeps screaming their names into the wreckage. He claws through rubble, shouting for anyone, everyone to answer him back. But the monsters got there first, and his friends never had a chance. Tears streaming, young Haesong is left with nothing but the same two words on a loop: if only he had been the one to face them. That grief curdles into a plan. If he had just been strong enough, maybe he could have saved them. So that is exactly what he sets out to become. Fast forward a few years. And there it is, Haesong awakens as Korea's very first S-rank hunter, the strongest the country has ever produced. His face ends up plastered across billboards, the whole world suddenly very interested in this one guy. And honestly, living the hunter life was not half bad, not when he is tearing through monsters like this. One clean, blazing strike, and it is over before the monster even knows what hit it. Sure, the sudden fame came with pressure. Standing on stage getting a presidential award will do that to a guy. But nothing felt too difficult, and everyone around him just kept saying thank you. For a while there, all he felt was confidence, pride, like maybe he had actually earned some peace. Then came one particular day where the old trauma finally felt a little further away. Of course, that is exactly the day everything went sideways. But for now, it is just a nice rooftop dinner, and the food is genuinely great. His mom beams across the table, telling him it is all thanks to him she gets treats like this. He just laughs and tells her to eat as much as she wants. Simple, nice, the kind of normal he never really got to have. Then his phone buzzes on the table. He picks up without missing a beat. Yes, Jeong Haesong speaking. A gate has just opened up near Jongno and it is about to turn into a full dungeon break. What class is it? He asks, already halfway into work mode. Just a B-class gate, they tell him, nothing he cannot handle in no time flat, or so he thinks. See, back then, nobody really understood what actually triggered a dungeon break. Nobody knew that monster density mattered way more than the clock. So when he tells the caller he will have it closed sometime today, it sounds perfectly reasonable. His mom looks up, hopeful. Does he really have to leave right this second? He tells her it is fine, he has got time to finish eating first. He smiles, phone tucked away, completely unbothered. So he figures, hey, it would be fine. One more sip, one more minute at the table with his mom. Eventually he checks his watch and tells her he really should get going now. I'll call you later, he promises, heading out. Barely out the door and his phone is already ringing again. What is it, sir? But then his face drops right now. Whatever they just told him, it is very much not fine anymore. The gate has already blown. The dungeon break has happened right in the middle of a crowded city. Haesong is there in seconds, blade already swinging, cutting monsters down one after another. He is not slowing down for anyone, chop after chop, clearing a path through the chaos. But the fires are already spreading, and the city is burning faster than he can put it out. Somewhere close by, a terrified civilian scrambles backward, begging whatever is hunting him to just get away. But it keeps coming closer with every heavy step. It lets loose some kind of blast, and the man has got nowhere left to run. The creature lunges, jaws wide, and it is already too late to stop it. It roars, dragging him down. There is nothing gentle about what happens next. One scream and it is over. The man's hand stretches out anyway, reaching for anything, anyone. And Haesong's own hand reaches back just as desperately, just a beat too late. He tears the monster apart right after, but it does not undo what already happened. The creature's body hits the ground for good. He stands there catching his breath in the smoke, surrounded by wreckage. He pushes forward anyway, checking the rubble for anyone else still breathing. He finds another one, a man badly hurt, barely conscious, groaning in pain. A weak hand stretches out from the debris, begging for help. Haesong's eyes go wide. He is not too late this time, not if he moves fast. He sprints over, yelling for the man to hang on. I have a potion, he shouts, but the man's hand goes limp before it ever reaches him. No, is all Haesong can manage, staring at the hand that just stopped moving. He is not the only one who was too late that day. The wreckage is full of people who never made it out. A few minutes, that is all it would have taken to save everyone. And in that one fleeting moment he let his guard down, people died. Later, at the funeral, a photo sits surrounded by flowers, one more face he could not save in time. A grieving mother collapses into someone's arms, sobbing "my poor boy" over and over. So many families said goodbye that week, and none of them were getting a second chance at it. The guilt loops right back on him. If only he had gotten up the second that call came in instead of finishing dinner. If only he had been just a little more vigilant, none of this happens. He stands there in his funeral suit, carrying every one of those if-onlys like they are his alone to bear. The memory finally lets go of him. Haesung jolts awake with a gasp, right back in the hospital bed where we started. Sweat on his brow, breathing ragged, like he only just clawed his way out of it. Was it a dream, he asks himself, looking around the quiet hospital room. Guess he dozed off again, not exactly restful considering what his brain just put him through. His heart is still pounding hard, like it has not caught up to the fact that he is awake. That same suffocating feeling is back, and honestly he cannot remember the last time he let himself feel this much. Not since he turned himself into a dungeon-clearing machine and shut all of this down. He sighs. It has been a long time since he has felt this angry. He rips the Roman 4 clean out of his arm, blood and all, done lying around. He says the name out loud like a promise, Gim Gurieo. He is going to settle things with that man once and for all, no more sleeping through the fight. And judging by that look on his face, Gim Gurieo has absolutely no idea what is about to come knocking. An overhead announcement crackles through the gym, offering water and meals to anyone who lost everything in the attack. A relief worker hollers through his megaphone, telling anyone without water or a meal yet to show their ID at the distribution desk. Refugees shuffle past the aid tents while the announcement loops for what feels like the 100th time. Somewhere in the crowd, someone's slurping down instant noodles like it's the finest meal in Seoul. Chopsticks tap idly against a half-eaten tray, not exactly 5-star dining, but it'll do. That tray belongs to our reincarnated wizard. He lost his apartment in the gate collapse and is bunking here with everyone else, and he's already clocking that this shelter hands out free temporary housing. His landlord says the building's a total loss and rebuilding could take a while. Homeless is officially his new status. Even his pet slime looks deflated by the news. Guess my magic research is on hold for a while, he sighs, patting the little guy. His phone buzzes with an incoming call, and confusion crosses his face. It's Yon. Hello, Mr. Gim, are you free to talk? He wonders warily what she wants this time before picking up. He guesses she's calling about the park attacker finally getting caught. Nope, Yon cuts him off, clearly rattled. That's not why she called at all. Just what have you done this time? She demands, and he genuinely has no idea what she's talking about. Confused, he asks what she means. She practically shouts one name back at him, Jeong Haesung. His stomach drops. Yeah, that name rings a bell, and not in a good way. Turns out Haesung stormed into the Hunter Association at the crack of dawn, demanding to know where he lives. According to Yon, the S-ranker was absolutely furious out of his mind, in her words. And Haesung chewed her out too over some re-evaluation paperwork involving him. Great, just great. The pieces finally click. This is fallout from him knocking Haesung out cold just yesterday. Why track down his home address instead of just calling? The only answer that makes sense: Haesung wants to pay him a personal, violent visit. Even the slime is trembling at the thought. I'll explain later, he tells Yon, more concerned with confirming one thing: is Haesung still at the association right now? He decides to go deal with it himself right away. No point letting this fester, better to face the music immediately. He reaches for his phone, resolve setting in. Geez, this isn't my strong suit though, he mutters, tapping away at the screen, clearly stressed. How do Earthlings apologize? He searches and the top result suggests a headstand bow, truly a man of this world now. Cut to the Hunter Association's back entrance, where the real showdown is about to kick off. Yon paces near the entrance, muttering that this whole situation is driving her crazy. She keeps glancing around nervously, dreading what's about to happen. She can't figure out what the wizard could have possibly done to set Haesong off this badly. He promised he'd sort it out somehow, but watching Haesong's face right now, she seriously doubts it. Haesong, sword already in hand, snaps that he's done waiting. Where is this guy? Yeon's head snaps toward a screech outside, right on cue. A taxi rolls up and the door clunks open. Showtime. The wizard steps out with Yeon in tow, cool as ever, which is exactly the problem. Yeon grabs him and demands he spill everything before they go inside. Long story short, he shrugs, I knocked him out yesterday. Yeon's jaw hits the floor. Again, she practically shrieks because apparently this isn't the first time. Yeah, things happened is all the explanation he offers. Don't worry, he adds breezily, I'll sort it out somehow being the key word, doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Yeon eyes the entrance nervously. These two definitely aren't about to throw down in public, right? They're both pretty mild-tempered guys, so I guess it'll be fine, she tells herself unconvincingly. The wizard's expression says otherwise. This is absolutely about to go sideways. The second they meet, Haesong's blade comes down in a blur. Faster than the eye can even register. And somehow it doesn't land. Haesong's eyes go wide with disbelief. Even Yeon, watching from the side, can't process what she just saw. She couldn't even track the sword's swing. How did he dodge that? Haesong mutters, completely thrown. Haesong admits he held back on purpose, just to gauge the wizard's strength, but he genuinely didn't expect to miss entirely. The blade hovers inches from the wizard's feet, who's still politely bowing through the whole thing. Just who the hell are you? Haesong finally demands. Inside, the wizard is panicking. If he hadn't bowed the instant he saw Haesong coming, that blade would have connected. Turns out his frantic internet research on how to apologize just saved his life. Step 1, bow immediately. Thank God for Google. He throws his hands up, all smiles. Please calm down, Mr. Jeong. I'm really sorry, I came here to apologize, he says, laying it on thick. Haesong sheathes his sword with a scoff. We wouldn't need laws if sorry fixed everything. Well, he's not wrong, the wizard admits to himself before pivoting, but you know I meant no harm. I was genuinely worried about your well-being, he tries. Haesong just stares him down, and you expect me to believe that? This from the guy who knocks people out without warning. Haesong fires back, hand drifting to his sword again. This attitude of yours, Haesong growls, makes you no different from that terrorist. The wizard's smile drops just slightly. Some other reason? That's exactly what I want to ask you. Why are you so restless all the time? He asks, and for the first time Haesong actually flinches. I looked you up, the wizard continues. New records for gates closed every single year. Which, he points out, means one thing. You must be clearing gates around the clock, barely sleeping. Handing every rare drop straight to the government like an idiot, keeping nothing for yourself, not even resting when you're hurt. It's less a compliment than an accusation. So tell me, the wizard presses, why are you so obsessed with hunting monsters? Haesong's jaw tightens. It's not like taking a day off would make much of a difference. So he trails off with a bitter scoff. The wizard just watches him, waiting. The people who died because I wasn't there, Haesong finally admits, voice cracking. That's not, he can't even finish the sentence. The wizard realizes he's not getting through to him, not with words anyway. Haesong bristles, convinced the wizard's twisting his words against him. Let's see how long you can stay this relaxed, Mr. Gim. His glare could cut steel. You think this ends as a simple assault charge? I'll personally make sure someone like you never works as a hunter again. That gets a genuine reaction out of the wizard. What? How exactly does Haesong think he can pull that off? He wonders, mind racing. Wait, don't tell me. Haesong's grip tightens on his blade, aura flaring, dead silent. In his head, Haesong's already decided this guy's a meticulous criminal who fooled the entire reevaluation process. Better restrain him now before he runs. He starts walking straight toward the wizard. The wizard's smile is doing a lot of work to hide the sudden dread. Every step closer feels like a countdown. Wait, why is he coming over here? Is he about to just kill me? The wizard thinks, plastering on a smile. Haesong keeps closing the distance, expression unreadable. Internally, the wizard is losing it completely. He's going to kill me, he's going to kill me. complete with an imaginary vision of his poor slime screaming its last. He's definitely going to kill me, what do I do, what do I do? Then, out of nowhere, an old lesson surfaces in his mind. Unlike monsters, humans can hide their true abilities. He remembers being told this once over food, like it was just casual advice at the time. Plant the seed that this guy might be hiding something, and suddenly, a hunter finds it a lot harder to actually swing first. That's it, he realizes that's exactly the play here. Meanwhile, Haesong is fighting his own battle, gritting his teeth and ordering himself to get a grip. His jaw is clenched so tight it looks ready to crack. The standoff drags on, neither man backing down. Yoon watches from a distance, utterly lost on what's actually happening between them. Whatever happens next, it's clearly not going to be quiet. Then the wizard's patience finally snaps. I could flatten you with one damn finger, easy, he suddenly roars, jabbing a finger straight at Haesong's face. Both Haesong and Yoon freeze, completely stunned into silence. For a second nobody says a word, the air's gone completely still. Haesong's hand snaps to his blade on pure reflex. The guy is wound so tight he's ready to fight a ghost. Yoon twists the knife, caught off guard or not, Korea's strongest just got jumped by a nobody F-ranker. Down on the street, Seonwoo Yoon looks up in disbelief as he keeps going. And you say the people's lives are in your hands. Haesong all but growls it back, don't be ridiculous. Yoon doesn't back down, it's ridiculous. This country isn't gonna collapse without you, and even if it did, why's that your problem? Even his slime sidekick is panicking behind the scenes, squeaking that it has to look tougher just to survive standing this close to an S-ranker. Seems all that people's hero talk has gone straight to your head. Yoon snaps, the two of them squaring off in the shadows. Then the gut punch, but to me you're just a normal guy in his 20s, so stop being so dramatic. Inside, Yoon is sweating bullets, that should do it anymore and I'll only set him off. Great plan, buddy. Squish the slime cracks a tiny whip and announces it's time for the soft touch, because apparently that's what that just was. Yoon shifts gears completely. Haesong, do you have any idea how anxious you always seem? Normal people don't obsess over gates all day or push their bodies past the limit like you do, he presses, and for once it doesn't sound like an insult. He keeps circling back to it, like you do, the words land harder every time he says them. You're not in your senses, you need to see a doctor, he says flat out, and Yoon does a double take. Wait, is he actually worried about him now? Get some rest, Yoon adds, it's not like being a hunter is some short-term gig. Squish practically preens, giggling to itself over how nice its human just sounded. This should do it, Yoon thinks, right as something dark and unreadable flares behind Haesong's eyes. So, Yoon starts bracing for whatever's coming next. Panic sets in, did he just make it worse? And in Haesong's head it stings different. To you, I'm just a mental case, huh? Haesong's face goes unreadable, storm clouds behind his eyes. Without another word he turns and walks. The air around him practically crackles as he stalks off, leaving Yoon standing there wondering exactly what he just triggered. What's with him all of a sudden? Yoon mutters, seriously second-guessing the whole plan. He watches Haesong's back vanish down the street, not totally sure if he just helped the guy or just started a war. Haesong brushes right past Yoon, who flinches out a startled Mr. Jeong before he clips out an apology for the trouble and keeps moving. Seonwoo is all Yoon manages before Haesong's already gone, leaving a strange, heavy silence behind him. He stalks off into the haze, and for a second nobody's quite sure what just happened. Yoon exhales, well, I didn't get my face smashed in, so I guess it worked. Squish waves a tiny "you're the best" flag while Yoon can't quite believe his own bluff landed. Turns out the wizards on this planet aren't as sharp as he figured. Huge discovery, he thinks, fist clenched. He'll just have to keep playing the part so Haesong drops the hero complex for good. Shouldn't be too hard, he figures. Just gotta act like I did back on my planet back when I was a high wizard. Then he clocks something off in Yoon's expression and does a little double take of his own. Because Yoon is standing there frozen, sweat on her brow, having clearly heard every word. Seonwoo, he starts stepping toward her and she flinches like she's just been caught red-handed. You don't have to go out of your way to silence me, she blurts, hands up, clearly bracing for the worst. Yoon-seung, meanwhile, is just thinking how considerate she is, and how much easier life would be if nobody ever found out he'd landed on an S-ranker's bad side. I'd really appreciate that, he says, and Yoon laughs it off with a deeply unconvincing ha-ha. Then, right on cue, her stomach growls loud enough to shatter every ounce of tension. Both of them freeze, mortified, before he clears his throat. How about we grab a bite to eat? So the two of them head off into the bustling street to grab a bite, the whole confrontation apparently forgotten. A couple of bystanders do a double take as they pass, clocking exactly who's walking by. That's Jeong Hae-sung, someone whispers, starstruck, with zero idea about the meltdown he just walked away from. Alone now, Hae-sung can't shake it. Yoon-seung's insult keeps playing on repeat in his head. Just a normal guy in his 20s, stop being so dramatic. Somehow that one cuts deeper than any monster ever has. He almost laughs. He genuinely can't remember the last time anyone dared talk to him like that. Then again, who in their right mind would? Everyone else just tiptoes around him. Out on the street, strangers are already whispering how cool he looks, completely blind to the war going on in his head. He just keeps walking, carrying all of it the way he always does. The more they worshipped me as a hero, he thinks, passing a fan literally holding a sign with his face on it. The more I work myself to the bone. Because every S-rank hunter who burned out just meant one more shield between the public and disaster. A memory flashes by, fire and blades and blood. Whatever that piece cost him, he paid it and never once complained. But Yoon-seung's words won't stop echoing. Do you have any idea how anxious you always seem? You're not in your senses, you need to see a doctor. And that's when it actually hits him. Those words, harsh as they were, weren't cruelty. They were the first time in years anyone actually sounded worried about him. Get some rest. Being a hunter isn't some short-term gig, and something in his chest finally loosens like a leaf letting go of its branch. He walks on lighter than before, like some invisible weight just got set down. He sheathes his blade, the fight completely gone out of him. Meanwhile, over at the restaurant, Yoon-seung's chasing Yoon down before she can bolt on him. That's seaweed soup, right? Yeah, is there beef in it? Somehow this is the most normal conversation of his entire day. I think so, Yoon offers, still visibly rattled from earlier. Inside, she's dying. Gosh, this is uncomfortable. I figured he was hiding something, but now she's basically had it confirmed. Yoon-seung, blissfully oblivious, is just regretting not ordering the beef. Yoon's mind keeps drifting back to it. She genuinely never thought she'd witness Korea's strongest hunter square off against anyone, let alone lose his cool like that. How many more surprises does this guy have left in him, she wonders. Yoon-seung, meanwhile, is suddenly very worried he's keeping her from actual work. Aren't you still on the clock? I hope I'm not holding you up. Don't worry, she says, it's my lunch hour. Then she gets serious. Turns out she's got something to tell him too. It's about the attempted murder at the park. Bringing the guy in won't be easy. There's nobody on record named Park Junti, almost certainly a fake name. She tried tracing the rare item that Awakena was using, but I couldn't find him. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, Yoon-seung says, waving it off between bites of dessert. You were trapped in a gate with Mr. Jeong recently, Yoon adds, watching him carefully. She's already pulling up her phone. We found out who was behind it. They've got a lead on the terrorists. The terrorists, Yoon-seung echoes, caught completely off guard. Have you heard of the Rakshasa vassals? She asks. The Rakshasa vassals, what's that? Followers of some religious cult, apparently, and that's the name they go by. Why are you texting me all of a sudden? He asks, confused, right as she warns him they use an invisibility skill. Everyone needs to be careful. The association thinks they're tied to people overseas, so they're watching closely. I know you can handle yourself, Yoon texts him, but you should still be careful. Gotta, he taps back. Still, something about it nags at him. I appreciate her telling me this, but, he thinks, alone with his food now. Something as dangerous as a terrorist investigation has nothing to do with me, he decides. Right as, somewhere else entirely, a bloodied hand hits the ground. Glass shatters somewhere in the dark. Body hits the floor. Beside it, an Awakena profile, photo and all, for a hunter named Kim Gurieo. Then a hood pulls back to reveal a grin that's way too wide and a clawed hand dripping with blood, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us. Somewhere in the wreckage, someone is having the worst day of their life, screaming bloody murder over a job gone sideways. Get that son of a bitch Su Yewi over here right now. Somebody is about to get thrown under the bus. Inside a grimy warehouse, our tattooed troublemaker spins around at the sound of his name getting barked out. The real order comes down cold. Forget the mess, just tell everyone they assassinated Jiang Haesong anyway. Because apparently even cults need good PR. Yes sir, one of the flunkies squeaks, practically saluting out of pure terror. Cut to our tattooed hitman stewing in regret. He should have known better than to trust the cult's so-called fixer, Su Yewi. That ridiculous cover alias, that gate-collapsing trinket they handed him to use on an S-ranker, it was never really about the mission. His hand still glows with the aftershock of the thing, and his face already says he knows exactly how badly this went. What if he had actually triggered that collapse item while he was still inside the gate himself? That bastard tried to seal him inside a gate with an S-ranker as a bonus obstacle. Real team spirit. Back at their hideout, a nervous flunky confirms the call went out. The story is already spreading. Good, the man behind the sunglasses says, not even bothering to look up. Our hitman is done being anyone's disposable pawn. He is out for blood now. Those cult lunatics are about to learn what happens when you stiff the wrong hired gun. But first, he mutters, and you can practically hear the countdown starting. He has got one name on his mind, and he intends to tear that alias to shreds one way or another. His fist ignites gold, crackling with power he is clearly not afraid to use. Back at some cult safe house, a couple of nervous lookouts hover around a man too shaken to even lift his head. Someone shouts Junti's name across the room. Word of the assassination has already made its way to him too. I got your call, a hooded figure announces, strolling in like they own the place. So the hit was a success, was it? Oh buddy, bless your heart, you have no idea. Good work, someone chirps, springing up like this is all going great. Then recognition hits and his eyes blaze gold. You, finally. He does not wait for an explanation, he just slashes. The blade connects and the informant goes down hard, completely blindsided. Why would you? The bloodied cult contact gasps, clutching a fresh wound. He slams them against the floor without a shred of mercy left in him. From now on I ask the questions, you answer, fair trade considering the circumstances. What was your motive for giving me that damn item? He demands, hauling them up by the collar. Answer me, flames crackle to life around his grip. Patience is not on the menu today. The burn sears deep, and tears mix with blood as they scream under the pressure. The scream that follows says this interrogation just got a whole lot more personal. Motive, I was merely obeying the will of our divine leader, they spit. You handed me a literal gate-collapsing item, he roars back. One of the goons pipes up, isn't that a good thing? No escape means he's finished for sure. Somebody is about to regret that opinion. I could have died right along with him, trapped in there, he seethes, replaying the setup in his head. Trapped in a gate with a damn S-ranker, that was the plan for him too, and he is only just realizing it. Either way, the job's done. I destroyed the entrance while he was still inside, the informant shrugs like that settles it. Wait, you didn't kill him yourself, he snaps, temper spiking all over again. You just left after blowing the gate, that is not a plan, that is a coin flip. So what, no entrance means no way out, right? Famous last words in this line of work. But what about the rule, kill the boss and an exit always appears, whoops. Oh really? Shame. I'm done with this assassination anyway, the contractor says, already walking off. What, you said you'd finish the job, after all that money we paid you, panic sets in fast. You should have done your research, he snarls back, done explaining himself to anyone. Then there is her, calm, bloodied and smiling like she has got all the time in the world. All this, she starts, reaching out almost gently. Happened because you kept pestering me, got that? He is not buying the innocent act for a second. We're not a cult, she says flatly, bold claim from someone covered head to toe in blood. What, he blinks, genuinely thrown by the correction. Unlike those other fake religions, we serve a real God, a heavenly Lord. You think dungeon shocks just happen naturally? Sure, buddy. Elsewhere, her fellow believers chuckle it up, chalking every disaster up to their great Rakshasi testing sinners. In any case, this is deeply disappointing. You have failed yet again, the insults just keep coming. Surely the S-ranker just took out the boss and left. This was your last chance, so what are you gonna do about it? He is not scared yet. Get a grip, she says, reaching toward him with unsettling calm. You're only alive because I let you be. We were wrong to trust this to someone without faith. That is not a threat, that is a fact. He pauses mid-motion, hand curled like a claw. Something is very wrong here. To pathetic fools who can't even see why this has to be done, she snarls, power surging around her. Our plan to expand the congregation with money ends here. You too little, too late for threats now. Electricity rips through his arm, and it is definitely not something he asked for. His own body is betraying him and he has no idea why. Why can't I use my skill? Because surprise, someone else is holding the controller now. She smirks through the blood on her face like she has already won this. Normally, you would have slit my throat the instant you saw me, she muses, way too relaxed for someone this beaten up. Cause that's faster and safer, she adds, reading him like a book. So why did you aim for my chest instead? Now that is a very good question and he clearly does not have an answer. He lunges anyway, fist swinging in a blur. You bastard, she snarls right as the blow closes in. His fist stops dead, inches from her face, not his choice. Why choose to drag this out with torture? She asks, way too calm for someone who almost got clocked. Instead of just killing me, because apparently she wanted him distracted. Mission accomplished. He grits his teeth, tattoos flexing as he fights for control over his own limbs. A single pointed finger, and suddenly two of her lookouts freeze up like puppets on a string. And she says, letting the moment hang. The two goons flinch and twitch, completely unable to stop whatever is coming for them. They tremble in place, watching their own bodies refuse to obey them. Blades flash, swish, swish, and it is over before they can even scream. One goes down choking, blood spraying across the frame. The other crumples with a sickening thud. He stands over the wreckage, bloodied hands shaking, realizing he just did that himself. Flashback to the kill itself, a silhouette moving with brutal, mechanical precision. Another strike lands, blood splattering across the dark. A final stab finishes the job before anyone can even process what is happening. No way, a brainwashing skill. He finally puts it together and the horror on his face says it all. Sweat pours down his face. He did not kill his own backup on purpose. He could not have stopped it either. This bastard took out my guys, she snaps, clearly not thrilled about losing muscle to her own mind games. No, my body is moving on its own. The realization lands like a punch to the gut. Sparks crackle across his knuckles, completely outside his control. You son of a bitch, she growls, stepping toward him like a predator closing in. Out of here alive, the rest of her threat barely needs finishing at this point. This is the fate your failure has earned you, she says, and there is no mercy left in her voice. Lightning tears through him. The tattooed hunter who once ran an entire syndicate of unregistered awakeners goes down for good. You are all sinners, she declares over the wreckage of the room, completely unbothered. His body hits the floor, just another failure as far as she is concerned. I saw such potential in your ability. A shame things turned out like this, she says, stepping right over his hand. Maybe this is the will of our heavenly Lord, not to overextend our reach, but to shepherd the flock already in our care. Somehow, things just don't seem to be working out, she sighs, like murder is a minor inconvenience. She walks off into the dark, leaving the wreckage behind without a second glance. It's as if her attention shifts to a dossier and awaken a profile with a very familiar face on it, Gim Gurieo. Someone is deliberately getting in our way, she murmurs, power flickering behind her eyes. Whatever the cult is planning next, it looks like Gurieo just landed on their radar. Our story picks up in the wilds, deep in some backwater gate, where our so-called wizard is about to have a very bad day. That thud, that's an F-rank monster hitting the dirt, dead, and the guy who just failed to control it is not happy about it. Gurieo drops to his knees in the grass, shoulders sagging. Even the weakest monster in the gate just won't listen to him. He kneels beside the carcass and tries again, hands trembling over it, willing his necromancy to take hold. In his head, he runs through every monster he's ever tried to raise: golem, bug, wraith, ogre, all crossed out. Only two tiny options ever glow back, a rat and a bird. So that's the grand power of his necromancy spell. Rats, birds, that's it, not exactly a monster army. His mind flashes back to the mess that started all this, getting hauled around by the collar after wandering into a B-rank gate he had no business being in. He lets out a long sigh, slime buddy included, and forces himself to calm down and actually think this through. Fine, maybe necromancy isn't his ticket to safety. He could always just buy his way to power with the right gear instead. Except there's one tiny problem with that plan. He ties his shoe, takes a breath, and just says it out loud: he is flat broke. Even his own slime is bawling about it, sobbing that if he was going to be monoless, he could have at least been rich instead. And honestly, the list of things he needs cash for keeps getting longer. Starting with a roof over his head. Which brings him right back to the real question: how does a broke, powerless wizard actually make money? More appraisal gigs, hard pass. Last time that got him kidnapped, and once was plenty. Then it hits him, he knows exactly what he's going to do. He digs out his phone, already half guilty about it. Yeah, it's a little ungrateful to do this to someone who's helped him before, but nothing, the plan is set. He is going to milk his A-rank buddy Yoonseung for everything he's got. He dials up Yoonseung like it's the most casual call in the world. Just a friendly little "hey, you free today?" Nothing suspicious here at all. Cut to later, the two of them are already meeting up in person. Gurieo waits outside a trendy little cafe, looking way too pleased with himself for someone about to ask a favor. Yoonseung calls out his name, all smiles, happy to see him. Gurieo perks up at the sound of his voice. Yoonseung comes strolling down the street in that loud Las Vegas shirt of his, and people are already whispering his name. The guy's basically a celebrity. He greets Gurieo warmly, genuinely worried he might have pulled him away from something important. Yoonseung really is too nice for his own good. The second Gurieo mentions a gate, Yoonseung's eyebrows shoot up, while Gurieo is internally cackling that this innocent A-ranker has no idea what he's actually walking into. Oh, don't worry, he insists, this one's totally going to benefit Yoonseung too. Sure it is. But first, he says, there's something Yoonseung should probably know before they go in. It's an A-class gate called the Golden Cave, and its standard monsters are golem guards. Just like that, the mood drops 10 degrees. Yoonseung visibly flinches at the word alone. This is clearly not his favorite topic. And here's the kicker, Gurieo wants him to clear the whole thing solo. Yoonseung's jaw hits the floor. He protests he's basically an amateur. How is he supposed to pull that off? Gurieo's already pulling up the gate's location like the decision's made. Yoonseung's whole body goes rigid, old fear creeping back in. His mind drags him back to golems he's fought before, creatures brutally tougher than anything else in their rank. He snaps, half panicked, reminding Gurieo exactly what golems have already put him through. Gurieo, unbothered, presses right on. He asks, all faux therapist energy, whether Yoonseung really thinks that trauma just fades away without a little intense experience to shake it loose. Yoonseung has absolutely no comeback for that one. Gurieo leans in and just says it straight. He can't handle a golem right now, can he? Then he hits him with the real gut punch. What happens if a whole swarm of golems pours out during some future dungeon break and Yoonseung freezes up for real? Yoonseung goes quiet, clearly rattled, while Gurieo, off to the side, privately admits this whole guilt trip is mostly just to fund his rent. He offers his hand like the world's most supportive friend. The audacity. Today, he declares, is the day Yoonseung conquers his golem trauma once and for all. And while Yoonseung's busy having his big emotional breakthrough, Gurieo will just so happen to be looting every last thing off. Every A-rank monster in the place. Out loud, of course, he just says it's easy once you know their weakness. That gets Yoonseung's attention fast. A weakness, now he's listening. Gurieo pounces on the opening. Why not just head to the gate right now and try one golem, right near the entrance? And hey, if he's not feeling it, they can just turn right back around. Very reasonable, very trustworthy. Yoonseung caves. All right, he says, if Gurieo's that confident. That's all Gurieo needed to hear. Let's go get that gate application filed. At the entrance, the staff immediately points out the obvious: Gurieo has no business walking into an A-class gate. Gurieo just asks Yoonseung for his phone like it's no big deal. Up comes the official gate entry form, dungeon name, hunter count, applicant rank, the works. He hands it to the staffer and tells him to just hit submit, even though the form only lists one applicant for 2 people walking in. The staffer starts to object that it's, well, illegal, and Gurieo's whole demeanor shifts, dark energy flickering, daring him to make it a problem. Even Yoonseung goes wide-eyed at that side of him. Nobody was expecting that. The staffer folds instantly, practically saluting. Submission complete. Just like that, Gurieo's already asking if they're ready to head in. And with that, they're inside the golden cave, walking down a corridor gleaming with what looks like solid gold. Yoonseung can't help but gape. Is this really all solid gold? Even Gurieo shrugs. He genuinely doesn't know. Who cares either way, Gurieo says with a grin. Something way more valuable than gold is waiting for them deeper in. Then he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Yoonseung asks what's wrong, but Gurieo's already muttering to himself that from here, things get interesting. His eyes light up as a familiar blue magic starts curling around him. The energy swells, pulling at something deep inside him. He can feel it, magic energy radiating from somewhere deeper in the gate, and it feels weirdly familiar. All he has to do is follow that trail, and it'll lead him straight to whatever's calling out to him. He picks up the pace, chasing the pull deeper into the cave. Step after step, the golden corridor stretches on ahead of him. Then Yoonseung spots something up ahead and freezes. There it is. They both come to a stop. Looming in front of them is exactly what they came for, a hulking golem guard we'll call Rocky for short. But as Gurieo studies it, an autonomous mana-powered sentry, something clicks. He keeps picking up traces of technology from his home planet. Alpha Yuri, right here buried in this monster's design. And it's not just this golem, those same traces are scattered all through the gate itself. Sure, plenty of it is still unfamiliar tech he can't place. But for the first time, he's starting to get a real idea of who might actually be behind these gates. Yoonseung notices him zoning out and gives him a look. Nothing. Gurieo lies, quickly changing the subject, while Yoonseung, oblivious, starts digging through his gear, mentioning he packed some healing potions just in case. Oh, and he borrowed one more thing too, apparently. He pulls out a glowing purple cube and holds it up. An item box, the kind of gear that lets a hunter haul out way more loot than their arms could ever carry. Gurieo's practically drooling. Apparently that tiny cube is worth about as much as an entire apartment building, and his hand is visibly shaking just holding it. One more thing, Yoonseung adds, before they really get started. He wants dibs on any reactor cores and magic stones they find. Fair trade, he figures, since Gurieo's getting exclusive golem-slaying secrets out of this. Gurieo just blinks, scratching his head like he has no idea what a reactor core even is. Sure, buddy. Internally, though, he's already plotting to grab everything he possibly can here, so he can finally stop leeching off Yoonseung for good. Somewhere, someone remarks that this guy really doesn't have a selfish bone in his body. The irony is not lost on anyone watching. Yoonseung insists that's the least he can offer for golem-slaying lessons, even offering to mine some of that gold hallway too. Gurieo, for once, actually turns it down. Alright, enough stalling, time to actually go hunt a golem. The pair advance toward the towering guard, its blue eye locked dead ahead. The tension in the air is almost physical. Gurieo studies it up close and realizes this particular unit is actually just a civilian security model, not a combat one. And better yet, its emergency shutdown is triggered by light, right through that glowing marble on its chest. Which is exactly why, he says with a smirk, he came prepared. Yoonseung eyes the glowing device curiously. Gurieo points straight at the marble embedded in the golem's chest. The plan is simple, he claims. Shine his light into that marble for 10 seconds and all Yoonseung has to do is hold the golem off that whole time. Easy, right? Yoonseung's face says otherwise, but he's already bracing himself. 10 seconds, Gurieo repeats. Got it. Yoonseung gulps and nods anyway. He steps forward, magic already crackling around his fist. Gurieo readies his little device, light already building inside it. He's pretty sure this'll work out fine, probably. Just in case, he's got protective gear on standby too. It's only 10 seconds, they'll be totally fine. Meanwhile, Yoon-seung's face is pure grim determination. The light hits the marble and the golem's chest starts to glow. Cracks spiderweb across its head as the light burns in. And just like that, the whole thing starts coming apart. Chunks of stone shear off the golem's massive frame. Gurieo watches it happen, grinning. All right, exactly as planned. Yoon-seung still holding his breath, sweat dripping, not quite believing it worked. The golem shudders and rumbles, seconds from total collapse. It finally gives out in a blinding flash of light and falling rock. And with the first rocky down for the count, Gurieo pumps his fist. Let's get started, the real hunt begins now. 10, 9, he's already counting down in his head before the golem even knows what's coming. 8, 7, he lines up his shot, that little device glowing red like it means business. 6, 5, the golem winds up another haymaker, completely unaware its clock is already ticking. 4, 3, steel fist meets pure energy in a deafening clash. The impact rattles the whole hall, but he doesn't even flinch. He's weaving through the wreckage like this is child's play. 2, 1, and just like that the countdown hits 0. Done, he says, cool as ever, like taking down an A-rank golem was barely a warm-up. Before the dust even settles, he waves his partner off. Yoon-seung, step aside for a second. Yoon-seung, hammer and shield in hand, backs off without hesitation. Got it. The plans, simple in theory, line up the shot with the golem's emergency shutdown code, and its lights out. The device fires, energy flooding straight into the golem's core. The whole thing buckles, cracks spreading like a dropped vase. Smoke pours off its frame as it goes completely still, down for the count. Yoon-seung can only stammer, how did you? Gurieo just shrugs, that's its weakness. I'll explain later, don't try it yourself. Yoon-seung's already starstruck, of course, I could never pull that off like you. Gurieo just smirks, actually, you could. Turns out this fight wasn't just for show. This is something you need to face to overcome your trauma, Gurieo tells him. Yoon-seung squares his jaw, bracing himself. Now, Gurieo says. A fresh golem stomps back to life. Smash it to pieces, Gurieo shouts. And Yoon-seung charges in, hammer raised, no hesitation this time. The golem looms over him for one gut-check second before the swing lands. The hammer connects at full force, no holding back. The golem doesn't just crack, it comes apart. An arm goes flying clean off in the blast. The strike just keeps carrying through, tearing the golem apart piece by piece. He's airborne in the middle of the wreckage, completely unbothered. The whole golem shatters in one final, thunderous boom. He lands hard as the last of the structure crumbles around him. See, Gurieo asks, watching from the sidelines. Yoon-seung just stands there, speechless, sweat dripping down his face. It's not that hard, right? Gurieo presses. There's no way, Yoon-seung mutters, still not quite believing what he just did. Gurieo strolls up to the wreckage himself, half impressed. How is this even possible? The two of them survey the damage, one dead golem, one hunter who just faced his fear head-on. Hey Yoon-seung, Gurieo calls out and Yoon-seung nearly jumps out of his skin. Yeah, come over here for a sec. On my way, Yoon-seung jogs over. What is it? I'll teach you how to take out the reactor core, Gurieo says. He points to a gap in the wreckage. See this? Just put your fingers in and give it a little pull. Yoon-seung eyes the gap warily. In there. Push it in all the way and lift, Gurieo instructs. Lie like this, Yoon-seung fumbles with the mechanism. He finally pulls the core free, glowing blue in his hands. Wow. The compartment holding the reactor core is usually weak, Gurieo explains, casual as ever. Yoon-seung can't help wondering, how does this guy find the core so fast, every single time? This isn't the kind of skill you just pick up from hunting experience alone, he thinks. It has to take countless experiments, careful study, real dedication. Other hunters barely survive a golem fight, but Gurieo actually took them apart to study them. That's next level. Yoon-seung suddenly realizes he's been caught staring. He blurts it out anyway, I'm impressed. Gurieo, caught off guard by the compliment, waves it off. At your level, you could have taken this golem down without a trick like that. Still misreading the whole situation, he adds, you didn't want to rely on your awakening skill, right? Yoon-seung has no idea what he's talking about, but honestly, explaining it sounds exhausting. So he just goes with it, yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, in his head, Yoon-seung's fanboying is reaching new heights nobody measures up to Gurieo. Should we keep moving? Feeling more confident now, Gurieo asks. Of course, leave it to me, Yoon-seung fires back. But first the reactor core, let me grab my shield, Yoon-seung mutters. They trade off gear and press on, ready for the next target. Another golem goes down under the hammer. One after another the golems fall, and the reactor cores start piling up. Yoon-seung leaps into another one midair, hammer swinging. The dust settles on another kill, debris still raining down. He's already charging the next one before the last has even finished falling. I can't believe how easy this is. All I have to do is smash it while it's shut down, then grab the core. It almost feels like I'm getting reactor cores for free. The two of them stand in a graveyard of scrap metal, thoroughly satisfied. Gurieo can't help but smirk to himself. His plan actually worked. Yoon-seung's fear of golems is history. It's just like you said, their attack patterns are so predictable, Yoon-seung grins. Right, I kept telling you not to be afraid, but still, don't underestimate them, Gurieo warns. Gurieo cracks open a control panel on the next one, as talk turns to the golem guards. So be careful if you run into a model you've never seen before, he warns. Got it, I think I'm finally warmed up, Yoon-seung says, stretching, full of confidence now. As Yoon-seung admires the hall of glowing cores, it dawns on him this whole operation is definitely not exactly legal. A submission screen flashes on a phone. False paperwork filed to cover an unauthorized entry. Complete. Actually, there's a reason I'm not worried, Gurieo says, and a glowing pink storage cube pops into existence. With how fast gates are popping up these days, he muses, tucking another core away. The loot drops straight into the storage cube without a second thought. There just aren't enough people to patrol them all, chances of getting caught, slim to none. His slime just giggles along. Yoon-seung, Gurieo calls, the little slime peeking over his shoulder. Already, Yoon-seung blinks in surprise as they confirm the next stop is the boss room. In his head, Gurieo's already scheming how exactly does he talk his way into more of the boss loot. I'll need to be strategic, he mutters, ice energy quietly gathering at his feet. And just like that, the ice spell is already loose. Yoon-seung spots it a beat too late. Oh shit. The floor freezes over fast, cracking and spreading in every direction. He's already sliding, arms flailing. Gurieo. Down he goes, son of a. Yoon-seung barely gets his bearings back, as the ice and water keep spreading. Water floods across the frozen stone, swallowing up the rubble. Then out of nowhere, three figures step out of the shadows, eyes glowing in the dark. Cold energy crackles around them as they close in. A team of hunters gathers at the entrance and their leader asks the obvious question, is everyone ready to go in? One of them hesitates. Someone has already beaten them to the gate, and that is not exactly good news for their plan. The rest of the crew trades a look. If another hunter is already in there, this job just got a lot more complicated. Turns out this crew reps the Rakshasa vassals, and this golem gate was supposed to be an easy grab for any team wearing that patch. But their bald ringleader just grins. If someone else wants to soften up the dungeon first, that is even better for them. Golems are brutal to hunt solo, he admits, so whoever is already in there is either very brave or very stupid. Here is the plan laid bare. Let the other hunter do all the dirty work, then swoop in, take him out and steal the boss kill for themselves. They are here as official Rakshasa vassals, representatives on, quote, a vital mission, unquote. Sure, nothing shady about that at all. And the prize they are really after, something called the infinite energy core buried deep inside this gate. A glowing, hexagonal power source humming with more energy than it has any right to hold. Mustn't disappoint, father, the bald one says, and his partner nods along. Suddenly this feels less like a heist and more like a family assignment. They will make it happen no matter what it takes. Famous last words if there ever were any. Somewhere else, a young hunter checks his phone under a blood-orange sunset, and something on the screen makes him go quiet. It is classified intel straight from the Hunter Association. On Yoon-seung, A rank, has entered the gate alone, no porter, no backup. What perfect timing, someone murmurs. A revelation delivered right on schedule. Footsteps echo through the golden ruins as the Rakshasa crew slips inside, closing in on their target. So it really is just one guy, they confirm, clearing an entire golem-infested dungeon on his own. Should be easy pickings, right? They step further in and one of them freezes mid-stride. That is not the reaction of someone expecting an easy night. Is that, his voice trails off as he squints at what is piled up ahead of them. A mountain of shattered golems, cracked open and lifeless, stacked up like scrap metal. Something is definitely off here, the bald one mutters, and for once nobody argues with him. He crouches to get a better look at the carnage, and his face says it all. A golem's massive hand lies split clean in half, still smoking from whatever hit it. Sweat starts beading on his forehead. Whoever did this is way out of their weight class. He took down all of these by himself. One of them practically shouts it. Is that even physically possible? Yeah, this is not normal, the leader agrees grimly. But normal or not, they need to move fast before their target gets any further ahead. Right behind you, someone calls out as they pick up the pace, remembering that Yoon-seung went in a full hour before they did. He should not have been able to get this far ahead of them, not by a long shot. Already halfway through the dungeon, their leader can barely process how fast this guy is moving. Whatever is going on, one thing is clear, they cannot let him reach that boss room first. They break into a full sprint, boots pounding against golden stone. They finally catch sight of the boss room doors looming ahead, and their target standing right in front of them. There he is, the bald one barks, pointing straight at their mark. And who is that standing next to him? Probably just some nobody, the blonde one shrugs off. A line he is going to regret. Guess I will deal with him first, their ice-wielding leader smirks, already conjuring something cold and nasty in his palm. Frost curls up his arm as he channels a brutal amount of ice magic all at once. The blast rips forward with a deafening whoosh, and Yoon-seung's side barely has time to react. Oh shit, someone yells, which is generally a bad sign in any dungeon. You are mine now, the leader grins through the frost, crackling with ice energy and way too much confidence. Good, he growls, watching the ice swirl exactly where he wants it. One of the others glances over, tracking every move of the fight unfolding in front of them. Are they frogs? Someone blurts out, staring at a pair of figures frozen mid-hop in the ice. Priorities, people. Tusk, you idiots, the leader mutters, clearly not amused by his own team's commentary. How can he possibly be this calm? He wonders, sweat dripping. Does this guy not realize what he is up against? Someone flinches back as a blade made of solid ice materializes, ready to strike. Who exactly is this guy anyway? Jitters wonders, a little too late to matter. Whatever, the leader shrugs, details are for later, right now he has got a fight to win. We are stealing this boss kill, there is no turning back now, he roars, whipping up another wave of ice. He weaves his fingers through a glowing blue sigil, gathering everything he has got into one attack. The circle blazes brighter, a storm of frost about to be unleashed. This is not good, Jitters mutters, watching the spell build with growing dread. The air itself seems to shudder under the pressure of the incoming strike. Debris goes flying, a golem's head sailing clean through the beam of ice like it was never even there. Everything goes dark for a split second, the calm right before the real damage lands. Die, the leader says flatly, and fires everything he has got straight for the kill. The ice detonates in a series of thunderous booms, tearing the chamber apart. Massive spikes of ice come raining down like javelins. When the dust settles, two figures are still standing amid the wreckage, and nobody is sure yet who won. Yoon-seung, someone screams, and for one horrible second it sounds like a goodbye. Another shard of ice detonates, sending shockwaves through the ruined hall. The whole chamber lights up in chaos, and it is genuinely hard to tell who is still on their feet. We cannot keep holding out like this, Jitters gasps. His attack range is just too massive to dodge forever. Turns out their ice sorcerer is the only one on the team actually matching Yoon-seung's rank. Everyone else is barely C rank at best. And it is brutally hard to fight someone with wide area skills like that when you cannot even get close. They figure Yoon-seung has no real offense to speak of, small comfort, until Chrome Dome suddenly yells out a name in a panic, Gurieo. Help comes a strained cry from the middle of the chaos. Sounds like Gurieo just got caught in the crossfire. Steel clangs against ice as someone else jumps in, and everyone reacts with a stunned what? Even the little green slime tagging along is not thrilled about this. What does he expect from an F rank, it grumbles, I can barely save my own hide. Someone's eyes go wide, catching a glimpse of something they clearly were not expecting. Wait, that gesture, Chrome Dome mutters, squinting like he half recognizes a move he has seen somewhere before. For a brief second, someone lets their guard down, thinking the worst might already be over. It makes sense, they reason. For awakeners this powerful, one small slip-up could cost someone their life. Fine then, the leader snarls, I will just handle this on my own, and blasts forward with another wave of ice. A massive ice shield slams down, blocking the attack just in time. The leader jerks back, startled that his strike did not land clean. No, Yoonseung breathes out, watching something unfold that he clearly was not prepared for. Teeth gritted, fists clenched, someone braces for whatever comes next. Streaks of energy carve across the ceiling as the fight spills into every corner of the room. Someone slides in to shove another out of harm's way. Damn it, he growls, this fight just will not slow down. A narrow dodge, just barely clearing the edge of another icy blast. The leader leaps clean over the wreckage, hunting for another angle of attack. Someone spins around sharply, sensing danger closing in from behind. And then something shifts. A pair of eyes burn with sudden, dangerous intensity, and the Rakshasa crew is about to regret this ambush. Steel meets steel with a bone-rattling thud as the fight collides head-on. Another explosive impact rocks the chamber, ice shrapnel scattering everywhere. Smoke and rubble fill the air as the two forces clash again and again. On Yoonseung, that bastard, someone snarls through gritted teeth, furious that none of this is going to plan. After clearing an entire dungeon of golems solo, how is this guy not even winded? Someone wonders in disbelief. And why is Blondie over there just standing around doing nothing? The leader snaps, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Could that so-called nobody actually be hiding some kind of serious power? Jitters starts to wonder, nervous sweat forming. He glances up at the shattered dungeon ceiling, clearly rethinking every assumption he walked in with. A boss steal only works once the other hunter is completely worn out from the fight, they remind themselves, eyeing a figure down on the ground. At this rate they are going to fail the mission entirely, and that, they insist, absolutely cannot happen. The leader and Chrome Dome trade a knowing glance and a small, determined nod. One of them starts rummaging through their fallen target's belongings, looking for anything useful. Huh, he mutters, his fingers closing around something unexpected. A pouch, he holds it up, curious, while the mumbled vow continues nearby. They are getting that infinite energy core no matter what. You are someone starts to say before getting cut clean off. Before anyone can finish that sentence, a fist connects hard and the whole fight flips on its head. Somebody bites down on a small red capsule, bracing for whatever comes next. A blazing punch lands with a solid thwack, and the impact sends him reeling clean off his feet. Arg, what the hell was that? He groans, clutching where he just got hit. Was that some kind of fainting item? He wonders, still shaking off the daze. Hey, what was that about? Someone else shouts, thoroughly confused by what just happened. Or maybe not, he reconsiders, second-guessing the whole plan. Then why did he throw that powder at all? They ask, staring at each other, totally stumped. The ground starts to rumble ominously beneath their feet. Another explosion rips through the chamber, and it clearly was not part of anyone's plan. No way, someone breathes out. Did those idiots seriously just do what he thinks they did? A blinding golden light erupts, swallowing half the room. A deafening roar shakes the walls as something massive stirs awake. A hulking, golden-armored beast rises out of the smoke, a core pulsing green at its chest. They used an actual monster lure. Someone's voice cracks in pure disbelief at just how reckless that move was. One of them just stares, sweat pouring down his face, realizing this fight is nowhere near over. And that is exactly where we leave things this chapter. It's the A-rank golem grid, fist crashing down as a young hunter scrambles to get clear. He's flung backward across the icy floor, barely dodging the follow-up swipe. The system flags it clean and simple, golem rank A, as if a label makes it any less terrifying. Its claws blaze with green energy, and somewhere in the chaos somebody screams the quiet part out loud, we're screwed. One of the hunters stammers that it's a new model golem, so finding the emergency shutdown could take a while. Cool. Someone shouts a name into the noise, Yoonseong. The golem's claw comes down on him mid-fall, no time left to brace. Look out, comes the scream half a second too late. A hunter throws himself into the fray anyway, blade flashing, buying Yoonseong one precious heartbeat. The golem's foot skids across the floor as its swing goes wide. Out of nowhere, a burst of blue energy tears upward through the dust. Its ice crawling fast and locking around the golem's braced arm. In seconds, both its legs are frozen solid to the floor. One of the hunters spins around, face draining of color. Oh no. Because striding out of the frost is the wizard, skating in on a sheet of his own ice. He's not panicking, he's smirking. Somehow that's worse news for the golem. The half-frozen golem roars in fury while the hunters yell for Yoonseong to get clear while he still can. A hunter pulls back, watching the standoff unfold, waiting for an opening. Ice crystallizes rapidly around the golem's joints, locking it down harder still. It answers by slamming both fists into the frozen ground, hard enough to shake the whole gate. Cracks spiderweb across its frozen torso as it strains against the ice. And just like that, it muscles its way free, ice shattering in every direction. Shards fly as the golem thrashes loose from what should have been an airtight trap. Damn it, this isn't good, the wizard mutters, watching his handiwork come undone. Gurieo straightens his sleeve, grim-faced. He brought Yoonseong here to help him get past his trauma, and instead it's spiraling worse by the second. He grips a vial of shimmering water essence, jaw tight. He's not letting that lure touch anyone again. Magic crackles up his wrist as he locks in on exactly what he needs to do next. The golem's fists hammer down again, ice bursting off solid metal knuckles. It eats a hit dead on, energy sparking off its frame. A hunter's fist clenches white-knuckled through the shockwaves. Sweat drips down his face, and weirdly so does something off the golem's eye. Nobody's having a good day. Trails of light and ice whip off the golem's swinging arm. Someone conjures what looks like a rifle made of solid ice, sighting it in steady. Gurieo, someone gasps stunned as a glowing figure steps out of the mist. The wizard clenches a fist wreathed in frost, resolve hardening. A faint blue light dissolves into mist around him. A massive magic circle blooms open, and power surges outward. A wall of water crashes straight down like a burst dam. It sweeps sideways across the battlefield in one clean, brutal arc. It slams into the golem's arm, and everything that lure was carrying washes away with it. One of the hunters, hauled clear of the blast, coughs up a lungful of water. He looks up, stunned, still dripping, barely processing what just happened. The monster lure's been washed off you. It won't come after you anymore, someone tells him. Cue the world's biggest sigh of relief. A hunter admits they thought it was over once Yoonseong was dealt with, but they got completely blindsided. Is this guy secretly a water element awakener? The golem's foot splashes through the leftover puddles, confused, its target suddenly gone. I can't sense any magic energy from him at all, one hunter blurts, baffled. Just what rank is he? Someone demands, and nobody's got an answer. The golem's core flickers, gears grinding as it recalibrates. Somewhere behind the group, a low hum builds, and dread builds right along with it. The dramatic drum beats practically write themselves as everyone braces for round two. One of the hunters winces, already exhausted, barely holding it together. The golem squares back up, undeterred, dumb, and relentless as ever. Elsewhere, two men in suits burst through a door, one hauling the other along in a panic. He flings something glinting through the air, without a second thought. It bursts in a puff of orange dust with a lazy poof. Someone smirks unimpressed, PFFT. What are you doing? Do you even know how expensive that is? The sharper-dressed one explodes. Boo, but the grid was looking at us, the other one stammers, justifying the panic. Use another water element spell, someone barks out of patience. You idiot, he'll just wash it away again. Gurieo, comes the exasperated shout. Hurry, someone hits the ground hard with a thud and the clocks officially run out. The golem's eyes flare again, roaring, utterly undeterred. They had another pouch of monster lure, someone realizes, horrified. The slime spots it first, dripping nervously at the green glow. But I've used all my magic energy today. I can't make any more water, Gurieo admits, running on empty. Roar, the golem bellows, rearing back for another swing. Yoonseong, now's your chance to get out of that ice, someone shouts across the chaos. What? Yoonseung blinks, caught completely off guard. He glances down. These are, he mutters, recognizing something important underfoot. Doom, the golem surges forward, closing the gap fast. A framed picture of the slime goes whipping past mid-chaos. Priorities, right? The golem's claw streaks through the air, ice trailing off every joint. Boom, impact rocks the chamber as it connects with something. Debris and shockwaves send a hunter reeling backward. The slime flails wildly. Nuu, have mercy on this innocent alpha Urian, nobody asked, buddy. Someone bolts for cover as the golem barrels after them. I was wondering why he didn't wash it off right away, that crazy bastard. Is he trying to take on the boss by himself? Someone mutters, stunned. The two handlers exchange a look, realization dawning slow and ugly. It took you this long to notice, comes the flat reply, consider. He's holding back because he's afraid he'll kill you, comes the blunt warning to the handlers. So you'd best leave before you make him cross that line. Got it, the handler gulps hard. Both of them stagger back, huffing, thoroughly spooked. Meanwhile Yoonseung's sprinting flat out, breath ragged. I'm really done for if I get hit by that, he realizes mid-stride. Luckily it's too big and heavy to change direction quickly, plus it's slow, he tells himself, thinking fast under pressure. The golem's fist glows hot with charged energy, winding up for another swing. I have to use this to get out of his sight somehow, Yoonseung thinks, spotting his shot. He plants his foot and launches into a full sprint. The golem's core erupts with dark purple energy, and it's roaring like it means business now. Cracks tear through the floor in jagged veins of violet light. A handler freezes on a ledge, watching the ground itself start to rumble apart. Boom, someone's jaw drops at what they're seeing. The gate's terrain, someone breathes, watching cracks spread right toward their feet. The ground keeps splitting apart under him as he tries to hold his footing. It's changing, comes the grim realization. Could this be its unique ability? Because sure, why not throw in a party trick nobody warned them about? Purple fractures spiderweb further across the arena floor. The slime shrieks, what the hell is Yoonseung doing, as he grips his weapon and charges in anyway. Yoonseung dives forward on a streak of borrowed ice magic, throwing everything he's got at it. The impact detonates in a blinding burst of frost and light. Ice and rubble scatter everywhere as everyone dives for cover. The golem's fist gets swallowed by the cracked, corrupted ground, dark energy writhing around it. Off in the distance, someone's still sprinting flat out across the shifting terrain. Yoonseung's face is drenched in sweat, eyes locked on the golem, refusing to blink first. The ground's covered with, he starts and finishes the thought a beat too late, ice. I won't be able to run away like this, he realizes, glancing down in a rising panic. And on top of that, the abyss is slowly getting wider, he notes grimly, great, just great. The golem looms directly overhead now, its core blazing furious green. I'm completely cornered, Yoonseung admits, out of ground left to give. The floor cracks right beneath his feet and somewhere off to the side, a figure watches with quiet, focused intensity. A soft breath escapes her, the only sound of calm in the whole chamber. Ga, Yoonseung roars, gripping his blade tighter, refusing to fold. The golem's fist crackles with ice and dark purple energy, winding up for the finishing blow. He breaks into a dead sprint, footsteps hammering across the crumbling floor. The golem's fists slam down right behind him, a hair's breadth from connecting. Its core flares one final, blinding green, and just when it looks hopeless, one thought cuts through the panic. There's always a way through. This golem doesn't hold back, and Yoonseung barely has room to move. One wrong step here and he's paced. But Yoonseung spots it. The golem's stance leaves it wide open right between the legs. If he can just dig in and break out from underneath, he's got an opening. He puts the plan into motion, sliding hard across the ice he's laid down. Wait, something's off, his eyes go wide. A wall of ice erupts under his control, and the golem's about to find out how sharp it is. Ice spears cross the sky like a blade aimed straight at the beast. The golem screams as the attack connects, debris exploding outward. The impact detonates like a bomb going off in slow motion. The golem staggers, sliding across the shattered ice. Yoonseung hits the deck himself, thinking, man, if that landed on me, I'd be toast. He catches his breath, and something catches his eye. The golem plants its foot down hard, and somewhere someone's panicking about getting flattened. Someone yells to brace for it as the impact lands. The golem swings back and its little green audience flinches. The giant thing wobbles, teetering right on the edge. And down it goes, a full-on golem timber. It crashes into the ground, sending cracks rippling outward. The cracks spread wider and wider across its golden armor. Piece by piece, the golem starts to crumble apart. Its core flickers one last time before the light fades out. Yoon-seung just watches, catching his breath as the dust settles. He's standing alone in the wreckage he just made. Even he looks stunned at himself. Wait, what? Did it actually die? Yeah, it did. So here's how it actually went down in his own words. He slipped, and the golem's fist whiffed right over his head. It lost its balance, slamming its own foot into the ground, and the weakened floor gave out from under it. Even Yoon-seung's baffled by it. I know I did it, but how did it work out this well? He mulls it over, still catching his breath. Then it clicks, there's more to finish here. A pillar of ice rises around him, and for a second, he actually looks like the hero everyone thinks he is. He limps off across the frozen battlefield. Something up ahead catches his attention. Is that? A glow calls him over. He reaches out and touches it, a reward humming with light. The boss clear reward. Guess killing a golem does pay the bills. He holds the hexagonal prize up, still half in disbelief it actually died that easily. Elsewhere, someone radios in, casually asking how things are going on Yoon-seung's end. Meanwhile, two more hunters are making their way across the ice toward the wreckage. One of them freezes mid-step. Wah, what? He just stares, sweating, unable to finish the sentence. The hell just happened? Good question. Buckle up because the ice is about to fly again. Baldy just stares, completely floored. Whoa. That was nuts. That's my bro, he shouts, practically bursting with pride. Yoon-seung just stands there holding the reward, playing it cool. Baldy can't stop replaying it. He instantly picked out its weak point and set it up so the balance naturally gave way. And then that finishing strike, now that was some refined hunting. Even Gurieo could probably clean up a monster like that without breaking a sweat, Baldy admits, but hey, credit where it's due. Someone else can't wrap their head around it either. No way. How did he take down the whole thing without using anything? Before anyone can answer, Yoon-seung, over here a gate just spawned. Roger that, the team's already moving toward the new blaze. A hunter dashes hard across the ice, closing the distance fast. Something's very wrong here, and the look on his face says it all. No. Yoon-seung and Baldy race in, reward still in hand, straight into the chaos. We can't just let them slip away. Someone snarls, ice whipping through the air. A hand crackles with cold power, ready to finish this. Yoon-seung's done playing it safe. I've been pacing myself till now, but there's no time left. He and Baldy sprint forward as one. We have to get that core. The ice surges, a wall of raw power. The beam rips forward, unstoppable. Two hunters dash side by side through the frozen corridor. A hand shoots out and grabs hold hard. It's dangerous, get behind me. Baldy shoves in to shield him. Yoon-seung doesn't budge. No. You get behind me instead, he says, hauling Baldy back himself. Baldy can only sputter, what? As Yoon-seung pushes past, reward box still tucked under one arm. It's still unfinished, so I didn't want to use this, he admits, bracing himself. But given the situation, I've got no choice. Something big's about to happen. A wave of ice tears loose. Light floods the whole scene, full send. Ice shrieks upward in jagged spikes. A massive beam of frost blasts outward. The blast connects, and even Baldy flinches at the sight. A small trinket glows in Yoon-seung's grip. The icicles overhead suddenly stop dead, creaking to a halt mid-air. The icicles, they stopped. Something's not right. Then it happens, the whole attack reverses, sending two shapes plummeting instead. The very hunters who tried to steal the core get caught in their own assault, falling hard. Icicles rain down right on top of them. More hits land one after another, and their faces say it all. A close-up of pure shock as the ice does the work for them. They scream as it all connects while Yoon-seung just watches, holding a small mirror-like device. Guess it was too early for a field test, he shrugs, looking at the item now cracked in his hand. It's called the reflector. For attacks A rank or lower, it reverses the direction of magic. It originally only worked on E rank attacks or lower. Modding it was a real pain, he explains. But its durability sucks, probably because it's a low-tier artifact. Worth it though. Let's go, Yoon-seung says, already moving on. We'll have to report those guys before they actually die out there, he notes flatly. Baldy just gasps, Gurieo. Baldy's genuinely choked up. I'm seriously touched. You've been holding back this whole fight, but the second I was in danger you flexed everything you had. Yoon-seung, for his part, is not listening to a word of it. Baldy keeps gushing anyway, character and power, you've got both, you're so. I need to report this to the Association for Gate Crimes, not the police. Yoon-seung cuts in, all business. Under his breath though, he's not exactly forgiving, those bastards. Baldy meanwhile has zero chill left. I hope they get cuffed and tortured. And with that they head off, reward in hand, case closed, for now. Cut to Gurieo sitting handcuffed, shirt half open, looking way too calm about this. He's parked in a waiting room, staring at a closed door, wondering what fresh mess this is. Even his own slime is stressed, it feels like things got messed up again, I'm gonna lose it. Then a familiar voice, Mr. Gim. Yeon walks up, clearly happy to see him. It's good to see you, are you here for work? She asks, all smiles. Gurieo has to break it to her, no, I've been arrested. Yeon's jaw drops, what? The cuffs rattle for emphasis. Suited escorts step in, come. Gurieo flinches. With us, Mr. Gim, to the chamber of truth, I mean the basement they say, and somehow that's worse. His slime sums up the mood best, why does it always go like this for me? Yeon watches him go, worry written all over her face. Golden Cave Gate moments earlier, something just blew sky high. Word gets back to the Hunter Association and they send their own people down to sort out the mess. The wreckage is full of enemies frozen solid from head to toe, ready for pickup. Nice and neat, whoever iced these guys did not mess around. Yoon-seung strolls up to his team's escort and asks the obvious question, who actually cleared out that boss? One teammate blurts out the truth without thinking, Gurieo did it, obviously, cue dead silence. Which is a problem since Gurieo is filed as a dead last F rank and this was an A-class gate. Whoops. The association agents clock exactly what that means, and somebody scrambles to hush it up on the spot. Too late, out come the cuffs and they are going on Gurieo's wrists. By order of the association, Mr. Gim, you are under arrest. His slime nearly loses its little green mind at the words under arrest. And just like that, unauthorized hunting gets added to the charge sheet. They read him his rights while his slime screams his name from the sidelines, loud and completely useless. Gurieo just stands there sweating, fists cuffed, doing the math on how bad this actually is. Crap, he thinks, he might genuinely be looking at jail time for this one. Down in the association's basement interrogation room, someone starts typing up his file. Okay, he tells himself, staring down the table. Time to lock in and lie like his life depends on it. First question out of the gate, did An Yoon-seung really clear the whole thing solo? That's right, Gurieo says, and forgetting to log his own entry into the gate was just an honest slip-up. Elsewhere, Yoon-seung backs the story hard, maybe a little too hard, of course, subtle big guy. Gurieo plays dumb like a pro. How exactly would a nobody F-ranker like him take down an A-rank boss? The investigators aren't fully sold, whispering that MS Seonwoo already ran him through gear tests and a fresh awakening evaluation. His slime is practically vibrating with nerves beside him. Don't blow it, don't blow it. The lead investigator finally grunts out his verdict. Yeah, this guy's an F-rank all right. He mutters, and Gurieo braces for whatever comes next. They're letting him off, the investigator says, just a warning for the paperwork slip. The cuffs come off and Gurieo says he'll keep that lesson in mind, sure he will. His slime absolutely loses it, free we're free. Gurieo's already spending the loot in his head, cash in those reactor cores and start living the good life. Then he freezes, wait a second. Every gate item sale in this country has to go through the National Exchange, no exceptions. Which is exactly the kind of building that keeps very tidy records. Meaning the government can trace literally every transaction straight back to him. And they already suspect he was illegally hunting in the Golden Cave in the first place. If he starts flooding the market with reactor cores right now, he is not getting off with a warning next time. He's cooked. His phone buzzes, incoming call on Yoon-seung. Hey Yoon-seung, he answers. Gurieo, you done getting grilled yet? Yoon-seung already told them he wiped out all the golems himself. But the investigators want hard proof to back that up, his teammate whispers over the line. Yoon-seung sighs, guess it can't be helped then. Damn it, he grumbles before offering to bring Gurieo the cores himself, like handing over treasure physically hurts. Guess this is what he gets for trying to milk Yoon-seung in the first place, Gurieo thinks, while his slime eyes the incoming loot. Meanwhile, somewhere far less friendly, behind doors marked with the Rakshasa crest, someone is about to get very bad news. A robed elder strides in to hear the report himself. All the vassals we sent into that gate got arrested, he roars. Meet the so-called great teacher, the man who runs the Rakshasa vassals. And the core, he demands. What happened to the core? We failed to retrieve it, his subordinate admits, barely able to look at him. I'm too ashamed to even face father over this, he mutters. This is the prize they were after, the infinite energy core. A reward that only drops from golem-type boss monsters, and apparently worth losing people over. Even with the cash in hand, one of these things is nearly impossible to buy, the disciple explains. They're no match for whales like the magic tower of Korea in a straight bidding war, so stealing the core was their only real shot. And it cost them an A-rank vassal in the process. I am deeply ashamed of this failure, great teacher, he says, bowing low. The great teacher presses him. You said hunters were already in the Golden Cave, who beat the boss and walked off with our core. From what I heard, the disciple starts, replaying the scene in his head. Which one of you took out the boss? Someone had asked back at the gate. Well, Gurieo did, of course, came the answer. And that is exactly the name that reaches the Rakshasa vassals. A hunter named Gim Gurieo took the whole grid down, the report reads. And yet, the great teacher notes, no new core has shown up anywhere on the market. Which means one thing, he must still have it. Well, we do need to replace the A ranker we just lost anyway, he says, rising to his feet. Bring him in. Convert him, he orders, and recover the core. See to it that you do not fail this time, he warns, and the whole room goes cold. His subordinates bow low under that stare. Message received. Meanwhile, back in the city, night has fallen and life just keeps moving. Ms. Sionwoo, the Hunter Association's own Yeon, is heading home, scrolling her phone. She's just walking, minding her own business, when something makes her stop. Huh, she says, looking up. Mr. An, she calls out, spotting a familiar face. Yoon-seung freezes on the spot, caught completely off guard. Ms. Sionwoo, heading home from work, he tries way too casually. Yes, she says flatly, what brings you here? Just came from the market, he says, was selling off some golem parts. You mean the parts you got from the Golden Cave yesterday? She asks, and he flinches like he's been caught red-handed. Oh, he stammers, sweat pouring. Haha, he laughs nervously, I don't. She's already put it together in her head. Gurieo really did take out an A-rank boss just like she suspected. You two both need to be careful, she tells him. There are rumors going around. He got lucky this time, she warns, while he sweats through his collar. The Hunter Association already has Mr. Gim under surveillance, she says, and Yoon-seung audibly gulps. And no matter how talented a hunter you are, if you let an F-ranker into a high-class gate again, she starts, then stops herself. Actually, never mind. I'll tell him myself, she decides, already dialing. Who are you calling? Yoon-seung asks nervously. Your porter, she says simply, phone already ringing. Except his phone's not answering, and now she's got Yoon-seung whispering little prayers for his idiot friend. Don't tell me he's in trouble again, she mutters, already dreading the answer. Why does he keep making her worry like she's his mother or something, she fumes. Cut to Gurieo, currently very much fine, parked at a terror relief station for the night. Phew, he sighs mid-snack, not a care in the world. All that work hauling reactor cores just to hand them straight to Yoon-seung, he grumbles. He knows he owes the guy, but it still stings a little. At least he got something out of the whole mess, he figures, settling in. Because the reactor cores were never the real prize. He legally owns the infinite energy core from the boss kill, and he already knows exactly how he's going to use it. Then he glances at his chip bag, already empty priorities. He goes to check his phone, completely oblivious to the two people currently panicking about him. Dead battery, out of juice apparently. Well, that explains the radio silence. Someone's tapping on his tent. Somebody handing out relief supplies, he wonders, already getting up. Some kind earthling's probably trying to feed him again, he jokes, lifting the flap. And hey, that curry earlier was actually pretty. A hand reaches in through the gap, not the hand he was expecting. Red restraints whip out of nowhere, what the hell, he barely gets out. Two figures loom in the dark of the tent, and this was clearly not a food delivery. Something just casually shrugged off a wizard's breath attack. That should not be possible. Shit, he wheezes, can't breathe, the world going hazy at the edges. He slumps, wrapped up tight in crimson bindings, completely helpless. Done, yeah, that about sums it up. His attackers just stand over him, job apparently done, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us. Our hero groans awake to a ticking clock, and before he even opens his eyes properly, he already knows exactly what kind of morning this is. Yup, bloody tools laid out on a tray, ropes, the whole works. He's been kidnapped. Again, at this point it's basically a Tuesday for him. There he is, blindfolded and strapped to a chair with a crisscross of red bandages. Kidnapped again and clearly not thrilled about it. His feet are bound and hanging useless below him. Goddammit, he mutters, more annoyed than scared. Footsteps close in behind him and a voice above him says, almost politely, "You woke up sooner than I expected." A rough-looking, bearded guy cracks his knuckles and steps closer, asking how our hero's feeling. Spoiler, not great. Even his own slime side-eyes the guy, whispering, is he the kidnapper? Yeah, he's totally got the look. Our hero, ever the good sport, figures he'll at least hear the man out. The captor steps closer, calling this whole ordeal a path to salvation. Our hero's just confused and a little worried. Wiping blood off a blade, the man starts monologuing about the will of someone called Rakshasa, one of the 8 guardians. Even the slime's baffled, muttering what guardian, but it agrees on one thing, this guy is definitely not normal. Wait a second, Rakshasa, that name hits our hero like an electric shock. He's heard it before. His mind flashes back to an old text conversation. Have you heard of the Rakshasa vassals? They're some kind of religious cult, the message explains, and that's exactly what they call themselves. The Rakshasa vassals, it clicks. These are the exact cultists Yon warned him about. So not just terrorists then. His captor muses that everything eventually returns to the owner who truly understands its worth. The camera pulls back, this cultist is standing over him like he's already won. Sweat beads on our hero's face, the silence stretches thick with dread. You're telling me to hand over the infinite energy core? The man asks, precisely, our hero deadpans. You hit it well, the cultist admits. We tore apart the relief station and your old place corner to corner and found nothing. Our hero just stares him down, giving away absolutely nothing. You'll have to tell me where it is, the man says, dragging a blade across his own lip like it's supposed to be intimidating. Surely you haven't already pawned it off, right? Now he's just getting theatrical about it. For a second his mind races, flashing through where that core could possibly be. His face hardens, a blade hovering close, but he doesn't budge. Then a flash of memory hits. It wasn't him who ended up with all the cores, it was Yoonseong. Right, of course you wouldn't give it up that easily, the cultist smirks, clearly enjoying this way too much. Well then, he says, cracking his neck, let me help you talk. And just like that, the torture starts for real. Blood beads on his shoulder. His hand gets pinned and driven through, the slime hovering nearby in absolute horror. Hiya, the slime shrieks, this guy is totally unhinged. The cultist just grins, blood on his hands, clearly loving his work a little too much. Strung up and bleeding, he says he'll do whatever they want if they'll just stop. Sounds like defeat. It is very much not defeat. Blood drips steadily off the blade and off him, pooling on the tile. Quietly relieved, he thinks, good thing he numbed his pain beforehand, that would have been excruciating. The slime agrees. Meanwhile, his captor just wants that core location again. Sweat drips off the cultist's brow as he stares at his captive, genuinely rattled. What the hell is wrong with this guy, he mutters. He didn't even flinch when I stabbed him. Is it some pain tolerance skill? I've never seen anything like it. That means he's enduring this through pure willpower, the cultist realizes, and honestly he's a little spooked. He grabs our hero's foot and drags the whole chair closer. They say he's A rank or higher, someone notes. Guess that part was true. The higher a hunter's rank, the stronger their mental fortitude, the cultist reminds himself, sweat rolling down our hero's face. A burst of pink energy tears through the room. A grotesque winged eye creature materializes, the Eye of Seduction, a rare class item that brainwashes anyone it locks onto, turning them into a puppet. No matter what, the cultist mutters half to himself, I will carry out the mission the great teacher entrusted to me. Your conversion, he says, almost reverent. Let's see how long that poker face of yours lasts. Purple energy churns around him as he readies the item like a weapon. And then our hero's eyes go wide with recognition. Gurieo, he knows this face, this is someone he trusted. Bloodied and gritting his teeth, he braces for whatever comes next. Time crawls by, the clock ticks, both men are exhausted, huffing for breath. Blood spatters the tile in a widening trail. You, just what the hell are you? Gurieo finally asks, out of breath and clearly rattled. Our hero's hands are a mess of blood, but his breathing steady. Why are you acting like it's nothing? Gurieo shouts while the slime just wiggles nervously nearby. So this is how they torture each other on Earth, the slime muses. I thought it was supposed to actually hurt. Truth is, he doesn't feel any pain at all, but he's lost a dangerous amount of blood, and that part is very real. I already told you where the core is, he says flatly. I've got nothing more to tell you, so what's the point of continuing? Gurieo grits his teeth, completely thrown. What? It's a brainwashing item, our hero realizes, watching the energy swirl to life. The glowing eye pulses, ready to lock onto its target. But it won't work, he says coolly. I'm immune to brainwashing, sucker. Gurieo freezes. Wait, hold on. Gurieo's hand hovers over his bloodied shoulder, uncertain now. Can't you just stop? Our hero asks, quiet and almost sincere. Gurieo blinks. What? You want me to join you, right? Fine, I'll join the Rakshasa vassals. I'll do whatever you want. Gurieo's jaw drops. What caused this sudden change of heart? Gurieo asks, suspicious despite himself. I'm scared, our hero says, playing pathetic. I don't want to die. And in one swift move, he snatches the eye right out of Gurieo's hand. Energy surges as he takes hold of the brainwashing item himself. The tables have officially turned. Why is he? Gurieo barely gets the thought out before it's too late. Thwack, our hero cracks him one, using the very item that was meant to control him. Stop lying, Gurieo roars, refusing to believe what just happened. His face twists with fury, completely unglued now. Even after all this torture, you show no fear, you're like some kind of demon. If you actually feared death, the eye would have worked on you. Our hero coughs up a little blood and deadpans. No, really, I'm terrified. Gurieo actually flinches back. I'm really scared, sir, our hero mocks. What? Why are you? Gurieo stammers. Backing away when I'm the one bleeding out here, he needles. This is driving me insane, Gurieo snaps. Is there anyone else I can talk to? Maybe someone a little higher up the chain? Even the slime chimes in. Let me talk to your manager. So you've been targeting our leaders this whole time, Gurieo realizes. What? Our hero replies, all innocence. There's no way a hunter strong enough to take down the grid just gets captured like this, Gurieo says, stalking closer. No, wait, what? Our hero stammers, the act slipping. Something slams into Gurieo. Shut up, he screams, completely losing it. He snatches up a hammer in a blind rage and swings it straight at his captive. The blade connects for real this time. Blood sprays and our hero screams out loud. He's slumped in the chair now, bleeding badly, the fight draining out of him fast. Damn it, the slime whimpers, watching helplessly. My vision's starting to fade, this time it isn't an act. Even fading out, he can't help but think, why did his kidnapper have to be this much of an idiot? Am I really going to die here? For the first time all chapter, the fear feels real. Bang, gunfire rips through the room as a figure crashes in. More shots ring out, dust and debris flying everywhere. Bloodied and barely conscious, our hero can only manage a confused. What's that noise? Gurieo spins around right before the wall goes up in a kaboom. Our hero shields his eyes against the blast of light and debris. Smoke fills the room as the dust starts to settle. Gurieo coughs through the haze as a streak of green light flashes past. Gurieo's face is a mess of shock and blood. Someone just moved on him fast. He's fast, whoever just burst in is already a blur of motion. A dark-haired woman steps into view, smirking. It's been a while, she says, like this is a casual reunion and not a rescue mission. Our hero blinks up at her, utterly lost. Then another figure steps in, purple-haired and grinning. "What's up, Gurieo?" he says, cool as anything. Just a glimpse of a tracksuit sleeve, casual as if he strolled in off the street instead of into a torture den. Gurieo's blood runs cold. Why the hell is he here? Someone recognizes him instantly. Gang Changho, and judging by the tone, that name spells trouble for whoever's holding the hostages. Cue the hostages' least dignified thought: why does this guy always show up whenever he gets kidnapped? Meanwhile, the actual kidnapper just found out Changho doesn't do warnings. One crack later and the thug's not making any more threats, not with that grip locked around his throat. Gurieo's a mess, bruised, bandaged, dragged through the ringer, but he's still got a smirk left in him. This isn't even the first time. Changho drops the kidnapper like a sack of bricks, and Gurieo can't help but think back on how often this exact scene has played out. And just like that, another would-be captor is out cold on the floor. Changho reaches down and offers a hand up. Bruised but not too proud, Gurieo takes it without hesitation. "Geez, you look like hell," Changho says, hauling his battered rescue project back onto his feet. Gurieo peels back what's left of his makeshift bandages, wincing at the damage underneath. "So this is what an S-ranker's strength looks like up close," Gurieo mutters, then immediately asks why Changho didn't just yank the thing out sooner. Out it comes, blood and all, Changho ripping the makeshift restraint free like it's nothing. "Here, drink this," Changho says, tossing over a healing potion like it's a party favor. He can't resist a little needling either. For someone who was just tortured, Gurieo seems awfully composed. "Do I?" Gurieo asks back, the potion's glow already knitting his wounds shut. "Most people wouldn't even be forming full sentences right now," Changho points out, then gets down to business. Does Gurieo actually know the way out of here? Of course not, Gurieo admits, still glowing from the potion and completely useless as a tour guide. Even Squish the Slime chimes in with some sass. "You're asking the kidnapping victim for directions?" "Fine," Changho shrugs, "they'll just retrace the bloody path he carved coming in." "Wait, the path you took," Gurieo repeats, already sensing this isn't going to be a pleasant walk. He's right to worry. The hallway ahead is a demolition site, complete with a very still hand poking out of the rubble. They press on through the wreckage, footsteps echoing off cracked walls that used to be a hideout. Another of the cult's foot soldiers lies broken against the rubble. Changho clearly didn't hold back on the way in. The bodies keep piling up along the route, and Gurieo's starting to get a very clear picture of just how thorough this rescue really was. The two of them just step right over the wreckage like it's a Tuesday commute. Gurieo's eyes narrow. Something about all this destruction is bugging him. The wreckage tells its own story. This path only leads one direction, straight to him. Changho didn't search this place, he beelined for Gurieo. How did he even know I was kidnapped in the first place? Gurieo's paranoia officially kicks into gear. Changho notices the stare immediately. "Something wrong, Gurieo?" he asks, all innocence. "You've been staring holes in me this whole time," he adds with a knowing grin. "Oh, it's nothing," Gurieo lies badly, turning away. "You're no fun," Changho sighs, clearly enjoying making him squirm. Gurieo's mind starts spiraling back through every weirdly convenient encounter, including the time Changho straight up showed up outside his front door. And he never once gave out his address, not exactly a comforting detail. Then there was the cab crash, which in hindsight looked a lot less like an accident and a lot more like an ambush. Has this guy been watching him this whole time? Gurieo's really starting to spiral now. Changho, blissfully unaware of the crisis he's causing, starts to say something about the way home. "Want a ride?" he offers, then, almost as an afterthought, figures they should probably call the police about the whole kidnapping thing first. "Oh, is that how it's normally done?" Gurieo deadpans, clearly done being surprised by anything at this point. This whole situation is driving him nuts, and honestly, who could blame him? Even Squish is losing it. Why, of all people, does Gurieo have an S-ranker for a stalker? Life on Earth, the little blob declares, is officially impossible. Changho, meanwhile, just stands there under the stars looking completely unbothered, as usual. The next morning, over at the association's cafeteria, word of the whole mess is already starting to spread. Sianwoo Yeon's phone buzzes, Gim Gurieo calling. Hello Mr. Gim, she answers, tea in hand. Hello Ms. Sianwoo, comes the reply, casual as ever. I just saw you called me, he explains, like nothing at all happened last night. Called her? Oh right, that was 2 days ago, he remembers, like he's talking about a forgotten grocery list. Yeon's brow furrows, something about his tone doesn't sit right. What was it about, she presses. Oh, nothing important, he says, then immediately contradicts himself by bringing it up again. Were you caught in a gate or something, she guesses. Nope, he says, casual as can be, just got kidnapped. What, she practically shouts. But he's fine now, he adds breezily, he was just finishing up with the police. The Rakshasa vassals, he clarifies, the same terrorist cult everyone's been trying to track down. They grabbed him, held him in their hideout, but hey, he escaped, so no big deal, right? Are you hurt? Yeon stammers, actually rattled now. I'm fine, he says simply, like being kidnapped by terrorists is a minor inconvenience. Yeon can't even tell if that was a laugh or a very tired sigh. Honestly, fair question. Anyway, he adds, I'm hanging up if this isn't urgent, as if he didn't just casually drop a terrorist kidnapping into conversation. He's busy today, he warns her. If she's got more questions, she can just text him. Yeon practically jumps out of her chair. But she still has so many questions. Too late, the call's already dead. Wasn't he just saying he was in a police interrogation? She mutters, already dialing someone who'd know. Hello, Detective Cha, this is Sianwoo Yeon, I need to ask you something. Are you busy right now? She asks, already bracing for the answer. Wait, what, Mr. Gang did what? Yeon's voice climbs an octave. The detective fills her in. Yeah, Chang-ho absolutely wrecked the place and everyone in it. Nobody can figure out how he even found the hideout to begin with. The Rakshasa vassals run on a cell system built to be untraceable, which makes Chang-ho just strolling in and finding them even weirder. Chang-ho's official story, he only went in to rescue Gurieo, nothing more to see here. And Gurieo playing the innocent victim card perfectly. But the detectives got one more detail, the reaction of the cultist they actually captured. The second the detective mentioned Gurieo's name, the guy completely lost it. Yeon's expression says it all. That's not a normal reaction to an F-ranker's name. The captured cultist thrashes against restraint, screaming like he's seen a ghost. He just kept screaming that Gurieo's a devil in disguise. Make of that what you will. The poor guy's completely unraveled, sweat pouring down his face. Which, honestly, makes zero sense to the detective. How could an F-ranker stage a kidnapping he couldn't have predicted? The theory going around, that mild-mannered F-ranker orchestrated the whole kidnapping himself just to infiltrate a terrorist cult from the inside. No way, Yeon murmurs into her tea, and yet she's not entirely sure she believes her own denial. Because honestly, if it's Gurieo they're talking about, that might actually be exactly the kind of insane plan he'd pull off. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Chang-ho's already needling Gurieo about his coffee order. Never seen anyone order a vanilla latte with 0 espresso in it, he laughs. He just sips his own drink, thoroughly entertained. So he asks, why the sudden meetup? I wanted to say thank you, Gurieo admits. He fidgets with his drink, clearly working up to something bigger. Between the police interrogation and all the chaos, he never got the chance to properly thank him for the save, and he means it. I really do appreciate you saving me, but... He trails off, and you already know a big but is coming. You've been watching me, haven't you? Gurieo finally says it out loud. The table goes dead silent for a beat. Nope, Chang-ho says flatly, nope. Gurieo can't believe the audacity. What's the problem? Chang-ho shrugs. That's exactly how he was able to save him. Then what? He challenges, are you gonna report me? Go ahead, he dares him. Walk into a police station and say, hi, I'm a 20-something male awakener and I'm being stalked. They'll laugh him right out the door. Gurieo can't argue with the logic, but he's getting seriously fed up, and Squish is already volunteering to throw hands on his behalf. Chang-ho, Gurieo says, dropping the joking tone entirely. You have the advancement skill, don't you? He asks, and suddenly this isn't a joke anymore. The advancement skill, a power that lets its user steal someone else's ability by killing them. Not exactly a comforting thing to have in common with your stalker. You've been stalking me so you can use me as fodder for that skill, haven't you? He lays it all out. and he's kept him alive this long because... You're right, Chang-ho says, no hesitation, no denial. Gurieo can't believe he just admitted it that easily. Even Squish is panicking now, backpedaling hard on its earlier tough talk. Want confirmation that I'm literally his target, the slime wails. Meanwhile, Chang-ho just leans back, unbothered. Since you caught me, might as well come clean. So he does. First question, how old are you, Gurieo? 24, I think, Gurieo answers, thrown off by the sudden change of subject. Huh, Chang-ho murmurs, you're younger than you look, he finishes, eyes going sharp. All right, he says, let's get right to it. He taps the table once, and the mood shifts instantly. Gurieo, Chang-ho says his name slow, deliberate, and Gurieo's stomach drops. And there it is, out loud, dead serious. Will you let me kill you in 10 years? Yeah, that just happened. Chang-ho settles back at the table, arms folded, waiting on an answer like he just ordered coffee, not proposed a life sentence. Promise him that, Chang-ho says, and he'll set his captive up real nice until the clock runs out. Gurieo can't believe his ears. What kind of insane deal is this supposed to be? In his head, Gurieo's spiraling. He clawed his way off his own hellish planet just to start fresh here. And now this S-ranker wants to slap a 10-year countdown on his execution. Not exactly the fresh start he had in mind. Gurieo turns the tables with a smirk, asking Chang-ho flat out how old he actually is. 31, Chang-ho answers, not seeing where this is going. Then put yourself in my shoes, Gurieo shoots back. Chang-ho bristles, clearly not loving where this logic is headed. Hunters don't exactly retire peacefully anyway, Gurieo shrugs. Waiting 10 years for the axe to fall is already more patience than he's got, he adds. Chang-ho springs up, exasperated. You're impossible, he snaps. Fine then, I'm leaving, Chang-ho announces, done with the whole conversation. Gurieo tosses his clothes back at him with a plop, completely unbothered by the tantrum. Almost as an afterthought, Gurieo drops a number, 50 million. Chang-ho freezes mid-step, sweating, clearly not expecting that kind of money on the table. 50 million won every single month, Gurieo grins, sweetening a deal he never actually agreed to. Even the mightiest A-rankers can die from one wrong step, Gurieo reminds him. You really think retirement's in the cards for you? Chang-ho just stares, weighing the uncomfortable truth of it. If you're gonna die anyway, Gurieo says, you might as well live it up while you're still young. The room goes quiet for a beat while that little nugget of wisdom sinks in. Plenty of other low-rank hunters, Gurieo adds, would be lining up for a deal like this. Chang-ho, I think you're forgetting something here, he cuts back in, grinning. Your advancement skill needs you to kill someone strong, Gurieo says plainly. And nobody's criteria for that includes an F-rank, he adds. This whole plan falls apart. You're right, Chang-ho admits, caught completely off guard. You gain absolutely nothing by killing me, Gurieo presses, smug. Then how exactly did you raid the Golden Cave? Chang-ho fires back. That's exactly why I grabbed you, he adds. You're the one who killed that grid. Pure dumb luck, Gurieo insists, waving it off. I slipped on some ice, he deadpans. Those cult weirdos are just spinning stories. I bumped into the monster, it lost its footing, and poof, off a cliff it went. Ha, not exactly award-winning combat. Gurieo just grins wider in the dark, clearly enjoying himself. So the boss monster just fell, Chang-ho repeats, completely unconvinced. If you don't believe me, ask any other awakener, Gurieo shrugs. You're still playing this game. Look around you, Gurieo says, voice suddenly dead serious. A wall of magic energy rips through the air with a roar. He's been quietly cranking up the intensity this entire conversation, Gurieo reveals, and every patron on the rooftop feels it hit. The green surge keeps rolling, swallowing the whole room. Chang-ho panics, he hadn't even noticed. Back where he's from, he blurts, even babies put out this much magic energy. Chang-ho steps forward, done dancing around it. About time you got honest with me, Gurieo, he says. The energy finally settles, leaving both men locked in a tense standoff. So Chang-ho asks, what's your real rank? F-rank, I'm an F-ranker, you absolute dumbass, Gurieo shouts, jabbing a finger at him. Chang-ho shouts right back, pointing just as hard, completely losing it. How many times do I have to say it? I'm the lowest goddamn rank there is, he grabs Gurieo by the collar. The two of them stay locked in that furious grip, neither one backing down. Am I speaking alien, or do you just have nothing between your ears? Chang-ho demands, shaking him. A long, awkward silence hangs in the air. No, I can't say that, Chang-ho mutters to himself while Squish, Gurieo's little pet slime, just watches and scratches along, unbothered. Gurieo finally softens, mulling it over out loud. My true rank isn't really the important part here, honestly. It's easy enough to temporarily boost someone to qualify. All you'd need, he shrugs, is the right gear pulled from a gate. Then why bother keeping me alive at all? Chang-ho asks bluntly. My ethical principles maybe, Gurieo offers, clearly enjoying himself. Chang-ho just blinks, completely lost. You all act like I'm some kind of scumbag, Gurieo continues, but I do have morals, you know. Squish tilts curiously, thoroughly unconvinced. You do. I always try to work out an agreement with my target before I use my skill, Gurieo explains. Chang-ho asks the obvious follow-up, and if that person just refuses forever? Well, Gurieo admits, I honestly haven't thought that far ahead. This is genuinely the first time I've wanted someone else's skill, he adds, and I can only use it so many times, so I'm not about to waste it. Chang-ho just stares, done. Talking to this guy, he decides, is completely useless. As Gurieo walks off, Chang-ho calls after him, you're just gonna go? Hey, what about my offer? Let's see how long he actually sticks to those precious morals of his, Chang-ho thinks, watching him leave. He could change his mind and kill me anytime he wants, Chang-ho realizes with a dark little chuckle. Maybe he should start picking out a casket. Gurieo just flashes one last grin over his shoulder and keeps walking. Chang-ho lets out a long, tired sigh. Interesting guy, he mutters to himself, alone out on the balcony. He replays it in his head. Gurieo held up under an S-ranker's full intimidation without so much as blinking, all while still running his mouth. About being nothing but a lowly F-rank, he even turned the money down flat. No real F-rank would ever have the guts to do that, Chang-ho concludes. This guy, Chang-ho decides, is genuinely worth burning his skill on. He killed a grid, that alone puts him at a rank minimum by any normal math. But that arrogance of his doesn't add up, Chang-ho thinks, replaying the whole conversation. He carried himself like someone who could go toe-to-toe with an S-ranker. So why did he let himself get scooped up by a bunch of nobodies? The deeper Chang-ho digs, the further he gets from any real answer. Does he clear the bar for my skill or fall short of it? Chang-ho just can't decide. Arms crossed, he keeps turning it over in his head. He could even be an S-ranker or, unlikely but not impossible, he admits. Chang-ho heads back inside, determined to find out the truth for himself. Meanwhile, Gurieo saunters off, jacket slung over one shoulder, looking awfully pleased with himself for someone who just got kidnapped. A few days later, Gurieo's holed up at a relief station, just one of many survivors still waiting things out. Row after row of temporary shelter pods stretch across the hall. It's officially been a week since he turned down Chang-ho's offer, he notes. He half expected Chang-ho to come chasing after him immediately. Instead, it's been a weirdly peaceful week. Still, something about all that quiet nags at him. His phone rings and he picks up. Yes, hello. The repairs on his place are finally done, and he tells the landlord he's moving back in today. Because he figures Chang-ho is probably watching him even now. Okay, thank you, he says, hanging up, not realizing just how close that watchful gaze might already be. He's pretty sure Chang-ho is tracking him through one of two methods. Either some kind of tech he's never even heard of, or he's using those unnerving dragon eyes of his, Gurieo reasons. His own eyes flicker green as he works through the possibility. More likely, he figures, Chang-ho's just reading the magic traces he left behind on that monster's corpse. Bundled up in an oversized hoodie, Gurieo strolls the streets incognito, phone in hand. Should he just try to fool those dragon eyes and make a run for it, he wonders. He does know a handy little spell for shaking off a tail after all. But first he needs more magic energy amplifiers. He's been chugging the stuff daily and he's running dangerously low. He pulls up a gate tracking app to search nearby. He blurts, drawing a few odd looks from passers-by as the results load. He stares hard at the screen, waiting on the result. No available gates to raid, the app flatly informs him. No killer beehives anywhere. Without one he can't brew a single drop more magic energy. Okay, calm down, he tells himself, he'll just widen the search to other regions. Meanwhile elsewhere, something catches Changho's attention too. There's one. Gurieo cheers relieved. Oh, he perks up spotting the location. Phone in hand, he sets off without a second thought. Hadong County, Hadong, Changho repeats to himself watching the city skyline. I think I've heard of that place before, he mutters. Realization hits him hard just as the crosswalk light turns red. Gurieo crosses the street, completely oblivious, already halfway to his destination. Changho finally arrives at the spot, and his jaw drops. The quiet little street gives no hint of what's about to happen next. A car pulls up and two figures step out, right into the middle of it all. Our hero's just out for a walk, backpack slung on, minding his own business. Then he spots someone unexpected across the street, Yon. His eyebrows shoot up. What's she doing all the way out here? He checks his phone like he wasn't just staring. Definitely not stalker behavior, we promise. The crosswalk light flips green, time to casually not follow her. Turns out Yon's just helping an old woman haul her groceries, even offering to flag her down a cab. Sweet, right? He watches her cross the street and can't help but think she's really kind. He can't stop staring. Watching her be nice to a total stranger just does something to him. As she walks off, she mutters to herself, guess earthlings still have a heart after all, cheeky coming from her. Back to him, watching her load those groceries into the cab actually gets to him. Seeing something like this, he admits, is kind of moving. He's the type to admire selflessness, apparently. Who knew this guy had a soft side? He keeps his eyes locked on her, turning something over in his head. Then out of nowhere he calls out, "Hello, Ms. Sionwoo." She spins around, caught completely off guard. Yon just blinks, not exactly the reaction he was hoping for. He plays it cool, it's been a while, where's she headed? Turns out it's her lunch break. She asks him the same and he admits he's just on his way home. As she starts walking off, he tugs at her sleeve to stop her. He's clearly not ready to let this conversation end yet. You know, Yon starts and he leans in, waiting for whatever's coming. He's got something important he wants to tell her, and his face says it's been on his mind for a while. But instead of some big confession, he just blurts out a lunch invite. Smooth. The two of them linger at the crosswalk, deciding whether this impromptu lunch is actually happening. Next thing you know, they're seated and digging into a steaming bowl of spicy rice cakes. Yon double checks, is he really okay eating somewhere this humble? He's already got a mouthful, waving it off. Hey, he said he'd eat here anyway. She admits the only reason she agreed is that she was going to eat alone otherwise. Ouch, and also relatable. Then the mood shifts, he hesitates, working up to something. Well, the thing is, I need your help. Yon freezes mid-bite. Wait, his help? What could he possibly need from her? He just keeps eating like it's nothing, letting the question hang in the air a beat too long. Finally, she comes clean. She hasn't been able to use her skill at all since they cleared that B-class gate together. It's clearly been eating at her. She goes quiet, picking at her food instead of finishing the thought. She's tried therapy, she says, tried just about everything honestly. And none of it has worked, not one bit. But then, she says, Yoonseung mentioned something that changed her mind about giving up. Yoonseung told her flat out, this guy taught him how to actually use his skill. Maybe, just maybe, he could help her too. He mulls it over, then repeats it back, so she wants him to help with her rehab. Yes please, Yon practically lights up. Do you think you can do it? He gets this look in his eye. He probably can, but he's already replaying how she used her skill last time in his head, and honestly he can spot the problem already. She's got some bad habits. He's seen exactly how she messes it up. And he's got a pretty good read on her personality too, how she thinks, what makes her tick. So naturally, being a completely normal and not at all creepy guy, he pulls up her hunter profile on his phone while eating. Oh, something catches his eye. Now I remember, he definitely heard of her hometown, Hadong, somewhere before. He asks her point blank, she's from Hadong County, right? Yon's face goes stiff with surprise. Yeah, why do you ask, and how did you even know where I'm from? He shrugs it off, says it just came up online while he was digging around for stuff. Sure, buddy. He keeps going, doesn't her family run a tea house or something? Pretty sure he saw that too. She confirms it, a little unsettled. Yeah, her aunt runs it now, they sell tea leaves and everything. She finally has to ask, why is he grilling her with all this out of nowhere? He grins, it's so he knows exactly what she can offer him in return. His little slime buddy cackles right along with him. That slime is practically rubbing its little hands together in anticipation. Really, comes the excited reply once he agrees to help. But there's a catch, of course. He needs a guide for a gate back in Hadong and he's volunteering her. Of course, she agrees instantly, then hesitates. There's one more thing. She's got a condition of her own now, apparently. His request, tea leaves, as part of the deal, naturally. He's dead serious about it too, finger raised like he's negotiating a peace treaty. She can't believe it, tea leaves, that's seriously all he wants. Turns out it's not even for him. His slime has been dying to try some, and apparently ordering online is a whole ordeal for a sentient blob. As if that's all, something tells us this negotiation isn't over yet, judging by that look on his face. Oh, it definitely isn't. He's grinning like a man who just realized he's getting everything he wants out of her. Cute, considering this is the same guy who just told us he admires selflessness. Sure he does. Yeon, for her part, just stares. Can he actually pull this off? See, it's been 7 years since the dungeon shock hit, and even now, humanity barely understands half of what these Awakena skills can do. She reaches for her cup, trying to process it all. But he's not just some hunter. He can actually dissect skills down to their bones, and that's rare, even a little scary. He might genuinely be able to teach people to use their powers properly, something almost nobody else on the planet can do. And once the world catches on to what he's really capable of, hunters everywhere are going to be lining up to kneel at his feet. Big things are coming for this guy. Back to lunch though, where he's just quietly demolishing his food like none of that was a big deal. Yeon's mind starts spinning in a completely different direction. Wait, don't tell her. He's into me. Her brain jumps straight to a full-blown confession fantasy. She's blushing so hard picturing it, completely spiraling. Is that why he's been so nice to her this whole time, she wonders, sneaking a glance his way. He glances back at exactly the wrong moment and catches her staring. His eyes go sharp and intense, and for a second she genuinely can't read what's happening. Turns out that laser focus is aimed squarely at his food, not her. Never change, buddy. Never mind, she decides, talking herself down. There's no way he's actually into her, though she does admit his eyes are seriously scary. She can't shake the feeling he's looking at her like they're two completely different species. She calls him out for staring and he practically jumps, insisting it's nothing. She decides not to overthink it. After all, he helped Yoonseung out of the goodness of his heart, no strings attached. Anyway, she says, softening, thank you for helping me. Then, straight to business, how long does he actually think this rehab is going to take? He goes quiet, thinking it over between bites. Chin propped on his hand, he weighs it seriously. Maybe 3 days, he says, casual as anything. Yeon nearly drops what's in her hands. Only 3 days? After weeks of getting nowhere, that number sounds almost impossible. He doesn't waste time, he's already asking if she's free Friday. They can head to Hadong and knock this whole thing out over the weekend. The two of them keep eating like this is a totally normal lunch plan and not a life-changing offer. Yeon goes silent, caught off guard all over again. He notices right away what's the matter. He follows up, gentler this time, is she busy that day? Her mind flashes back to everything she's already tried. Therapy, the Neo sisters, a full workup at the Hunter Association. And every single one of them came up empty. So when this guy casually says he just needs 3 days, she can't help but wonder if he's actually serious. A few days later, the two of them touch down in Hadong, ready to put his claim to the test. They step through an F-class gate together, the portal humming to life around them. He scopes out the dungeon inside. This place should work just fine. No one's going to bother them in here, he says. The perfect training ground, private and all theirs. They head deeper in together. You're right, Yeon admits, still a little unsure. She's not exactly in a position to complain about any of this, but she still doesn't quite get it. How exactly does he expect to fix her skill in just 3 days? She needs an actual plan. He digs through his backpack, rummaging for something specific. He pulls it out and hands it over. First, you'll need this. She takes it completely mystified. What exactly is it? Her eyes go wide the second she gets a proper look at it. Why do I need this for my rehab? She demands, clearly not expecting whatever he just handed her. And that's where we leave them, Yon staring down some mystery item and him looking way too confident about the whole plan. Guess we'll find out what he's really got up his sleeve next time. Her training partner waits with arms crossed while she holds the makeshift kit, clearly bracing for something unpleasant. Alcohol swabs and a lancet, she repeats, unconvinced this counts as physical therapy. He digs through the little first aid kit like it's the most normal request in the world. First, disinfect your wrist with the swab, he tells her flatly, like he's done this 100 times before. She freezes. What? Then comes the real kicker. After that, prick her own wrist with the lancet. Boo, but why? She stammers, staring at the little blade like it personally offended her. Because, he says, her biggest issue isn't her strength, it's something else entirely. It's how she handles it, he says, turning back to rummage through his bag for the rest of his makeshift lesson. This isn't about her being inexperienced, he explains. She genuinely doesn't understand her own power. So they're taking a shortcut. She rubs disinfectant into her wrist, bracing herself. One click of the lancet, and she's ready to draw a little blood for whatever ritual this is. He downs some kind of vial himself with a gulp. Apparently prep work goes both ways here. This, he says, will help her get a feel for how to actually handle magic energy. Step 1, coming right up. Watch closely, he warns, he's only doing this once. He grabs her wrist without warning, and purple magic instantly crackles between them. Energy floods the space around their joined hands. Whatever this shortcut is, it's already working. A surge of green mana whooshes out of him and straight into her. Her face twists. This is not a gentle sensation. Ugh, her own mana starts spiraling inside her like a tornado she can't control. Green light rips through her chest as the storm keeps building. It feels like something's dragging her along for the ride, whether she likes it or not. Wait, she's felt this exact sensation before, she's sure of it. Green energy licks up her arm as the memory clicks into place. Mana floods into her lungs and she gasps for air, chasing the feeling. It's the same rush she felt the first time she used her skill back in that B-class gate. She grits her teeth through it, green light whipping around her hair. Their hands snap together in a burst of crackling blue energy. Are you okay? He asks. Yeah, she pants, both of them catching their breath. A ball of blue energy hums between their joined hands, proof that something real just happened. Now try using her skill again, he tells her, and this time it's not a suggestion. I'm sorry, she blinks, not sure she heard that right. You want me to use my skill? Right now, she's clearly not used to being told, not asked. Yeah, he says simply, like it's the easiest thing in the world. She raises a hand skyward, second-guessing herself the entire way. Is this really going to work? She's not sure, but she's out of better ideas. A pale light gathers around her raised hand under the open sky. Just like that, she breathes, almost afraid to believe it. Focus on the sensation from a moment ago, he'd told her, and somehow, she's actually doing it. Green energy roars to life around her, no longer fighting her control. It worked, the relief on her face says everything. Did you see that? I actually used my skill, she blurts, practically glowing with pride. He just shrugs it off. Honestly, he finds it stranger that an awakener like her couldn't do this in the first place. Really? She asks, caught somewhere between offended and impressed. Next, he says he'll teach her how to actually control it, not just trigger it by accident. You're going to keep helping me? She asks, like the offer hasn't fully sunk in yet. She'll need to use it over and over until it becomes second nature, he explains, and since she'll be burning mana doing it, he might as well keep supporting her. That makes sense, I guess, she mutters, still a little suspicious of how easy he makes this look. Alright, let's try again, he says, and the training montage kicks back into gear. Green mana whooshes around them again and again as the drills pile up. The two of them are barely more than silhouettes inside the swirling storm of magic they're kicking up. Round after round, the energy keeps building around them. Breathe, just keep breathing, he coaches, steady as ever. Streaks of green power arc off her hands mid-drill. Don't hold her breath when she uses her skill, he warns. It's a hard habit to break once it sets in. This is insane, she mutters, sweat beading as the realization creeps in. How does this guy know all this? It's a question she can't shake. He even understands skills he can't personally use himself, which honestly should raise more red flags than it does. The montage keeps rolling, Mana howling around them in another burst. Two silhouettes locked in another round of relentless drilling. Out of breath, right? He asks, both of them finally slowing down, panting. Yeah, she admits, hands on her knees. She's out of mana, let's call it a day, he decides. Wait, he says suddenly, something clearly on his mind. He glances at her sideways, weighing whether to actually ask the question. There's one thing I just can't understand, he admits, and she can already tell she's not going to like this. Why are you pretending to be an F-ranker? The question lands like a gut punch. With power like hers, he points out, she could be living in luxury instead of hiding in the shadows. So why hide it? Why is she so desperate to stay invisible? What's the real reason? And just like that, it clicks for her too. This is exactly why she's never fully trusted him either. She wants to know why he's the one pretending to be so weak this whole time. The two of them stand there under the open sky, neither willing to say it out loud first. And whether she can actually trust him at all, that's the real question eating at her. He just sighs, caught completely off guard by where this conversation went. What is she even talking about? He wonders, genuinely thrown. Why is his own rank even a topic right now, he thinks, bracing for wherever this is headed. Squish the slime just shrugs it off. Earthlings, in his professional opinion, are simply impossible to understand. But she asked, so he figures he owes her some kind of answer. If there's one thing he's learned, it's never to let people think you're weak. He decides to just tell her what he once told Yoonseung, word for word. Ms. Seonwoo, he starts, and she straightens up, sensing something real is finally coming. What do you think awakening actually is? He asks her. What? She blinks, not expecting a philosophy lesson. Awakening isn't something you earn by trying hard, he tells her. It's handed to you without warning, and it can vanish just as easily, the exact same line he once gave Yoonseung. That's exactly why he tries never to rely on it, he admits. Something in his answer visibly softens her expression. Is that why, she starts, you didn't use your power in that B-class gate? He freezes, that question hits closer than he'd like. I wouldn't have been much help anyway, even if I did, he mutters, sweat beading. Why not, she presses. Internally he's already spiraling, should he keep lying? Or is he just making things even more complicated by dodging the truth? Even Squish looks tense. Well, let's just say I can't use my skill, he starts, trailing off. Around others so easily, he finally admits. Her eyes go wide, he can't use it around other people. Or maybe it's an area of effect skill, she wonders, like the Magic Tower's guild master has. If that's the case, she thinks, his caution suddenly makes a lot more sense. But she starts as he keeps digging through his bag, seemingly unbothered. Still, she thinks, he really shouldn't be lying to the association about any of this. Yeah, he says, pulling in close, sensing she's about to call him out. He knows exactly how the association operates. If they find out he's a high-tier awakener, they'll force him to use his powers constantly, and that's the last thing he wants. He just wants a quiet life, plain and simple. I see, she says softly. So that's why he hides it. If the world found out an awakener like him actually existed, everything would change overnight. Maybe him staying low-key really is for the best, she decides. For the first time, she thinks she can actually trust him. Ms. Seonwoo, he says, snapping the moment back to business. She turns to him, curiosity in her eyes. Yes. Are you ready now? He asks, all business again. It's time to head into the gate, he announces. Their destination, the killer beehive. The two of them head down the path together, whatever just happened between them now quietly filed away. She squares her shoulders, ready for whatever's waiting on the other side. The gate looms ahead, killer beehive, claw class, done indeed. Deep in the woods, a warning sign marks a gate entrance. Seonwoo watches Gurieo walk off without her, and all she manages is a small, defeated Mr. Gim. Do I really have to do this alone? She asks, staring down the sign for the killer beehive, a claw-class gate. Her tag-along just shrugs it off. Of course, he says, like it's obvious. He can't go any farther, he explains. He's supposedly just an F rank, and reminds her that Gurieo is the one who made that rule in the first place. She shoots him a look. Oh, now he wants to play the rules card. He grins and reminds her not to forget the killer bee stingers. he'll be counting exactly how many she brings back. A couple of association officials in suits linger nearby, quietly watching the whole exchange. She musters a shaky "I'll try but," and trails off. Close on her face as she tells herself out loud that there's no need to worry. He chirps that it's only a claw-class gate, what could possibly go wrong? Famous last words if we've ever heard them. I guess you're right, she admits, not exactly convinced. You can do this, good luck, he calls out, giving her a thumbs up. I'll try my best, she says, steadying herself. And with that, she steps straight into the gate's light, alone. The little slime she's brought along starts dancing with excitement. Go get em, he tells it, his little hunting machine. The slime's true motivation slips out. Bring me my money, priorities apparently. Inside the hive, sunlight filters down through unnervingly oversized foliage. A sudden buzz freezes her mid-step. A recon bee bursts out of the underbrush. A quick mental note: recon bees are common C-rank monsters that release pheromones to call the swarm when attacked. Considering the circumstances, that is not great news. She remembers hearing they call for backup the second they are provoked. This fight needs to be clean. She whips up a swirl of green magic and lets it fly. The bee goes down, she catches her breath. I did it. Now she just needs the stinger as proof of the kill. When a fresh buzz sends a jolt straight through her. 2 more recon bees materialize out of nowhere. Something is very wrong here. Recon bees are only supposed to move in groups like this when something's seriously off. So why are there so many? 3 at once now. This is nothing like what she studied for the exam. She turns and spots something enormous looming past the trees. Is that, she starts, dread creeping up her spine. Something massive stirs violently deep inside the hive. It hits her, that first bee already called for backup before it even died. Trying to stay logical, she reminds herself killer bees rarely form huge colonies, which is exactly why they're ranked as easy C-rank monsters. But wait. She throws up another spell, magic swirling around her outstretched hand. Why are there so many, she wonders, genuinely rattled now. A dramatic thud and her face says everything. She is scared. She's sprinting now, dodging one strike after another. This is bad, she screams. The whole gate is swarming with them. Why wasn't any of this in the official gate report? Did someone screw up the registration? She's gasping for air. What do I do? A purple blast rocks the clearing behind her. Should she just leave the gate? But if she runs, the swarm, already locked into attack mode, might follow her straight out into the real world. No, she can't risk that. She skids to a stop, jaw set. She has to fight. She pumps herself up. They're only C-rank monsters, she can handle this. She's stronger than them, she has to be. A lone silhouette stands framed against a wall of churning, ominous energy. There's just too many of them. It's getting hard to breathe. Her mana is draining fast. At this rate, her magic will run out long before these bees ever get tired. Please, she begs, backed into a corner. Overwhelmed, she screams for anybody at all to help her. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Gurieo checks a tracking device. She should be about halfway done by now. He decides to check in on her progress for himself. Then Xianwu's scream cuts through the link, calling his name, and the wizard's easygoing mask cracks. Smoke billows through the trees as her cry for help rings out again. Without another word, someone dives straight through the portal after her. Whoever registered this gate's danger level clearly messed up badly. The newcomer takes one look at the writhing swarm. This gate is completely overrun. Xianwu spins around, stunned to see him. Yeah, the wizard admits to himself, something's definitely off. But after all his bluster about being powerful, he can't exactly admit he's secretly just an F rank. And even if he did come clean, what's an F rank supposed to do inside a claw-class gate anyway? He calls back that he can't help her, not without blowing his cover. I told you, he mutters. I don't want to rely on my powers unless I absolutely have to. Gurieo's patience finally snaps. This is exactly when you have to, he growls. Just calm down, keep your cool, and you'll get through this, he finishes, staring him down. Somewhere through the chaos, a voice tells her to stay calm and keep hunting. All she can think is, how can he just stand there on the sidelines right now? Guess I have no choice, the wizard mutters, finally moving. There's only one way through this. He's going to have to actually step up and help her. Don't just stand there, do something, someone barks. Xianwu bolts, dashing straight through the middle of the swarm. Then something stops her cold. Huh. What the hell, comes a stunned reaction from the hillside. The wizard grumbles that even the monsters never bother with him, not with an F-rank's pathetic magic energy. Rough being underestimated, huh? The little slime, watching it all unfold, admits it's starting to feel bad for her. Then mid-thought it shrieks a warning, "Ms. Sionwu behind you." A burst of green magic tears through the swarm. He's finally stepping in for real. "Ms. Sionwu," he says, and she glances over startled. He points toward the horizon. Does she see that huge brown shape out there? That's the real hive. The true hive looms into view, a churning nightmare of wings and bodies. I see it, she manages. He grins. There were killer bees back on his planet too, and he knows exactly what makes them tick. He points out a swirling pattern along the hive's side. That's the weak point. Hit that spot and bring the whole hive down, he tells her. Kill the queen and the swarm falls apart on its own. Attack the hive, I have to do it now, she asks, bracing herself. But I barely have any mana left, she protests. He tilts his head. If she's really that drained, how is she still standing here talking? If her mana were actually gone, she wouldn't even be able to speak right now. He shakes his head. She still doubts herself way too much. Guess he'll just have to help her settle her nerves a little more himself. He starts walking toward her. She notices him closing the distance, caught completely off guard. Hoo-ha is all she can manage as he steps in close. Why? Something about the look on his face pulls into a smirk. A heavy, ominous beat hangs in the air behind him. His smile deepens, and it is not the reassuring kind. All Sionwu can think is, why is he smiling like that? Honestly, same question, and that's exactly where we leave it this week. Every blade of wind she can summon rips toward the mass of killer bees closing in. But right next to her the wizard is just smiling, and that is not helping. Does he think this is funny? She thinks, my life is on the line here. For a second the only sound left is her own ragged breathing. He figured a reassuring smile would calm her down. Nope, she looks even more terrified now. Whoops. Fine, new strategy. He can't let her spiral, so it's time to get serious. "Ms. Sionwu, you've still got plenty of mana left," he tells her. "If you didn't, you wouldn't even be able to breathe right now, let alone talk. So keep using your skill until you literally can't breathe. Once the queen bee's dead, this is over." The bees swirl into a screaming vortex around her as she pours everything into one more blast. She grits her teeth and turns straight back into the fight. Green light rips clean through the swarm. The bees keep coming, so does she. Quickly, he calls out, watching her push even harder. She grabs his arm mid-fight, baffled. I don't get it, the killer bees still aren't attacking him. Wait a second, could it be that they're afraid of him? Turns out the bees know exactly who the real monster in this gate is. She can't help but cringe internally. Here she is, flailing in a measly claw-glass gate. Right in front of someone on a completely different level. He told her to keep going until she physically can't, right? Right, no backing out now. Okay, let's give it a try, she says, stealing her resolve. Her skill roars back to life, brighter than before. The swarm scatters and recoils from the blast. She's caught right in the middle of her own storm, pushing it further than she ever has. The killer bees spiral, disoriented, their formation breaking apart. One by one they flinch back from her. The attack keeps building, feeding on every last drop of her mana. It's the hardest she's ever pushed her skill, past every limit she thought she had. The wind blades cut faster, sharper. And somewhere in all that chaos, he's right there with her, backing her up. The swarm churns, caught in the crossfire. Green light floods the entire clearing. She's the eye of her own hurricane now. Every bee left standing gets swept straight into it. Then impact. The blast finally connects. The whole gate shakes with the force of it. Rock and debris fly as the shockwave rips through the terrain. The queen bee's nest never stood a chance. The dust and light finally start to settle. Sionwu doubles over, completely spent. She's gasping for air, drenched in sweat but still standing. Something heavy hits the ground behind her. That's the queen bee, she realizes, staring at the fallen giant. I did it. She can barely breathe, but the relief on her face says it all. I really did it, good job, he tells her, now look over there. She turns to see exactly what he means. The boss of this gate, the queen bee, was the only real monster here, he explains, as the rest start dropping. One after another, the fake bees thud lifelessly to the ground. So once the queen bee, their so-called brain, goes down, the rest just. Before he can even finish, something makes her jolt. Her legs give out completely. Ms. Sionwoo, he shouts, rushing to her side. He's at her side in an instant. He flinches, confused by what he's suddenly feeling. The slime pipes up. Why does Miss B rank here look so unhappy with me? He offers her a hand up, still piecing together what just happened. Did you know that? He starts, settling in to explain. The feeling of using your mana until it runs out sticks with you. In other words, draining your magic energy actually strengthens your skill activation to a degree. She's still catching her breath on the ground, listening. Your biggest worry was forgetting how to use your skill, right? He asks, and her shoulders droop. Through this experience, your body will remember your skill forever. He says it so plainly, like it was never even in doubt. The slime chimes in again, so please let me off the hook. Sionwoo's eyes well up as it hits her. Was this part of his plan all along? She looks him over, putting it all together. He's the one who insisted on training here in the first place. And a guy who can kill an A-rank golem with his bare hands definitely did not walk in without doing his homework first. He sent me in here knowing full well how many monsters were swarming, she realizes. He was purposely trying to push me to my limits. Ms. Sionwoo, he asks, noticing her mood shift. He's definitely deranged, she decides. He, meanwhile, has absolutely no idea what he did wrong. But as a result, she actually can use her skill again. She reaches out and grabs his hand. So I guess it won't hurt to be optimistic about this, huh, she says, catching him off guard. He tilts his head, not quite following but rolling with it. Then her expression changes completely. What the? She goes quiet, processing whatever she just felt. How is he so feeble? He almost feels lifeless. His hand barely feels like anything at all. She yanks her hand back, startled. Ha ha, oh come on, she laughs it off, glancing away. He just lies there, letting her have her moment. What do you take a B ranker for? She teases. You don't have to act so weak in front of me, or are you worried you'll blow me up if you don't repress your power? Well, something like that, he admits, taking the shove for it. Watching him, she thinks, I still have so many questions about him, but for now, the two of them just stand there under the night sky. At least now, I know his concern for others is undeniably genuine. Later, they're back in the city, crawling through traffic on the drive home. The horns just will not quit. I'm sorry, Sionwoo says, gripping the wheel. I didn't think traffic would be this bad. No worries, he replies, perfectly relaxed in the passenger seat. The slime is thrilled about something else entirely, the tea leaves they picked up. You could call it a successful business trip. Geez, why's it so jammed? He mutters, tea box in hand. By the way, Sionwoo starts, suddenly a little nervous. She hesitates before actually asking. I wanted to ask you something, when your skill stopped working. You said you went to therapy, she says. Yeah, he answers simply. What was the therapy like? Was it helpful? Well, every clinic has its own methods. Oh, that reminds me. I actually ran into Mr. Jeong at the clinic. Jeong Haesung, yeah, I think he's been. Mid-sentence, his eyes go sharp. She catches the shift in him instantly, her own smile falling away. Hi. Something enormous is diving straight at them out of the sky. The car flips through the air in a screech of tearing metal. Everything spins, sky road, sky again. The wreck slams down in a burst of sparks and fire, the monster looming right over it. He's hanging upside down in the wreckage, dazed, the tea box tumbling loose. The mangled car lies smoking in the middle of the road. A massive taloned foot crushes down on the metal with a sickening crack. The creature snarls, its huge eyes locked on the wreck. It's enormous, and it's standing right in the middle of the city. A monster, someone screams nearby. He knows he needs to move now. I need to get out of here first. He drags himself across broken glass, crawling clear of the wreck. Wait, blood runs down his face as a horrible thought hits him. Where's Yon? He hauls himself upright amid the wreckage, scanning frantically. Shit, he hurls the tea box aside without a second thought. Ms. Sionwoo, he shouts, breaking into a dead sprint. His fist clenches, power surging as he braces for whatever comes next. He takes off running, dead sprint, refusing to think about what he might find. By the time he reaches the wreck, his stomach's in knots. A car's smashed to scrap right there on the sidewalk. Whatever hit that car hit it hard. This wasn't a fender bender. From the rubble, a groggy voice groans out, wondering what on earth just happened. It's Yon sitting up in the debris, rubbing her head like she just got knocked out of a nap, not a car crash. Gurieo lets out a breath. Guess he panicked for nothing. Even his slime sidekick Squish doubts anything could actually take her down. Before he can relax, that screech rips through the air again. Whatever it is, it's not done yet. Yon looks up, dead serious now. That monster is still out there. Its shadow passes overhead, wings blotting out the streetlights. Gurieo rubs the back of his neck, playing it cool, and tells her it's only a C rank, nothing they can't handle. Yon's already sizing it up, just the one, must have slipped loose from a nearby gate. I'll handle it, she says, stepping up like it's just another Tuesday. Green light coils around her arm as she powers up. Step back, mister, Gim, she orders, and Gurieo doesn't need telling twice. Okay, he says, backing off without an ounce of protest. Chivalry can wait. The monster wheels through the sky, some kind of giant, snarling bird of prey. Yon strides forward, energy crackling off her like static before a storm. Gurieo, meanwhile, is staring off at a building, mind clearly somewhere else entirely. He tells himself a B ranker like Yon can handle a measly C rank without breaking a sweat. What he's actually worried about, whether his groceries survived the crash. He reaches into the wreckage, fishing for his stuff. And there it is, his green tea intact, priorities sorted. Behind him, the monster unloads a volley of razor feathers straight at the street. The feathers scream through the air like arrows. More rain down, this time aimed right at Yon. She weaves out of the way, green light flaring around her like a shield. She winds up something bigger, magic spiraling around her in a tight vortex. The monster lunges, claws first. It tears through the street, scattering cars in its wake. It banks low, hugging the rooftops. Talons rake the pavement, gouging deep furrows. Up close, its eyes are blazing an angry red. This thing is furious. It circles for another pass, completely locked onto her. You're really just going to charge straight at me? Yon asks, not even bothering to hide the smirk. Thanks for making this easy, she says, and lets it fly right into her trap. Green energy rumbles and swallows the monster whole. She's the eye of the storm, arm outstretched, finishing what she started. The blast catches it mid-shriek, lights out. Yon walks off through the drifting feathers like she didn't just level a city block. What's left of the monster crumples in the wreckage. Down below, bystanders lose it. How did she take that thing down so fast? The bird monster drops out of the sky, done for good. Onlookers are already calling her a high-ranking hunter, and honestly fair. Gurieo just shrugs. Of course she made it look easy. She once wiped out a whole swarm of killer bees. Then he checks in, you okay, MS, Sianwu? I got a little scratched, but it's nothing, Yon says, waving it off. Except that little scratch is dripping blood down her fingers. Squish the slime nearly loses it. Blood, not exactly subtle. That is not a little scratch, Gurieo snaps, suddenly very much not calm. The wound's worse than she let on. They head straight for the hospital. Turns out that C-Rank landed a ranged feather attack on her when she wasn't looking. I let my guard down because it was only a C-Rank, Yon admits. That's exactly why I got hit. Pride's taken a bigger hit than her arm did. You should head home, you don't have to babysit me, she tells him. It's fine, don't worry about it, he insists right back. Gurieo can't shake the guilt. She got hurt while he was busy fussing over his green tea. Healers are in short supply, so it might be a while. He tells her he'll wait it out with her. Normal doctors are useless here anyway. Regular needles can't even break an awakener's skin. That's why they need healers, Gurieo grumbles, such a hassle. Are you hungry, he asks. Starving, actually. I'm hitting the convenience store, she says, hopping up. Want anything? Barley tea if you don't mind, he says, then reconsiders. Actually, maybe I should just come with you. Nope, stay put, she tells him. A healer could show up any minute. I won't be long, she promises, already halfway out the door. He settles back in, waiting. A soft glow drifts through the room, looks like the healer finally showed. Time passes at the hospital, quiet under the night sky. Thank you, Yon says, wound finally tended to. Gurieo makes it back with snacks in hand, right on cue. Later, wandering the lobby, something catches Gurieo's eye. Wait a second, is that Jeong Haesong? The crowd's already buzzing. That's Korea's #1 hunter walking around in the flesh. Gurieo watches, tea in hand, not quite believing it. Wait, hold on, he calls out just as Haesong's about to duck into an elevator. He tells Squish he's got to play it cool in front of a real S-ranker. Squish, unimpressed, just asks what he's even looking at. "Hello mister," he starts, all faux formality. Then drops it entirely. "Hey Haesong." Haesong smirks back, "What are you doing here, pick a fight and lose." Rewind half an hour, Haesong's holding a diagnosis he clearly didn't want. His anxiety and OCD symptoms, the doctor says, are severe. In my professional opinion, the doctor tells him, you need specialized treatment and soon. Haesong just walks it off, hating that the guy's probably right. Normal people don't obsess over gates all day, he's told, or push their bodies past every limit like he does. He keeps walking, saying nothing. "He doesn't know a thing about me," Haesong thinks bitterly. "I just wanted to prove him wrong." But every single doctor's been telling him the exact same thing. And that's when Guryeo's voice cuts through. "Hey Haesong." Haesong practically jumps out of his skin. Of all the places, of all the people, why is he here right now? "Why not just check yourself into the hospital?" Guryeo asks, genuinely puzzled. "Do that and all hell breaks loose," Haesong shoots back. "What do you mean?" Guryeo asks. "I took a few days off for hospital visits and people are already losing it. You have no idea what they're saying. They're calling me selfish, a has-been. The comment section basically writes itself. He's so selfish, his time is over, guess he doesn't need the money anymore, huh? People are saying things I've never heard in my entire life," Haesong mutters. Guryeo just listens, unreadable. So he finally says, Haesong blinks, thrown, "What? People say whatever they want because they're anonymous," Guryeo tells him flatly. "None of them would ever say it to your face." Haesong just sighs, staring out the window. "Stressing over it just makes it worse. Learn to tune it out," Guryeo says, "and what's so special about your power anyway? You're human, same as anyone else," he finishes, as they walk through the plaza together. "So stop carrying the world on your shoulders," Guryeo adds. Haesong's tone goes cold. "Is that really what you think?" Something's shifted in him. This isn't the same guy from a second ago. "You make me laugh. What's so special about this power, you ask?" Haesong says, voice dropping. "Wake up, to people without powers, we're basically walking bombs." The two of them keep walking, rain starting to fall. "So let's say we stopped pretending to protect them," Haesong says. "That'll be the moment we become the real monsters in their eyes." Guryeo, he says, dead serious now. Fire erupts in Guryeo's hand out of nowhere, a power nobody saw coming. "You're afraid of me too, aren't you?" Haesong asks quietly. Flames flicker inches from his face, and for once Guryeo doesn't have a joke ready. In the same breath, he's got a fistful of flame wrapped right around the guy's collar, daring him to flinch. "Aren't you?" he presses, flames crackling inches from skin. Fists clench in the shadows, neither one of them is backing down. Our hero doesn't even blink, glaring right back through the flames. The tension cracks like thunder. You can feel this is about to blow wide open. He grabs the burning hand and yanks it straight against his own chest, daring it to actually hurt him. Somewhere close by, someone's yelling, "What are you doing?" into the chaos. He just stares back, shocked, fire still licking around his own fingers, and refuses to let go. "Are you backing down?" comes the challenge, blood already on someone's knuckles. A long hard stare answers instead of words. "I thought you were trying to see if I'd be afraid of you," he shoots back, sweat on his brow but grinning. "Don't be so arrogant," comes the warning, quiet and sharp. Footsteps close the distance. "That power of yours isn't even anything to gloat about," he finishes, standing close enough to make it personal. Something flashes in the dark, a promise this isn't over yet. The dust hasn't even settled, and the insults are already flying again. Our hero can barely process what just happened, jaw tight, sweat rolling down his face. He stares off, still trying to wrap his head around it. The fire user can't believe it either. This idiot torched his own hand without a second thought, just to prove he wasn't scared. The two of them face off outside, tension thick enough to cut. Just who is this guy? The fire user thinks, completely thrown. Even the little slime tagging along looks rattled. Now what? Turns out the scary display was a bluff. He only did it to knock our hero down a peg, and now he's got nothing left to back it up. Our hero, for his part, is sweating bullets but holding his ground. "The world's doomed for sure," he mutters, "if an awakener like you he is the strongest fire element user." Our hero finishes deadpan. "What?" Haesong blinks, completely blindsided. You're worried you'll be treated like a monster with skills like that? Geez, talk about arrogant, our hero fires back. You're ranked number 1 but you still suck when it comes to using your skills, he adds, twisting the knife. Honestly, do you even know how to control them, because it sure looks like the only thing you can do is torch everything, he finishes, savage. Haesong just freezes, completely speechless. Then our hero shrugs it off entirely. I'm just talking out of my ass, to be honest. Cut to Haesong absolutely wrecking a monster with fire because say what you want, the guy can fight. No control, no technique, sure, it clearly doesn't slow him down one bit. Something's clearly still eating at him, watching our hero with narrowed eyes. You thought becoming an S-ranker was all that mattered, don't be so naive, Haesong snaps. As an awakener you should always be thinking about how to get stronger, he presses, and our hero actually flinches at that one. The two of them just stand there a beat. Haesong mutters, almost surprised at himself. Internally, Haesong's kicking himself. After a lecture like that, the guy should have folded at least a little. Our hero just stares back, unreadable. But why does he look so unfazed? Haesong wonders, sweating, while the little slime looks just as baffled. Turns out under all that bluster, Haesong's actually worried about him, because you have so much room for improvement, he stammers. I'm just saying you should think about your future. You love to play hero. You need to start improving if you want to keep doing that, he pushes on, badly covering his tracks. Sure, dungeons might be easy for you now, but who knows how it'll be later, he adds, still trying to sound tough. Our hero just watches him, silent, clearly onto the act. I'm just saying it's too early to overwork yourself, Haesong grits out, fist clenched around a bag. Sweat dripping down his face, he's practically losing it. Damn, this is driving me crazy. I've never had to grovel to anyone like this before, he admits, mortified at himself. Anyway, what I mean is, he says, finally holding out the bag in his hand. Health is wealth, your health should come first, he blurts out, sparkles and all, while Squish just watches the whole meltdown. Elsewhere someone calls out Ms. Sionwoo, catching sight of the group. What are you doing here? Yeon asks, walking up with a bag of her own. Did you see the healer already? Haesong asks, the three of them crossing paths outside the hospital. Yes, the wait wasn't as long as I expected, but I was wondering why it took you so long to get back from the convenience store, Yeon replies pointedly. You were here with Mr. Jeong, she asks, clocking exactly what's going on. Why are you always itching to tear into him every time you see him? She needles our hero. Haesong just blinks, me. Yeon rounds on our hero instead. Seriously, this is a hospital. There are elderly people here who could get affected by magic energy. I know, but, he mutters, silently fuming that she's chewing him out instead of the literal walking weapon standing right there. Nearby, Gurieo's handing something off, trying to make a clean exit. Let's all part ways here, that's what you want, right? And give me my bag, Haesong cuts in, eyeing him. Wait, someone calls out, stopping him in his tracks. Mr. Gim, before you go, Yeon starts and Gurieo freezes. I wanted to reimburse you for the healing potion you gave me, she explains. Gurieo glances over, sweating, clearly bracing for a catch. I know it's been a while, but could you give me your bank account so I can pay you back, she asks. He eyes Squish suspiciously, what's this about, what's she plotting? No need, Haesong cuts in flatly, while Yeon just turns away, unbothered. Gurieo tries once more to bail. But if you really want to show your gratitude, you could drop the lawsuit you filed against me for assault, he throws in, shameless. He starts walking off, bag in hand, not waiting for an answer. Sweat on his brow, he clearly just wants out of this whole conversation. The night stretches out ahead of him, quiet for once. Streetlights blur past as he makes his getaway. A car peels off down the road, engine roaring. He flags down a taxi without a second thought. Phew, he sighs, finally letting his guard down. I'm alive, he practically collapses into the back seat. It wasn't easy, but I survived. He cheers, Squish popping up beside him for a triumphant ta-da. Well, after this encounter, at least one thing's clear, he mutters, fist clenched. Haesong falls for his bluffs way too easy, he thinks, smug about the whole thing. From now on, whenever I meet him, I'm sticking to the tough guy act, he decides, laughing to himself over a box of green tea. But the smile fades fast, he'll attack me again if I show Any kind of weakness, he finishes, flashing back to a very different, much scarier encounter with our hero. And it's not like I'll always be lucky enough to dodge his attacks. It was all just pure luck, he admits to himself. This is what I've got to do to survive, he tells himself, dead serious. The taxi rolls up toward a building glowing in the night. Meanwhile, our hero's out walking alone under a quiet sky. The moon hangs low over the city. Sigh, he breathes out, lost in thought. He walks on, papers in hand, in no hurry to get anywhere. Something's clearly turning over in his head. Coat drifting behind him, he just keeps walking. Haesung's words are still rattling around in his skull. You thought becoming an S-ranker was all that mattered, don't be so naive. As an awakener, you should always be thinking about how to get stronger, he repeats to himself. He lifts a hand, watching it glow faintly against the dark. It's never crossed my mind until now, he admits, still walking. Ever since I became an S-ranker. My focus has been on suppressing this power after all, he realizes. But now I've been told I'm not even using it properly, that I'm arrogant for thinking I'll be treated like a monster, he finishes, testing the word out with a flick of his hand. He's actually right, he admits, huffing out a laugh at his own expense. I'm so pathetic, he mutters. His phone starts ringing, snapping him out of it. The caller ID just says chairman. It's been ringing a lot ever since I started seeing a doctor, he thinks, staring at the screen. All those calls just to ask if I was sick or had time to clear a dungeon like I'm obligated to it, he thinks, done with the chairman's guilt trips. His thumb hovers over the screen. Maybe now's the time to just quit, he decides, smirking as he taps decline. From now on, I'm taking the advice of people who actually have my best interest at heart, he tells himself. He pulls a folded paper out of his jacket, decision made. He glances down at it one more time, then tucks it away and keeps walking. The city glitters overhead as he heads off into the night. Guess I'll have to stay off the internet for a while, he mutters, and honestly, considering everything, that tracks. No timeline for his return. The whole country's staring at that photo, wondering what happened to their golden boy. The group chats light up instantly. Is the nation's favorite hunter secretly hurt? Rumors start flying before anyone has real answers. One anonymous poster swears they spotted him outside a hospital, deep in a tense conversation across the street. The message gets typed out in the dark, thumbs hovering, ready to send a rumor that's about to blow up. A forum regular chimes in too. He heard actual shouting near that hospital right before the photos started circulating. Turns out somebody was mouthing off at Jeong Haesung himself, and it apparently got heated fast. In a dim alleyway, some stranger gets right up in his face, finger jabbing, looking every bit like trouble. Witnesses say the guy looked like an outright gangster, raging and shoving a finger toward Korea's #1 hunter. Doubt piles up fast online who'd actually pick a fight with an S-ranker, try harder next time. But the photo evidence starts to surface, and the whole thread goes quiet with anticipation. Someone demands proof, and the original poster scrambles to upload it. There it is, a nasty burn scarring his hand, like it came straight out of a real fight. The comments explode, disbelief turning to shock as more anons pile on. What kind of psycho picks a fight with a top ranker, and who even is this guy? The internet demands answers. Someone freezes, completely floored, scrolling through the thread. Face to face, tense and wordless, this frozen moment becomes the internet's new obsession. Then the bombshell, this matches a buried article from the day Jeong Haesung barely survived clearing an X-class gate. That's terrifying, one comment reads. What kind of guy just walks up and fights an S-ranker? The internet has no idea who they're really talking about. Across town, in a modest little rooftop apartment, the guy in question is just getting his day started. Just who the hell is he? The whole internet keeps screaming into the void. Cut to him, blissfully unaware he's the topic of national panic. Meet our guy, a scrawny blonde stretching out a lazy morning yawn, looking about as dangerous as a house cat. The curtains sweep open on his place and he steps into frame like he owns the world. For an F-ranker, he sure looks comfortable. On Earth, they say the 3 basic necessities of life are food, clothing, and shelter, he muses, cradling a glowing hexagonal core in his palm. Turns out he's added a 4th. As of today, he announces, dead serious, I've officially got the best shelter there is. And it's all thanks to this, the infinite energy core snatched fair and square, now glowing in his grip like a trophy. It's basically a high-capacity battery, he explains, like that's a totally normal thing to be holding. He turns the glowing box over in his hands, clearly proud of his new toy. From regulating a greenhouse's temperature to maintaining a barrier, the possibilities, he says, are basically endless. Down goes the core onto his table, humming with power. It can be used in countless ways, he grins, already scheming. By channeling the core, he's thrown up a brand new magical barrier around his entire house. Fortress mode activated. As long as I have this thing, I never need to refill my mana again. Even an F-ranker like me can run a barrier this strong. He knocks on his own barrier to test it. Detect intruders, fire back magical counterattacks, block physical hits, this thing does it all. That should do the job, he mutters, stepping back to his desk, satisfied with his handiwork. Now all that's left is, he trails off, settling in for round 2. To focus on my research from the comfort of my own cozy home, tapping away at diagrams, he's finally got the perfect setup. Then it hits him, he's been overlooking something pretty crucial this whole time. Truth is, he's in serious danger right now, and no barrier changes that. All because a certain S-ranker is out there right now, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to kill him. I need a plan to get away from that monster, and fast, he thinks, flipping through his notes. Once this whole mess is over, I am officially going on permanent vacation, he vows, only half joking. His little slime buddy just sighs, cut a guy a break, easier said than done, pal. A few days later, night falls quiet over the city. His building sits peacefully under the stars, nothing unusual to see yet. Inside, he's back at his workbench, grinding away at something, screech after screech. Phew, a little research, a little peace and quiet, for once things seem fine. Then his head tilts up, alert, that screeching sound again, and it's not coming from his own desk. Something's grinding against glass, and it's setting his nerves on edge. Ugh, so irritating, he groans, springing up mid-focus. He was sitting cross-legged, deep in concentration, right up until that noise ruined it. Just when I was getting into the zone, of course something has to interrupt him now. He shoots an annoyed glance over his shoulder toward the window. The view outside is a blur, but that screeching just will not stop. He raises a glowing hand toward the window, magic crackling to life, ready to find out what's out there. Lightning arcs around him as he locks in, dead serious now. And there it is, a hooded figure lurking close by, claws wrapped in purple energy. He's not alone tonight. Cut to a few days earlier, deep inside the Rakshasa vassal's main sanctuary. Their compound sprawls out under moonlight, all polished tile in quiet menace. Beneath a mural of a coiling dragon, a lone robed figure stands in silent judgment. Apostle Yewi, someone calls out and the temple goes still. She turns, unhurried, a knowing smirk already creeping across her face. Yes, a subordinate bows low, careful not to meet her eyes too long. I looked into what happened to the great teacher, just like you asked. And what did you find out? Yewi asks, stepping closer, in no mood for stalling. Teacher is dead, the subordinate reports. S-ranker gang Changho ambushed him. Most of our people there were badly hurt or handed straight over to the police. The damage report keeps getting worse. That's strange, Yewi muses. The great teacher was an expert at flying under the radar. Something doesn't add up. So, the subordinate flinches, bracing for the next question. A hand rises, tablet gripped tight, ready to lay out the whole ugly picture. He sent a hunter to steal the core and an S-ranker just happened to show up and intervene. Yewi doesn't buy coincidences. Yes, that's right, the subordinate stammers, clearly rattled. She stares down at the tablet, nerves written all over her face. Gim Gurieo, Yewi reads off the hunter's file, filing the name away for later. Elsewhere, the memory replays, a desperate hunter reaching, grabbing for something he shouldn't. And then he snatched the very item we were after, the report continues. That item, glowing softly in a stranger's grip, the very same energy core now sitting safely in an F-ranker's apartment across town. On the ground nearby, a bloodied, lifeless hand. The great teacher's failed heist cost him everything. Just who is this guy, really? Yewi wonders aloud, turning away, already 3 steps ahead. Tusk, this is exactly why, she starts, patience visibly running thin. I told you to report to me before trying to bring in any high-ranking awakeners, she snaps. The subordinate flinches hard. My apologies, Yewi just smirks, she's not really mad, not about this. Will the great teacher's failure to grab the core become a problem for our plans? A pause, of course not. Everything is proceeding exactly as it should, Yewi says quietly. This was never really about the core at all. She smirks wider, eyes gleaming with something far darker than simple ambition. Behind her, the dragon mural looms, ancient and watching, as her real plan starts to surface. The missing persons case in Yunpyong district, clearing that ice gate downtown, all of it, she lets the sentence hang. Every single act of terror so far, she continues, robed followers falling into step behind her. It was all part of my experiment. I needed to confirm the true nature of the gates, just an experiment to her anyway. And thanks to that, I've learned something very useful. Dungeons can be artificially tampered with to a certain extent. An exit always appears once the boss is killed. The groundwork here is finished. Her ceremonial robe hangs discarded on a hook, the calm before whatever comes next. All that's left now is to prepare. How this all ends has already been decided. She pulls a new robe on, rustling into place, business as usual for someone about to change everything. The real plan finally gets a name, the extermination of all S-rankers. Something monstrous convulses in red light, twisted and screaming, right at the heart of her scheme. The creature thrashes, drenched in blood-red energy, barely holding a human shape anymore. And there's Yewi, calm as ever, smiling like she's already won. From here on out, we're going to unleash terror on an even greater scale, she promises her followers. And to pull that off, we'll need to manipulate a lot more people. Step 1, expand the flock. She tilts her head, all charm, the perfect mask for someone plotting mass murder. Welcome, a car pulls up to the sanctuary gates and the cult rolls out the red carpet. We appreciate you coming all this way, a robed greeter says, bowing low to their newest guest. Turns out there are only 2 real ways to make people do exactly what you want. Ahem, and where might the divine leader be? Asks a sharp-suited man stepping out of his car, clearly no ordinary follower. His polished shoes hit the pavement with the confidence of someone used to being important. First, Yewi explains, is the sheer amount of donations our followers hand over. Allow me to take you to him, Senator Gim, she says with a smile, leading her newest, most powerful recruit inside. And second, she finishes, is political influence. With a senator in her pocket, the cult's reach just went national. We open in the drawing room of the Nakshal temple where a nervous politician sips his tea like it might save him. This is Assemblyman Kim, and trust me, his story is a mess. As the scene rewinds, that's the name our narrator drops first. Assemblyman Kim, a man about to get the full flashback treatment. To understand how he ended up here, we've got to rewind the clock a full 7 years. 7 years back, the story jumps continents to Hamburg, Germany of all places. The world had just been rocked by the global dungeon shock, and it was about to flip Kim's entire life upside down. While monsters clawed their way out of gates everywhere, so-called awakened fighters were rising to meet them, and Kim did not look thrilled about it. Damn it, he snarls. He'd brushed off the whole dungeon panic as overblown nonsense. Turns out that was a mistake. In his head, running was just smart parenting. Spoiler, that is not how anyone else read it. Gates had torn open across the globe, unleashing exactly the kind of nightmare you'd expect. Soldiers threw everything they had at these things and found out fast that bullets barely scratch a monster. So Kim did what any brave public servant would do. He grabbed his family and bolted for Germany, still monster-free at the time. Back home, the tide actually turned. Newly awakened hunters clawed the country back from the brink while Kim got dragged online for running. And once that story broke, it spread like wildfire, the assemblyman who skipped town while his country burned. He rushed home to do damage control, plastering his face on comeback posters, but the public had already made up its mind. Trust doesn't rebuild itself, and Kim's hands were shaking just reading the comments. His entire career was circling the drain, and right at rock bottom, his phone rang. He stared at the screen like it might bite him. An old high school classmate he hadn't thought about in decades, Tak Guangzhou. Turns out that classmate had gone on to become the head of a brand new religious outfit called the Nakshal Temple. Over a cup of tea, an offer got poured out right along with it. And just like that, a disgraced politician found himself tangled up with a cult. A bright-eyed young acolyte shows him in, promising father will be right along, because apparently even cult leaders keep office hours. The pitch itself turns out to be refreshingly straightforward. While the country was still reeling from monster attacks and a wave of S-rank hunters getting assassinated, the temple's real plan was uglier than advertised: quietly assassinate rival politicians and let Kim slide right into the power vacuum they'd carved out for him. See, the old political guard was already cozy with the mainstream religions, so a scrappy new cult needed its own man on the inside. This newly formed cult had found its political puppet and its own quiet operator making the rounds. With no other path to real influence, the scheme had been humming along without a hitch. Except, and there's always an except. One name kept nagging at the back of this operator's mind: Kim Gurieo. A hunter with zero digital footprint, not one article, not one record. In this day and age, that's not normal, that's suspicious. Her gut told her he was onto their little conspiracy, and she decided it was time to do something about it. Cut to a phone call already in progress. Somebody's about to cash in a favor. You were bragging about having a very capable awakened on your side, right? She purrs into the phone, already smelling an opportunity. On the other end, a familiar blonde face goes very still. How much would it cost? Comes the reply, and yeah, that's exactly the kind of question you don't want asked about you. Cut to our actual hero, mid-complaint, standing outside his own place with police tapes still up. The cops swear they checked everywhere and found nothing, and he insists that's flat out impossible. Some awakened has been trying to break into my house for days, he insists. Because who breaks into a stranger's house for days without a plan? The officers, unmoved, basically shrug. Sir, we're busy people too. Translation: good luck, you're on your own. They toss him the classic brush off: more patrols and call us if something real happens. He tries to stop them at the door, but the cops are already halfway gone. Left alone, all he's got left is one very tired sigh. Rotten, he mutters, and honestly, that's a fair review of the whole situation. His slime buddy pops up right on cue, and he vents to the one creature that actually believes him. They're treating him like a pathological liar. A stray comment suddenly clicks into place. Was this exactly what a fellow hunter had been warning him about? Something about all this isn't sitting right with him. And then there it is again. Whatever's been probing his defenses is back for another try. The second the police cars pull away, the real threat makes its move. He reads the mana signature like a pro, not quite S rank but solidly A rank. An A ranker doesn't waste time casing some random guy's apartment for fun. Whatever they're after, it's not friendly. Kidnapping maybe. Or flat-out assassination. And he's already got a pretty good guess who's pulling the strings behind the whole thing. His mind flashes back to a genuinely unhinged guy he crossed paths with at the park. Wasn't his name Park Junti? The Nakshal Temple keeps circling back into the picture too. He rules out the obvious suspects fast. If Kang Changho or Jiang Haesong actually wanted him dead, they wouldn't need to sneak around. And since he's dealing with an A ranker, he can't exactly loop in Xianwu Yon for backup either. Dragging a Hunter Association employee into his mess would just create a whole new headache. He's running out of easy options fast. So he starts prepping something a little less by the book. A spell takes shape, quiet and precise, exactly his style. One last exhale before he makes the call he's clearly been avoiding. Forget it, what a pain, he grumbles, the universal sound of someone about to ask for a favor they really don't want to ask for. Even his own slime chimes in with some deeply unhelpful existential commentary. But dignity is dignity. A grand magus does not go down to some random break-in artist. Fine, he decides, gathering his resolve. I'll just make sure he's the one who doesn't walk away from this. Cut to somewhere considerably fancier. A gleaming, marble-floored hall a world away from break-ins and police tape. A striking, violet-haired stranger stands here instead, deep in his own conversation. His phone buzzes against his ear, and something about the timing makes him go quiet. He glances down at the screen like he already knows this call is trouble. "What's this?" he answers, arching an eyebrow at whoever's calling. A beat of confused silence passes before someone finally asks what's actually going on. On the other end, our wizard, cutting straight to it, is that old proposal of his still on the table. The one about dying in 10 years, the stranger echoes back, and okay, now that is a callback with teeth. "I've changed my mind," the wizard admits. Whatever he'd turned down before, he's ready to take it now. A long loaded pause fills the line. The stranger just laughs it off. "I'll die for you when I'm 34, so for now, get over here." His grin drops as he adds the part that actually matters. "Because right now I'm about to be assassinated," and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. We open mid-chase, someone's bolting across the rooftops screaming for his life, while a voice cuts through the dark asking why he even bothers running. He ducks behind a dumpster like that's going to save him, and gets told flat out there's no escaping this, he's just dragging it out for both of them. Then the mask drops, soaked, glowing faint green and grinning ear to ear. That is not the reaction of someone who's actually scared. One flash of green energy is all it takes, and whoever thought hunting this guy down was a good idea is about to regret it instantly. Red slashes tear through the dark and the attacker goes down screaming. Turns out chasing this particular F-ranker was a fatal miscalculation. Watching the wreckage, he can't help but marvel, almost clinically, at just how thoroughly a human body can be crumpled. Someone else steps into the wreckage and says his name outright, Kim Gurieo, then needles him for it. Quite the feat, getting an assassin sent after you when you're supposedly just an F-ranker. Gurieo plays it up with wide-eyed admiration, gushing about how an S-rank hunter really is built different, dropping an awakened in a single hit. "Glad you noticed," the hunter smirks back, then changes the subject entirely. "He's hungry, so how about they go grab a bite?" He hesitates, half a word caught in his throat, like there's a lot more he wants to say and isn't sure he should. But Gurieo isn't letting him off that easy. They've still got a conversation to finish, and he's not going anywhere. Gurieo just smiles, the kind of smile that says he's already 3 steps ahead of whatever's about to happen. The mess from the assassin gets swallowed up by the shadows behind them. Nobody's sticking around to explain that one. Cut to a quieter scene. The two of them actually sit down to eat together. Dishes clinking like this is just a normal dinner and not a conversation with a body count attached. Gurieo clocks his dinner date picking at his food and asks what's wrong. Nothing, says appetizing, like watching someone get flattened an hour ago. "No appetite?" Gurieo needles and gets a stiff no. It's just, in response, not exactly convincing. His slime chimes in with the obvious, like anyone's keeping food down after a night like this, while Changho braces for whatever speech is coming. "Shall we get down to business?" Gurieo finally says, landing the real reason for dinner. It's time to talk about their promise. A scroll unfurls on the table, humming with blue light, and Changho goes rigid at the sight of it. "What is this?" he asks, eyes locked on the glowing thing now sitting between them. "It's called the Knight's Vow," Gurieo explains, "the highest grade of binding contract there is. Break a promise sealed inside it," he adds, "and it comes with an immediate death penalty. No appeals, no do-overs." Changho's eye goes wide with a single word, "What?" because this dinner just got a lot more serious. The fine print starts rolling out. Clause 2: if Kim Gurieo enters a gate of his own free will, he has to report it to Kang Changho first. Gurieo sips his tea, unbothered, while Clause 2:1 adds that leaving the country on his own also requires a heads up to Changho. Changho, for his part, is now on the hook to escort Gurieo to any dungeon he reports unless Gurieo personally waives it. Changho squints. Fine, he'll grant Clause 1, but what's the deal with everything else piled on top of it? "Those clauses are there to protect you," Gurieo says, with a grin that doesn't exactly scream selfless concern. "It would be a disaster," Gurieo adds, "if you died somewhere without me even knowing about it, wouldn't it? And a friendly warning, while we're at it, be very careful how you interpret the phrase of his own volition. For instance," Gurieo says, "if you hired someone to kidnap you and drag you overseas." Changho's already sweating at where this is going. Still counts as breach of contract, Gurieo finishes, even if you were unconscious the whole time. Bottom line, don't try anything cute unless you're fine with dying. Changho grumbles to himself that checking in every time he travels isn't such a huge ask. Gurieo just tells him not to worry about it so much. He hasn't spelled out every possible scenario, Gurieo admits between sips, cheerfully unbothered by how much power that leaves him holding. But he'll do his absolute best to guarantee Changho's safety after all. If the guy's handing over his life as collateral, the least Gurieo can do is protect those 10 years. Cut to the two of them eating like old friends, and honestly, the whole thing plays out like the cat fussing over the mouse's well-being. In short, Gurieo says this whole contract only holds together because Changho's own conscience does the enforcing, not exactly ironclad. So what happens, Gurieo asks, if I die before I turn 34? Changho blinks what? As Gurieo lays out the edge cases, starting with a terminal illness catching him before then. Or a dungeon break too big for even Changho to handle, one that puts Gurieo directly in the crossfire. And here's the kicker, Gurieo quietly clocks for himself nothing in this vow actually stops Changho from just killing him outright before the deadline. Oops. Gurieo just smirks at his own oversight, way too amused for someone who technically found a hole in his own death clause. Changho's jaw tightens, a low chuckle escaping, like he's about to make exactly that point. We open post-crisis. Some guy hops out of a car late at night and tosses back a quick thanks for the ride, no idea his driver is about to read him the riot act. That driver is Yoon-seung, dead serious, warning his passenger to behave yourself from now on. Somebody clearly just did something reckless. The passenger just grins, green eyes glinting. Don't give me any reason to have bad intentions. That is not a comforting thing to hear from this guy. The night practically cracks open with power as he strolls off. Yeah, that was not an idle threat. Somebody bolts fast enough to leave streaks in the air. Whatever just happened here, everyone wants to be somewhere else. Yoon-seung walks it off down the street, his little green slime buddy riding shotgun on his shoulder like nothing happened. Still, it seems the crisis has passed thanks to him, Yoon-seung admits grudgingly. The slime is a lot less impressed. Good grief, what an unmannerly earthling. By now, Yoon-seung figures, whoever sent that assassin after him must have heard the news. He wonders, half hoping, if they will just leave him alone for a while. Over at the Hunter Association, the reaction is pure panic. What failed? You're telling me, he sputters, that a renowned underworld hitman lost to a mere F-rank? Yeah, nobody in that room is buying that story at face value. So what actually happened? Turns out it was not the F-rank who handled the assassin at all. He called Changho to the scene, someone reveals, and just saying that name changes the whole mood of the room. Changho, yeah, that name gets a reaction every single time. Unbelievable, one hunter mutters. Changho is basically an outsider legend in this world. He does not show up for just anybody. So somebody personally handled an assassin because a nobody F-rank made a phone call. The name on everyone's lips, Kim Gurieo. Who on earth are you? That question is about to get a very complicated answer. Because behind that ordinary F-rank face is something far bigger, wrapped in power nobody around him has any business seeing. Cut to the guy himself, and honestly, someone is demanding to know how he has got 0 assets to his name. There he is, Kim Gurieo, sprawled on the floor surrounded by empty cans, scheming. If he just swaps out a set of lungs, he figures he could pull off a body swap spell even trapped in this scrawny F-rank body. Can he actually claw his power back within 10 years at this rate? Even he is not sure. But even for a genius like him, yanking lungs out of someone in this day and age comes with real risk. 6 billion, cheap. Honestly, some parts cannot even be bought with money. Still, tiny Chibai Gurieo has no clue how he is supposed to save up that kind of cash. In the end, he wonders, is there really only one way to make it happen? Time to reread the fine print, the actual contract between him and Changho. Changho warned him to watch the of his own volition clause. Kim Gurieo has to report in first if he ever enters a gate on his own. But Gurieo's genius brain latches onto one word, entering. The only gates you can technically enter on this planet are blue gates. So he will target red gates instead, the ones where monsters spill out all on their own. Loophole found. A monster claws its way loose from one of those very gates, snarling and ready to wreck someone's whole day. Monsters from a red gate belong to whoever catches them, and Gurieo, cackling to himself with his slime in tow, is absolutely a genius. His words, not ours. Cut to Yoonseung checking his phone in the park, blissfully unaware he is a pawn in someone else's money scheme. The one actually running point on today's clearing, Yoonseung. You're here first again, punctuality, apparently his one real superpower. His teammate, let's just call him Baldy, shows up sparkling with gratitude for the invite. Turns out he had literally nothing else going on today. Baldy insists he is here to watch and learn, promising to point out every flaw. Meanwhile, Gurieo's slime, perched on Yoonseung's shoulder, mutters evade under its breath, and Yoonseung just goes, right? The slime is not totally lying, mind you. It does have some genuinely superior magi-technological knowledge. It just is not telling anyone where that knowledge really comes from. At the gazebo, Baldy points out they were supposed to be handling a red gate today. Did you mean a blue gate? By mistake, you can't exactly predict when or where a red gate shows up. Yoonseung just shrugs. No, it's a red gate. Really? Can someone like you, sir, actually? Baldy starts, clearly impressed his boss is pulling this off. Then the ground shifts. Who? Hunter Changho? Yep, the Changho just casually showing up. Arms crossed, unbothered as ever. What are you doing? Move faster. No hello, no explanation. Classic. Yoonseung's brain is racing. A red gate is not something you technically enter. Changho tells himself he had zero contractual obligation to report anything. Still, he had promised to flag anything dangerous, so he passed along the red gate schedule just in case. He did not actually expect the guy to show up in person, Changho admits with a grin. The slime looks equally floored. You came, mister? Changho, Yoonseung manages while Baldy just about short-circuits behind him. Do you too? Someone nearby blurts, completely blindsided that these two even know each other. Baldy's whole face just goes no. Each other, mood also blindsided. Oh right, Yoonseung was literally the guy Changho warned about how dangerous he is. So then it all makes sense. Let's talk details later, Yoonseung, Changho says, already all business. What's the gate is already about to open? It's already open, Changho confirms, raking a hand through his hair like this is a mild inconvenience. Behind you, someone warns, and that is never a fun thing to hear mid-conversation. The red gate tears open right there in the park, pink light and all, and nobody is ready for what is about to pour out. Lightning crackles and both Baldy and Yoonseung freeze. Showtime whether they like it or not. Elsewhere, someone with unsettling red eyes purrs perfect timing and gets a low, satisfied, indeed right back. Turns out infiltrating the Hunter Association with a literal fly this morning was worth the effort. Something blue and ominous flares to life in the dark. Whoever is behind this is just getting started. Being right was only 58%, someone muses, right before claws start flying. Looks like I won the coin toss this time, as a whole pack of fox-like monsters comes pouring straight through the gate. Yoonseung squares up against the wave of monsters, no time left to think. At least the stolen intel is earning its keep, someone smirks nearby, while Baldy and Yoonseung brace for impact. Besides, Baldy throws down, blue energy crackling off a solid hit on one of the monsters. The monster roars back, claws and light slashing everywhere. Baldy keeps swinging, energy rippling off every punch. Up close, the monster is practically dripping with valuable crystal shards, and the slime is already doing the math. Think about how much all that is worth in cash. A monster's eyes flare purple, locking onto its next target with a beam of pure bad news. It lunges, light trailing behind it, Yoonseung a tiny speck below the chaos. The monster suddenly changes targets mid-leap, and now it is coming straight for Changho. It roars down on Baldy next, teeth bared, no signs of slowing. Damn it, Yoonseung grits out. Even a C-rank monster is genuinely dangerous for a bottom-tier awakened like him, and he knows it. His face says it all, eyes wide, sweat dripping completely out of his depth. The monster's jaws snap wide, closing in for the kill. Then a fist clenches, and a blade of pure energy answers back. Chang-ho steps in and cuts the monster down, clean, blue-green energy trailing off the strike like it was nothing. Yoon-seung's face is a mess of shock and static aftereffects. That was way too close. You're not doing anything even though the enemy is flying right in front of you, Chang-ho mutters, dark residue dripping off his hand. Are you testing my reactions? He asks, back turned, framed in an eerie red glow, charming as ever. Then something catches his attention, a trace, a signature, and he murmurs almost to himself, H.M. Kim Gurieo. Somewhere close by, a stranger's face sharpens at the sound of that same name. Whatever is coming next, it is bigger than one red gate. Two hunters head out on a job, cool, purple-haired gang Chang-ho strolling next to a much twitchier blonde guy. You can already tell who's calling the shots here. Chang-ho calls his name and Gurieo barely reacts. Dude's already running on fumes. Gurieo admits it flat out, his reflexes are garbage and his kinetic vision can't keep up. Rough thing to say out loud in this line of work. His little slime companion pops up looking just as unconvinced by the pity party. Before anyone finishes that thought, a snarling monster crashes the conversation. Timing's impeccable. Gurieo's eyes flare green. Whatever he lacks in reflexes, he's about to make up for in raw output. One clean burst of energy, and the monster's already regretting its life choices. Chang-ho's eyes narrow. This isn't even a warm-up for him. A whole pack of fox monsters swarms him at once. He doesn't even blink. Fangs, claws, pure murder intent, the works. Chang-ho looks almost bored. He draws his blade midair, casual as tying a shoelace. One slash and a monster's out of the fight before it even lands. The others skid back, suddenly a lot less eager to jump in. The street's a war zone for about 5 seconds, and then it just isn't anymore. Gurieo just stares. Even knowing how strong the guy is, watching it live still short-circuits him a little. By the time the dust settles, nothing's left standing but wreckage and one very unbothered S-ranker. Chang-ho doesn't even look back at the bodies, just another Tuesday. Gurieo mutters to himself, wondering since when Chang-ho got this thorough about cleanup. Then it clicks for him and his whole face goes oh no. Gurieo decides Chang-ho's just being neighborly. Sure, let's go with that, buddy. He snaps out of it and calls Chang-ho by his full name, all business again. Gurieo asks, almost sheepishly, if he can grab the monster carcasses Chang-ho just left lying around. Chang-ho shrugs him off with a do whatever you want, and the slime is already celebrating the free loot. More monsters show up looking for round 2, they picked the wrong street. Another one down before it even gets a hit in. Gurieo gets his own moment, throwing everything he's got into the fight this time. Someone yells a warning as the monster goes down screaming. Another one's barreling straight for Gurieo, and for a second it looks like trouble. Fangs out full speed right at him. Chang-ho just reaches out and catches the thing barehanded like he's swatting a fly. The monster's thrashing and he's not even gripping it that hard. It goes limp mid-roar, fight over before it started. A watching hunter can't wrap his head around it. This is the same guy who blew off the Hunter Association and the government without a second thought. And yet here he is playing errand boy for Gurieo without complaint. Something doesn't add up. The rumors start flying immediately. Everyone's got a theory. One theory going around, some hot-headed S-ranker must have kept picking fights with Chang-ho. And Chang-ho, fed up, supposedly put him in his place for good. Word spreads that Chang-ho apparently broke an S-ranker the entire association couldn't handle. The legend's already writing itself. One starstruck fan can barely contain himself, gushing that the guy just keeps exceeding every expectation. Gurieo admits he's always dreamed of teaming up with Chang-ho properly, but with a gap this wide between them, it stings a little. So he makes a promise to himself right there on the street, work harder, close the gap, whatever it takes. Day 5 of the Red Gate raid, the grind isn't slowing down for anybody. Somewhere else in the raid zone, a fresh monster shows its teeth. A gauntlet-clad fist gets ready to answer it. This is Yoon-seung mid-raid, and he's not messing around. The first hit alone staggers the thing. He follows up without giving it a second to recover. Ice trails the air with every swing he throws. He puts everything into the finisher and lets it fly. The whole street lights up blue. And just like that, the monster's done. Another clean raid in the books. Watching from a distance, Gurieo can't help but admit it, Yoonseung's actually getting good. Chang-ho, tablet in hand, points out this is already his 5th raid, the kid's putting in the reps. Yoonseung's own head is somewhere else entirely. He's made it to B-rank gates, sure, but the payout still isn't much to write home about. He crouches over the loot, doing math in his head. The real money, he figures, only kicks in once you hit A-rank gates. Suddenly too, 6 billion won doesn't sound so impossible. He keeps scooping up gems while the fantasy plays out in his head. Then the doubt creeps back in, is he getting ahead of himself here? The monster's corpse doesn't exactly answer that for him. But hey, a guy's allowed to dream a little. The raid wraps up, one more monster added to the pile. Yoonseung turns and actually thanks his little slime sidekick for the assist. He admits he never expected Kang Chang-ho to be this useful to have around. I've got such a reliable bodyguard with me right now, he thinks smugly. Except plot twist, he's talking about the slime. Its reaction speed genuinely blows him away every time. Should have recruited him sooner, Yoonseung thinks. You really can't judge a slime by its cover. Then he freezes mid-thought, gasping at something on his own hand. The gate escort comes jogging up, reporting the area's fully cleared. Yoonseung just stares down at the blood still smeared across his hand. Mr. Manners immediately assumes he's in trouble and starts apologizing on the spot. Not what this was about, but okay. He won't stop spiraling, so Yoonseung just moves things along. Good work today, on to the next gate. That's when Chang-ho cuts in, calling out Gurieo directly and telling him to give it a rest already. He grabs Gurieo by the collar and asks, half joking, if this is really about not getting paid enough. Gurieo's genuinely thrown and Chang-ho keeps going. It looks bad when someone who usually keeps to himself suddenly starts running around like this. Prying into high-level red gates every single day, no less. Even the escorts sweating just watching this go down. Chang-ho lays it out plain, take a break from raiding for a few days. There's no upside to burning out either of them. He starts walking off without waiting for an argument. Under his breath though, he admits the real problem. Red gates are a loophole in the vow between them, and loopholes have a way of getting exploited. Gurieo doesn't have much of a comeback for that one. Even his own slime chimes in, cheekily noting that overworking is the fastest way to turn anybody sour. Mr. Manners mutters that he knows his livelihood depends on Chang-ho's mood, but even he thinks this is a bit much. Gurieo finally caves, apologizing and agreeing to actually take a break for once. Chang-ho's face says he's already decided this isn't a one-time conversation. Gurieo, meanwhile, is already quietly plotting a workaround. Chang-ho walks off, done with the conversation for now. A few days pass. The scene shifts to the towering headquarters of Neo Sisters. Somebody's been waiting so long they've started watching the clock. The staff can't stop whispering about the guy who's been camped in the lobby for hours. Word is he's just some F-rank and supposedly he's here because Hunter and Yoonseung asked for him. Sure, buddy. Meanwhile, Yoonseung's got his own phone out, none the wiser about who's downstairs waiting on him. The gossip escalates, apparently the guy's claiming to be close with Yoonseung personally. An F-rank tight with an A-ranker, the staff can barely keep a straight face, especially after he asked them to call the general manager. As if someone like him could just walk in and meet the GM, so they parked him in a corner and moved on. They're bet how long before he just gives up and walks out. But the guy in the corner isn't going anywhere. Scarred up, dead last rank and dead serious about waiting this out. Something tells you the lobby's about to eat those words. We open on Gurieo already parked on a lobby bench looking like he has been there since the dinosaurs. Spoiler, he basically has. He is hungry, he is annoyed, and his slime buddy riding shotgun is not helping his mood one bit. 6 hours, he checks the clock again like it is somehow going to lie to him this time. The mystery general manager everyone is waiting on is apparently swamped, but Gurieo just wants this errand over and done with. Meanwhile, somewhere upstairs, the man himself has no idea what kind of storm is brewing in his own lobby. Turns out the actual owner of this delivery is off at his grandmother's 70th birthday party and cannot make the drop-off himself. So Gurieo volunteers to run the errand instead, with zero idea this tiny favor is about to eat his entire afternoon. The reason everyone is panicking, a late fee on this rented item box, 1.3 million won. Wait per day, not for the whole rental. Yep, per day, even the slime looks personally offended by that number. The hunter on the other end of the call tries to just bail entirely. Not so fast, Gurieo cuts in and offers to deliver the box himself and save everyone the cash. He waves off the thanks. Watching money bleed away like that offends him way more than running the errand does. So off he goes. Standing outside the guild tower, he talks himself into finishing what he started. The name on the delivery slip is General Manager Lee Chungryong. Just hand it over, how hard can that be? Except the front desk has zero clue who he is and even less urgency about finding out. First they stall him, then they flat out tell him the general manager is a no-show today. Gurieo's patience visibly starts to crack. Not even 60 seconds to spare, apparently, for a guy who has been sitting there since 11 in the morning. Someone else tries shoving past the counter to force the issue, which does exactly nothing for Gurieo's case. The staff threaten to call security on anyone who so much as raises their voice. Gurieo and his slime just stare at each other like, are you kidding me right now? 6 hours of waiting and this is what he has got to show for it, absolutely nothing. He seriously considers just dumping the box at the counter and walking straight out. Someone upstairs is about to get an earful because the real general manager finally notices the racket. He storms down personally to find out exactly who is shouting in his lobby. The staff scramble the instant they spot him. He wants answers and he wants them now. This is echoing through the whole building. He snaps, you should not be shouting like this. Gurieo straightens up, so this is the man he has been waiting on all day. One of the staff pulls up a photo to double check, yep, dead ringer. And then someone says the quiet part out loud, this guy is just an F rank. Technically on paper they are not wrong. Gurieo introduces himself politely anyway, box still in hand. He is just here to return this for Yoonseung, that is the whole job. Chungryong is instantly suspicious. Since when does Yoonseung send strangers to run his errands? Gurieo explains Yoonseung is stuck out of town and this had to be back today. Chungryong's face suddenly changes. Wait a second, is this the same guy who saved Yoonseung during that golem mess? Gurieo just shrugs, yeah, that was him. Cue an instant personality transplant. Suddenly everyone in that lobby is thrilled to meet him. Chungryong practically bows, gushing about how grateful he is for what Gurieo did. Then he invites him upstairs for tea like they are already old friends. Gurieo, thoroughly unimpressed, points straight at the staff who lied to his face all day. I have been sitting in your lobby for 6 hours, he says flatly. Chungryong's polite smile evaporates on the spot. Gurieo just shoves the item box into his hands, mission technically accomplished. This confirms it is returned, right? Take care, he says, already halfway out the door. Chungryong is not done with him yet, not even close. But Gurieo is cooked, 6 hours of waiting will do that, he is out. All he wants in this world right now is his own couch and a hot meal, and even the slime agrees. Chungryong lets him walk, but you can practically see the gears turning already. Word spreads fast, nobody has ever seen the general manager this furious. And he lets the whole front desk crew have it. They shrink about 3 sizes on the spot. Is this how you treat a guest just because his rank looked low? He came here doing Yoonseung a favor. We could not reach Hunter Yoonseung to confirm it, they stammer. Then you call me first, he fires back. You really left a guest standing in my lobby for 6 hours because you could not be bothered to double check. He reminds them their combined salaries would not even cover one D-rank hunter's paycheck. Ouch. They apologize so hard it turns into a full group bow. Alone again, Chungryong cannot shake it. Who was that guy really? He storms off to find out for himself. The next day, over at Yoonseung's own training grounds. Yoonseung nearly falls out of his chair. You left him waiting 6 hours. Chungryong, sheepish over the phone, just goes, yeah. You said this guy saved your life and you had been searching for him, why keep that quiet? I already thanked him personally, Chungryong mutters, dodging the actual question. Besides, he adds, you know the guy hates being tied down to anything anyway. Yoonseung just stares at him, thoroughly unimpressed by that excuse. Qingriang quietly admits he already checked. The guy is still not signed with anyone. Because here is what is eating him alive. An elite talent casually strolling around registered as F rank. The chance to recruit him is probably long gone by now, isn't it? Not over till it's over, Qingriang growls, replaying the footage of this guy casually flattening a high-grade golem. That kind of power does not just walk away and get forgotten. He marches straight into the magic tower's maze, refusing to let some rude front desk staff cost him this hire. I am never giving up on this, he declares to absolutely nobody. So he does the only reasonable thing left, dials Gurieo directly. All smiles and apologies now, so sorry about that 6-hour wait the other day. Then a voice cuts in on Gurieo's end, one very interested in who is calling him from a rival guild. Turns out it is Esther, and she casually informs him Gurieo is a little busy right now, on a date with her. And frankly, she adds, twisting the knife, if someone made a blunder this massive, shouldn't they be quietly reflecting on it instead of calling around? She is having way too much fun with this. Glad we understand each other, by now, click. Qingriang just stands there, mouthing the word why. Esther loops her arm through Gurieo's like nothing happened. Shall we go, then? And Qingriang is left screaming into the void. Why does it have to be her of all people? We open at the hunter market, sun blazing off a glass tower built for hunters with money to burn. Meet Gurieo, fresh off finishing an errand, strolling through the market like a man who just got paid. His slime sidekick pipes up first. The payout from their red gate clear just hit the account. Time for some retail therapy. He steps onto the escalator, already mapping out exactly what he's about to blow this cash on. Rewind a few days. His bald teammate Baldy can't stop grinning about the payday from their last dungeon clear. Gurieo gives Yoonseung his thanks for the assist, though the slime is quick to point out the real MVP was Kang Changho. A flash of just how brutal that fight really was, blood on the ground, and Changho standing over the wreckage like it's nothing. Back in the present, a nervous thought bounces around Gurieo's head. Cross Kang Changho and that man will snap his neck without blinking. So today's shopping trip has a second purpose. Buy something that might keep him alive if that teammate ever turns on him. He shakes off the thought and gets back to browsing, priorities. And there it is, he spots exactly what he came for. A gleaming pyromancer's necklace, sitting under glass with a price tag attached. It lets the wearer sling fire at C-rank power, and going by the price it looks like a steal. Gurieo talks himself into it. Hey, at least a necklace won't make him look like a weirdo wearing combat gear to brunch. He flags down the staff and confirms the price, 4.5 million won, easy. Bad news, that price tag belonged to the ring sitting next to it. The necklace costs a whole lot more. The real number rolls in ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, landing on a jaw, dropping 59,800,000 won. 60 million won just to copy one measly C-rank fire spell. Gurieo is not having it. The shopkeeper tries to talk it up, insisting the ring is rare enough to justify the number. Cost-effective or not, his slime isn't buying it. A toy that needs a full day to recharge after one spark isn't worth bragging rights. They walk out empty-handed. The slime dramatically mourns its own poverty. Couldn't afford that ring with its entire net worth, apparently. They keep moving through the mall, picking up a few curious glances along the way. Ahead, a crowd is losing its mind. Somebody famous just showed up, and even a fellow hunter is fanboying, begging for an autograph. Gurieo cranes his neck to see what the fuss is about. And there she is, CO Esther in the flesh, working the crowd like the celebrity she basically is. Small world, running into her here of all places. She's been texting him on and off, so he figures the polite move is to actually go say hi. Hello MS Esther, he offers, playing it casual. Her expression flickers, something is off. She says his full name slow and deliberate, like she's building up to something. Fancy seeing you here, she says, sweet as poison. Are you here to pick out some items? Completely normal question, completely loaded delivery. Gurieo panics internally. Did he mess something up? No, he's sure he's been keeping up with her texts just fine. He runs through the list again in his head, growing less sure by the second. Esther admits it herself. She knows this is Patty, but she can't quite let it go. Something has clearly been eating at her. Cue the flashback. She texted him, half joking about him already having dinner, and he'd replied dead serious that yes, he was out having pork ribs with someone else. 3 rejected dinner invites and counting. She can barely hold her composure standing in front of him now. In his defense, that acquaintance was a 4 p.m. early dinner with a literal kid, but he can already tell she took it as a brush off. He really, genuinely was just having an early dinner. That's the whole story. Still, Esther can't hide it. She's a little pleased he came over to say hi without being asked. He clears his throat, playing it cool, sort of. Turns out Esther is here for the auction house. Word is the legendary white bird is finally going up for bid. Gurieo has never even heard of it. It's a magic tool built purely for mobility, a ring and a rare one at that. Just imagining what it can do is enough to make anyone's eyes light up. Esther figures as an S-ranker herself, she might as well add one to the collection. She's brought her guild's appraiser along, and being Korea's #2 S-rank comes with perks, like preferred bidder status. Free reign to jump into any lot she wants, apparently. Commission fees waived too on top of it all. And yes, she means the fancy building right across the intersection. Then she drops it casually. As an F-rank, he's probably never even set foot in an auction house before. Officially, that's exactly what he is. So while they're already out and about, she invites him along for a look around the auction house. He accepts without much hesitation. That easy an agreement clearly catches Esther off guard and delights her. This, she thinks, is her chance. Before he can second-guess it, she's already on the phone bragging about locking down his time. "Excuse me a moment," she says, stepping aside to take the call. He waves her off, "No problem." But Gurieo catches the voice on the other end. Some general manager from a company called Neo Sisters, apologizing profusely for something. Turns out that same guy once left Gurieo standing outside for 6 straight hours, and Esther, catching it with her sharp S-rank hearing, absolutely lets him have it. She glances back to confirm with Gurieo, "Yep, that's the guy. Let me talk to him for a second," she says, already marching off to finish the job. Call handled, rival dealt with. Esther declares she's free to enjoy the auction to the absolute fullest now. Inside, the auction floor is packed, paddles up, tension high. Bidding on the white bird opens hot, 8 billion won and climbing fast. Paddles keep flying up around the room. 5 billion, 5.1 billion, it just keeps climbing. Esther finally raises her own paddle, 6 billion won flat. Someone counters at 6 billion, Esther doesn't even blink, 7 billion, and that's that. Silence, gavel down. The white bird belongs to her for a cool 7 billion won. She settles back into her seat, thoroughly pleased with herself. Gurieo just stares, a little stunned. She didn't win that bidding war, she obliterated it. Guild masters really do have money to burn, he thinks, more than a little jealous. The auctioneer moves things along to the next lot. The covering comes off with a flourish. And it's a sealed glowing tome. A rare-rank sealed grimoire. Just reading it bumps up your innate awakening level. The boost is small but permanent, which makes it exactly the kind of item every hunter in the room is desperate to own. Esther half regrets blowing her wad on the ring already. She turns to her appraiser for a read on this new item. He's practically vibrating. A rare-rank grimoire is a massive find, and with no other big players in the room, she could snag it easily. Opening bid to 3 billion won. The numbers climb quickly again to 8 billion, then 2 billion, and it's slowing down. Esther figures it's time to jump in. She lifts her paddle, ready to seal the deal. And that's when Gurieo grabs her arm. "Wait a moment, Hunter Esther." He holds her paddle down, dead serious, close enough that the whole room takes notice. "Don't bid on that," he says flatly. Her appraiser is baffled. Why not? Gurieo's eyes narrow at the book on the pedestal, that grimoire. "It's already been used," he says, and just like that, the rare find turns out to be a dud. Her appraiser nearly chokes. If Gurieo's right, that whole room almost got scammed out of billions, and the supposed F-rank nobody was the only one who caught it. At a packed hunter auction, gasps ripple through the crowd. Someone just dropped a bomb. This so-called pristine grimoire has already been used. Esther can't believe her ears. Who puts a used-up item on an auction block? A voice cuts through the crowd, warning her flat out, "Do not bid on that thing." Up on stage, the auction's star appraiser doubles down, calling the grimoire nothing but overpriced firewood. Junk, he insists, straight-up trash that belongs in a dumpster, not on an auction podium. A reminder floats over the crowd anyway: sealed grimoires only work once. Crack the seal and that's it. A little green slime pipes up with the obvious: open it and it's garbage after. So why is everyone fighting over a maybe-used one? Someone in the crowd pushes back hard on the appraiser's confidence. What's he actually basing this on? The appraiser, Junti, loves the spotlight and snaps back that his analysis skill says the item is flawless, full stop. A rival isn't buying it. Technically, their abilities can't even show whether an item's been used. So he asks the real question: just how good is Junti's analysis skill exactly? Junti smirks. He saw this coming and already has an answer loaded, explaining that appraiser rank comes down to reading an item's hidden functions. A glowing rank pyramid appears behind him, Class 4 stacking all the way up to Class 1, and everyone waits to see where he'll plant his flag. He goes with Class 2, respectable but not exactly the flashiest pick on the board. Then he turns right around and one-ups his own answer, telling the guild master to trust him as a full Class 1 appraiser and just buy the thing already. In the crowd, a certain blonde hunter and the guild master herself both flinch at the bold-faced flex. That blonde hunter, Gurieo, grits his teeth. Maybe he should have claimed Class 1 himself, but drawing attention in this tight-knit industry, hard pass, even with his slime scolding him for the near slip. Undeterred, Junti keeps pressing, begging the room to just follow his lead this once. Gurieo shifts uncomfortably as the pressure lands squarely on him, hand pressed to his chest like he's bracing for a bad decision. His slime panics. Somebody needs to stop Esther before she torches billions of one on a hunch. The numbers start climbing fast: 4 billion, then 4.42 billion won, all for one questionable grimoire on a pedestal. Gurieo states flat out that the book's already been used. He just can't explain how he knows, not yet anyway. Junti just smirks at the challenge, clearly enjoying himself. In his head, Junti writes Gurieo off as some low-ranked nobody desperate to impress an S-rank hunter. Dramatic irony alert: he has no idea who he's actually talking to. Esther and Gurieo trade a knowing look. If only Junti understood how wrong he is. Esther suddenly changes tack, recalling out loud that Junti was conveniently absent during the Cursed Sword investigation. Junti blinks, caught off guard, as she reminds him it was an assignment she personally handed him. He confirms it and Esther's smile sharpens. That, she says, explains why he has no clue who Gurieo actually is. She's clearly enjoying this a little too much. Time for the reveal, she announces to the whole room, gesturing right at the unassuming blonde hunter beside her. This nobody, she says, is the one who single-handedly cleared the Magic Tower's maze. The very same maze, she adds pointedly, that took Junti a full 20 minutes to stumble through during his own test. Gurieo cleared it in 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Junti's jaw hits the floor. Surely that can't be real. Gurieo just stands there holding his paddle, staying quiet while the bombshell lands. Esther isn't done. She calls out exactly how prickly Junti has been acting toward Gurieo this whole time. Sweat pouring, Junti gets the not-so-subtle warning to watch his tone around Hunter Kim Gurieo from now on. Gurieo, cool as ever, just waves it off and tries to move things along. But Esther's curiosity is already lit. With two appraisers butting heads, she just has to know the truth for herself. Why not settle it the direct way, she muses, and just crack the thing open herself? Gurieo barely gets a warning out before she's already shouting a bid: 5 billion won. She holds her paddle up like it's nothing. The entire room erupts: 5 billion won just to satisfy her curiosity. The auctioneer calls it 5 billion on the table. Any takers? Silence. The grimoire is hers. And just like that, Esther walks off with her very expensive question mark of a prize. Somewhere in the crowd, a bystander is still processing what just happened. Has she completely lost it? He wonders out loud. Later, at the auction house's private collection point, it's time to see exactly what 5 billion won bought her. Esther waits in the lounge with Gurieo and Junti standing by, the tension from the auction floor still hanging in the air. The door creaks open. A staff member greets her with a polite bow, ready to hand over the goods. 2 ornate boxes get wheeled in, both of her big spending wins from the day. No time like the present, Esther gets right to unwrapping the first one. Inside, something glints. A delicate winged ring catches the light. She lights up. She's finally gotten her hands on the legendary white bird ring. She's been eyeing this thing ever since she saw Korea's #1 hunter, Jeong Haesung, wearing one. Pure envy, finally cured. But there's still that second box waiting, and now, she says, glancing over at it. This is where the real trouble begins. It's hers now, fair and square, so surely there's no harm in opening it up right. Junti, still riding his own confidence, gives her the go-ahead. She breaks the seal and flips through the pages, eyes going wide at what she finds. Gurieo watches quietly from the side, already knowing exactly what's coming. Junti's confident smile starts to slip. Esther's eyes narrow as she flips faster, gripping the grimoire tight. Her hand hovers over the cover, bracing for the verdict. There it is, she confirms it out loud. Gurieo was right all along. The grimoire really has been used already. Junti's face goes pale, it's actually been used. Esther lays it out plainly. This thing was already cracked open before it ever reached the auction block. She's used a fresh grimoire before, she explains, and this is nothing like that rush of power, proof enough this one's already spent. The staff scrambles to deny it, insisting they handle rare items like grimoires with the utmost care. Gurieo has had enough of the runaround and cuts in. So are they calling him a liar now? The staffer stammers a retreat, while off to the side Junti is quietly regretting ever opening his big mouth at the auction. Gurieo admits he's not sure how to put it into words. Honestly, figuring out the grimoire was used was almost stupidly simple. So easy in fact that it was practically embarrassing. Glowing letters hover right over the book, spelling out usage complete plain as day to anyone who can actually read them. His slime jumps in gleefully. The text is written in Alphaurian and it's the only one in the room who can actually read it. Turns out this priceless grimoire is basically a grade school textbook back home. Cue the flashback of tiny slime students in a classroom. The slime immediately pivots to begging for donations, while Gurieo can only shake his head that Esther blew 5 billion won purely on curiosity. Esther takes a slow sip and levels a look at the staff. Are they really still going to pretend they did nothing wrong? Then she drops the real threat. They know about the item called the Scales of Judgment, don't they? An artifact that separates truth from lies, plain and simple. In front of that thing, she warns, it'll be crystal clear exactly who's been lying. So can they handle what comes next? Junti's composure completely cracks. He starts stammering, then flat out begs Gurieo for mercy. The staffer finally cracks too, demanding to know how Gurieo clocked the fake instantly. Gurieo just smirks. Underestimate the quiet guy at your own risk. Backstage at the Magic Tower's Hunter Market, Gurieo squares off with a couple of nervous appraisers who clearly do not like being questioned. One of them dares him to prove his claim himself instead of just talking, and Gurieo, ever the drama queen, shrugs it off like he could not be bothered. Still, watching some warlock squirm for answers is apparently worth his time after all. He struts over to the counter and lays it out plainly. This one is easy. Check the seal on the cover, he says. See how the circle pattern is broken. Normally that gap sits clean at the 3 o'clock mark, untouched. But this one has fresh breaks at 1 and 6 o'clock, a dead giveaway the grimoire has already been cracked open and used. Even the appraisers admit it. A secret hiding in the gap position, that is a slick little detail nobody bothered teaching them. One of them tries to save face, mumbling that information on rare, one-time use items is just hard to come by. Gurieo is not buying it. This, he says flatly, is something you could catch with your bare eyes. Do you guys even look closely at anything? He snaps and the whole room goes dead quiet. The appraisers just freeze, completely blindsided by the call-out. Realizing how harsh that sounded, Gurieo immediately panics and tries to walk it back. No, wait, that is not what I meant. Too late, he already blurted that Korea's Magic Tower appraisers should honestly be ranked higher than this. His slime is having a full meltdown, terrified these very appraisers are about to squash it like a soda can for the insult. Somebody grabs Gurieo's arm before this spirals any further, and you can practically cut the tension in that hallway. One appraiser, red-faced, admits he actually learned something today and Gurieo cannot resist rubbing it in, so awakened skills alone are not enough, gotta read the item itself. The appraisers start gushing. Of course the guy who cleared the Magic Tower's maze would know this stuff, while Gurieo just stares back, totally unbothered by the fawning. Before the flattery train can leave the station, someone new steps in and cuts through the noise. It's the auction house manager and she is not here for compliments. She has heard there is a problem with the grimoire that just sold. She marches the whole group toward the back office, ready to get to the bottom of it. So she asks bluntly, what exactly is the issue here? The manager frowns over the returned grimoire. Looks like it was already opened before it ever hit the auction floor. See, a grimoire's seal glows blue the very first time it is used, so if that light already fired once, somebody beat the buyer to it. And no, Gurieo clarifies, it is not about the cover band or the wax seal like everyone assumed. It is the color of the glow itself that tells the story, apparently a detail nobody at the Magic Tower even knew to look for. Rather than argue it out any further, the manager suggests they just pull the security footage and settle this for good. Exhibit A, the grimoire itself, sitting right there as the center of this whole mess. Everyone heads down to the Hunter Market's control room to dig through the tapes. Gurieo tags along as the manager pulls up the footage, determined to crack the case. She squints hard at the monitor, scanning every frame for the moment things went wrong. There is no blue flash anywhere on the footage. No light means the grimoire was not opened on the auction floor. Which can only mean one thing, the auction house itself is the one who messed up here. Staff scramble to apologize, groveling through it while a certain someone strolls past like she has nothing to do with any of it. That someone is Esther, the Magic Tower's own guildmaster, gliding through the very chaos she may have started. Gurieo, meanwhile, is fuming. They seriously burned a whole hour arguing over something this simple. One call to the manager at the start, he grumbles, and this whole headache never happens. His slime is done with all of it, whining that all it wants in the world is to go home already. Gurieo laughs it off on the way out. What a detour for a mystery that wrapped up this easily. Turns out Esther is the culprit. She had used the grimoire herself ages ago and just plain forgot. Feeling a little guilty for wasting his afternoon, she tells him he really went through a lot today. She wants to make it up to him personally, a reward just for him, and Gurieo's ears perk right up. Gurieo cannot resist a little jab first though, pointing out she bought that grimoire even after he warned her. Esther fires back. Without his trick for spotting used grimoires, she would never have proven the defect at all. Wait, he realizes, so this entire embarrassing debacle only got solved because of him. Then again he shrugs, the footage did the real work in the end. His little trick barely even mattered. His slime, ever practical, is not about to let a free reward from the guild master slip through their fingers. Esther's eyes light up with an idea, so she says, what if? Gurieo's big ask, just one item, that is it, nothing crazy. Cut to the Magic Tower itself, the glittering golden headquarters where this so-called modest reward is about to go down. The two of them head up together, Esther still bracing for whatever price tag he is about to name. A simple gold necklace catches Gurieo's eye, and according to Esther's internal panic, it is already way outside reasonable territory. 50 million won for a single accessory. Esther cannot believe he would even ask for something that pricey. She almost talks herself into swapping it for something cheaper, second-guessing the whole thing. Then it hits her, by Hunter standards that is basically pocket change. She has never worn gear under 100 million won in her life. Rare rank 2 and he is still asking for the bare minimum. What is this guy's deal? It dawns on her maybe he just does not want to owe her, does not want to be in anyone's debt at all. Even after bailing her out today, he is trying to keep the scales even, already offering to pick something cheaper still. Something about that quietly gets to her. Decision made, she tells him the gold will suit him just fine and that is final. The clerk practically sprints to ring it up before anyone can change their mind. The necklace comes out for one last look before it is officially sold. Gurieo hands over payment, visibly sweating like this is somehow the scarier transaction of his day. And just like that, the little gold necklace changes hands. Esther manages a stiff little thank you, clearly trying to play it cooler than she feels. Then she pivots, casual as can be. Just an observation, but he did hand over that rare mana absorber substance awfully easily earlier. A flicker of memory surfaces, Gurieo handing off that rare material without a second thought, no haggling, no hesitation. And he only ever takes appraisal jobs from the Magic Tower. So, she wonders aloud, is he playing favorites with her guild specifically? Is it just her imagination, she asks, and Gurieo just blinks, genuinely thrown by the question. He thinks it over for a second, then just says it plain, the only one he actually cares about. Is you Esther, he tells her flat out. Esther completely short-circuits on the spot. What did you just say, she blurts, heart clearly not ready for that sentence. Gurieo, totally unbothered, clarifies, purely business, he is just keeping the guild master happy, warlock to guild. Except that is not remotely how Esther's brain just chose to hear it. She is already spiraling, here she thought he had been playing hard to get this whole time. Turns out, or so she has decided, he was into her all along. We start high above the city, at Korea's Magic Tower, all glass and gleaming ambition. The next day, same tower, and someone up there is in an unusually good mood. That's Esther, CEO of the Magic Tower, cackling to herself for absolutely no visible reason. Someone finally asks what's got her so giddy, and Esther, without missing a beat, says she just remembered how gorgeous she is. She strikes a pose like she's on a magazine cover while Yon just stares back, thoroughly unimpressed. Esther sighs about how exhausting it is being this beautiful, and Yon fires back that she'd actually pass for a celebrity if she just stopped talking. Turns out the real reason for the good mood is a certain blonde hunter. Esther's already daydreaming about how easy it'll be to win him over. She fires off a text to Gurieo, all sparkles and enthusiasm, asking if he's free sometime this week. The reply comes back fast, too fast maybe. One word no, Esther's whole glow just short-circuits. She stares at the screen like it personally insulted her. This is his reply. Instead of taking the hint, she decides he must just be shy and keeps digging. Gate duty, busy, he answers with one flat yes. She says she'll wait however long it takes. Gurieo's answer, about 3 months, ouch. Undeterred, she keeps typing anyway. Somewhere else, a phone won't stop buzzing, and the confusion is written all over his face. He's clearly got better things to do than answer texts about auctions, and whoever's tugging his sleeve agrees. Cut to a quieter corner of the city, where our actual story picks back up. Rewind a few hours to Gurieo's place. He's sprawled on the floor in a ratty green sweater, scrolling his phone like any other guy on a lazy day off. Just an ordinary hunter, killing time on the internet, or so it looks. Actually, he's Googling how to smile convincingly. Between the small talk about downtime, you can tell something's brewing underneath. His mind drifts to Chang-ho's attempted murder, and his expression hardens for just a second. Whatever body upgrades he's been quietly working on are apparently coming along nicely. Yes, his body runs on literal patch notes now. Less fatigue, less sleep needed, all very normal ways to live your life. The news is actually good for once. Gate danger levels are dropping fast. Peace should feel like a relief, but one nagging worry keeps creeping back into his head. Nakshal Temple, just the name is enough to darken the mood. He can't shake the feeling that this cult isn't done causing trouble, not by a long shot. These are people who snatch victims off the street and hunt in packs. Even his own slime buddy Squish looks fed up just hearing about it. Sitting on his hands has never been his style. Former Grand Magus or reincarnated nobody, he figures he can help make an arrest. And he already knows exactly who to call. Cut to a cozy Chinese restaurant where he's thanking someone for squeezing him into their schedule. That someone is Xianwu Yon. He warns her up front this might be a long talk, so they might as well eat. He mentions Yoonseung recommended the place, which makes it feel less like an interrogation and more like a friendly lunch. Yon's thoughts wander. She admits her first impression of him was frankly terrible. She never imagined they'd end up casually sharing a meal like this. And yet here he is again, popping up more often than she'd ever have guessed. She can't help but wonder what he's actually here to ask her. Gurieo doesn't waste time getting to it. He admits this whole dinner is really about a favor and drops the name Nakshal Temple. Yeon's face goes tight. Before she can fully react, he lays out the real question. What happens if he catches one of the cult's key figures himself? Can she get them locked up right away, he asks. Yeon's brain is still catching up to what he just implied. She points out the obvious, shouldn't that kind of tip go to the police, not her? He'd love to, he says, but it's complicated, starting with whether the cops would even believe him. And even if they did, Yeon herself has no authority to actually join that kind of manhunt. Even in the best case, where the association formally asks for her help, there's no guarantee it would even land on a Nakshal Temple case. So Gurieo cuts to his actual pitch. If she ever does end up on the hunt for this cult, could she maybe slip him a little information on the side? Just a little help, he says, and he can bring down the most important person in the whole organization. And that's when it clicks for Yeon, the lowest possible rank chosen specifically so nobody would look twice at him. She flashes back to a kidnapping scene that always felt off, like the culprit had practically let himself get caught. Pieces of a bigger picture start sliding into place in her head. There's no doubt left in her mind. This man has been quietly infiltrating and taking apart criminal organizations on purpose, all while sitting right there enjoying his lunch. He's blissfully unaware his cover's about to get blown at the dinner table. She opens her mouth to call him out, then hesitates. Instead, she settles for a warning. She doesn't think vigilante justice is a good thing. Why not just leave it to the police, she asks, even if this mystery vigilante really is wiping out criminal organizations one by one. The air between them goes tense. Gurieo turns her own question around on her. Are the police actually capable of taking down Nakshal Temple right now? Yeon flinches because she already knows the answer. She admits it's not a question she can answer easily. Korea guarantees freedom of religion, which sounds great until a cult starts hiding behind it. Everyone knows Nakshal Temple is growing at a terrifying pace, and that its pontiff, Tak Gwanjo, is openly pushing followers toward terrorism. And yet there's no clean legal justification to actually arrest him. It's gotten bad enough that people are whispering about bribes, while real victims keep piling up. Yeon catches herself and asks the real question, why bring up vigilante justice at all? Gurieo plays it cool. He's not sure what exactly she's worried about, but he offers to explain his own breakdown of the cult's believers, sorted into 3 categories. Type 1 simple worship, Type 2 indirect brainwashing, Type 3 direct brainwashing. Type 1 is just a regular person who's genuinely bought into the doctrine. Types 2 and 3 are people who got specifically targeted, brainwashed, and used. Whatever this brainwashing looks like, it's not subtle once you see it in action. Yeon asks the obvious follow-up. Gurieo says it comes down to the method. Type 2 relies on cursed items designed to tempt the target. Type 3 is when an actual awakener steps in and does the brainwashing personally. And Gurieo's expression makes it clear he's not just theorizing. He picked up on all of this the last time he scanned the people inside that organization. Every single Type 3 victim was brainwashed by the exact same person. There's one supervisor running the whole operation. One person, one thread to pull. And Gurieo's pretty confident he can figure out exactly who that supervisor is. Yeon's face says it all, she wasn't ready for that. So Gurieo lays his cards fully on the table. Seon Wooyeon, I need your help. Picture a cozy noodle shop and Gurieo sliding into the booth across from the one hunter he really needs a favor from. Seon Wooyeon can't quite believe it. Gurieo's claiming he can point out the mastermind behind the brainwashing. How is that even possible, she presses. Honestly, we're just as lost as the little question marks floating over their heads. Gurieo just shrugs it off as a trade secret. All he cares about, he says, is nailing the real ringleader. She reaches for the door, still turning his offer over in her head. I really shouldn't turn down an offer like this, she admits to herself. Going after the brainwashing supervisor instead of the pontiff himself, she has to admit it's a smart play. This time, she thinks, we finally nail the real core of these terrorists. She's in, and Gurieo's practically vibrating with relief the moment he reads her reply. If I actually get looped into the Nakshal Temple investigation, he starts, already scheming. Xianwu Yon offers to pull some strings and get him listed as an appraiser on the case. For now, though, he'll just have to sit tight. Turns out he's already got another hunter, Esther, blowing up his phone wondering why he keeps dodging her. Xianwu Yon wants a timeline too. She's got her own schedule to juggle. Gurieo hedges 3 months tops, she just repeats it back at him unimpressed. He fires off a quick reply, fingers flying over the keyboard. He wraps it up fast, phone about to die, and the last thing he needs is to get on a hunter's bad side. He promises to follow up the second the investigation's locked in. Somewhere along the way he lands a win on his laptop, and his slime sidekick Squish throws an instant victory party, wine bottle and all. 3 months, he tells himself, is exactly enough time to cook up the perfect counterattack against Nakshal Temple. Cut to the next day. Back at his place, Gurieo's ready to get to work. Formulas and spell circles cover every inch of the desk. But he's already hunched over, cursing under his breath. Turns out most of his old formulas are useless. His mana tank is basically running on fumes. This wretched F-rank body, he groans, faceplanting onto the desk. So now what? Even a reincarnated wizard can get stumped by his own body. He forces himself to calm down and pads out to the kitchen, barefoot and stressed. Step 1, he decides, get some actual nutrients into this body. He scarfs down food one-handed, phone still glued to the other. Then the phone actually rings, Xianwu Yon right on cue. Whatever she just said, it knocks him sideways. He's already been assigned to the Nakshal Temple investigation, way sooner than planned. Already he chokes out, she just laughs it off, lucky break apparently. The formal investigation kicks off in 3 days, 3, not 3 months. You did tell me to wait 3 months, she says, casual as ever. This is fine too though, right? Yeah, sure, totally fine. Gurieo just stares at his phone, damn. He just started refining his spell formulas, and now the clock's been slashed down to 3 days. Even his slime catches the panic, earning him the nickname Panicker after one too many freakouts like this. Quick refresher, blue shell. A rare fruit that only grows in gates crawling with plant-type monsters. Eat one and it temporarily supercharges and awakens abilities. Problem is, it wrecks the body in the process, which is exactly how these guys ended up in cuffs. That power high is brutally addictive too, so it's now officially classified as a narcotic. Banned, full stop. Harvesting's banned outright now, but of course, some crime syndicate is still moving product on the black market. That syndicate has a name, the Gaeyang Gang. So you're arresting them, Gurieo says, but what's that got to do with me? Because the Blue Shell distributors, it turns out, have deep ties to Nakshal Temple. She reminds him of that hooded hiker from the Yunpyong disappearance case, and it clicks instantly for him. That guy's mana had spiked the second he chewed on something suspicious. Gurieo pictures it now, power surging through the man like a live wire. That had to be a blue shell, Gurieo realizes, and there are signs a massive shipment of them is on the move. All flowing straight to the terrorists, and the Gaeyang Gang is the only outfit moving that kind of volume. Which makes Nakshal Temple basically a VIP customer, charming. Xianwu Yon muses that if she were the cult, she'd have planted some kind of suggestion on the distributors too. Makes life easier when people are already primed to like you, Gurieo agrees, then asks her to be sure they catch that distributor. He's got something he needs verified. She agrees without hesitation. Gurieo actually feels a little bad. He knows he's just piled more onto her already packed schedule. She brushes it off with an awkward laugh, insisting she's barely doing anything really. The actual police, she explains, are covering the dangerous locations. Her job's just to help search a warehouse high. The Blue Shell storage site is sealed behind a barrier, and once she cracks it, the operation's basically finished. A whole warehouse of blue shells, the very thing that can supercharge an awaken's power while shredding their body in the process. But Gurieo's got a different thought. That lethal damage warning only really applies to people from Earth. Someone with serious regenerative power might just be able to shrug off the side effects entirely. And he's very, very curious to see exactly how it'd act on a human body. Squish practically lights up at the idea, Maybe this is the fix for his F-rank hunk of junk body. So Gurieo gets back on the phone with one very specific favor in mind. Sianwoo Yeon picks up, curious what he wants now. Do you happen to need one more assistant for the warehouse search, he asks, casual as can be. 3 days later, the raid is on, the warehouse locked down tight behind its barrier. A car pulls up right on schedule. Sianwoo Yeon spots him and waves him over. He jogs up to greet her properly. You actually came, she says, a little surprised. Sorry for the last-minute ask. It's fine, honestly better with you here, she tells him. He wastes no time asking if he can get inside the warehouse himself. Since he's already on record as an appraiser for the case, that's a yes, and Squish can barely contain the celebration. Sianwoo Yeon heads off to deal with the barrier herself, tells him to just sit tight. He eyes the glowing seal on the warehouse door, so that's the barrier. She walks right up to it, all business. Gurieo studies the ward work and scoffs a little, way more primitive than anything he's seen at the Magic Tower. Then Sianwoo Yeon gets to work, and the air itself starts tearing apart around her. Blades of wind rip through the sky like she's swinging an invisible sword. Gurieo can't even get a word out, just pure stunned silence. She barely reacts herself, like this is just Tuesday for her. The barrier doesn't stand a chance against that kind of force. That's pretty strong, Gurieo admits, while Squish nurses a stray nick from a stray gust. Now that she's fully mastered her powers, she's genuinely become a threat to be reckoned with. One stray sliver of that wind blade and an F-rank body like his gets sliced clean in half, according to one very nervous slime. The barrier finally buckles under the sheer force of it. The barrier's broken, someone shouts, and the whole team surges forward. Gurieo just narrows his eyes, already 3 steps ahead in his own head. Because the real plan is simple. Swipe a few blue shells for his own experiment and absolutely do not get caught doing it. The team storms through the wrecked entrance. Move in comes the order, and the raid is officially underway. A special police unit creeps through a gutted, half-collapsed building. This raid is about to get messy. Riot gear, itchy trigger fingers. Korea's Hunter Association police mean business tonight. Our reincarnated wizard tags along, eyeing the wreckage and quietly admitting this place feels worse than advertised. He leans over and asks Hunter Sianwoo Yeon if this gig is as dicey as it looks. She just shrugs it off fine, apparently. He tells himself the thugs inside are all non-awakened regular humans, nothing an F-rank Hunter can't handle. Sure, buddy. His slime sidekick isn't so sure, pointing out that even ordinary mobsters could clean an F-ranker's clock if things go sideways. A cop spots them and calls out Hunter Sianwoo Yeon. Looks like Yeon's reputation walks in the door before she does. The hideout is a maze, room after room after room, and every one of them screams trouble. Yeon wonders aloud if each door hides a different piece of this gang's business. Someone pulls out a small humming device. Time to start checking these rooms properly. Door after door comes back locked. Looks like the whole crew scattered and sealed up behind them. Then a shout rings out, gang members caught mid-escape, and the cops are not letting them go quietly. A tattooed boss in a wrinkled shirt shoves his own crew out of the way just to save his own skin. Boots hit broken concrete. The chase is officially on. A knot of gang members gets hauled back by the collar before they can even reach the stairs. Where do you think you're going? One bolts anyway, and a hand shoots out to yank him right back. One runner gets tackled hard to the ground, nowhere left to go. You bastards, stay still, the cops bark, pinning down anyone still squirming. Our wizard mutters a very unmagical damn it as the cuffs start coming out. The gang gets read their rights, narcotics plus violating the special law on unregistered awakener crimes. He can't help but admit it, for Earthlings these cops are shockingly on point. He wanders deeper into the gutted building, checking room after empty room. No trace of the drug in this one either. Then, out of nowhere, a gunshot cracks through the building and Yeon goes rigid. He flinches too. That shot came from somewhere close. Gunshots, Yeon breathes, already bracing for the worst. That direction is exactly where their informant, the distributor Jang Jongshik, was last seen. Someone might be in real trouble. Guns, what the hell is going on? Not exactly standard gang raid procedure. He heads off to find out. Jaw tight. Somewhere in the dark, a gun swings up and takes aim. The shot goes off point blank, and the target barely reacts, just a flat, unfazed stare. Cue a random flashback. Some guys seen this trick before online. Now you all saw that, right? The clip's the same every time, not a single scratch. There's apparently a whole genre of videos on how to spot a C-rank hunter. The rule is simple: C-rank and above shrug off bullets completely. Anyone weaker, results may vary. Which is exactly why our not-so-brave wizard decides he's sitting this one out. His slime bluntly reminds him he'd get skewered 100% of the time. If I just wait here, he tells himself, already backing away from the gunfire. Then he hears it, somebody sobbing, somewhere close. He freezes, straining to place the sound. What was that? His slime pipes up, just as curious as he is. There's no way that's a ghost, he says, creeping forward anyway. Fun fact: the story can't resist dropping. This is a former Grand Magus who mastered literal soul magic, and he still refuses to believe in ghosts. The crying keeps going as he closes in on a half-open door. Is it here? He pushes it open and something is glowing inside. Inside, he finds a tied-up woman, no weapon, no gang colors, just a scared civilian dumped in a gang hideout. Looks like the gang grabbed themselves a hostage before all this kicked off. He gets a familiar, scheming look on his face. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, he decides, and just like that, he's got a plan. Excuse me, he says gently, crouching next to her. Are you okay? I'll untie you now. Besides, he adds quietly, I know exactly how suffocating it feels to be tied up like this. A little too much personal experience talking there. So instead of fumbling with the knots, he just lights his fingers on fire. Convenient when you've literally been kidnapped before. The ropes burn away in seconds. Did she faint? He wonders, leaning in to check on her. She stirs groggy. The first thing she sees in the dark, looming right over her, is a strange man breathing heavy in her face. Not exactly a reassuring first impression. She shrieks and grabs his sleeve in a full-blown panic. He's just confused, while she drops straight into full groveling mode, swearing she won't tell a soul what she saw. Just please don't put me on a ship, she begs. Although I'd hate being buried in concrete even more. Somebody's seen one too many gangster movies. He has absolutely no idea what she's on about, as she sobs that she never even knew this hideout belonged to that gang. Then she grabs his collar with both hands, dead serious. Don't tell me. A person like me? She's fully convinced he's one of the gangsters. He is extremely not prepared for this. He sighs, yeah, this is going to need some explaining. He reaches toward her head, just trying to help. Then he spots it, blood matted in her hair. A head wound, and depending on where exactly, that could be serious. His sidekick Squish chimes in helpfully, that's a vital spot for an earthling. Hold on, let me take a look, which to her sounds exactly like round 2 of the interrogation. What are you doing? Why? She shrieks. I'm just trying to look at the wound, he says. Turn your head this way. To her, that's basically a death sentence. My head? Again, my head. Please spare me. Blood, tears, pure chaos. This poor woman is not having a good night. I'm trying to treat. He starts, and she cuts him off, sobbing that she'll talk, she'll tell him everything. He just holds her head still to actually look at the wound while she keeps crying. I'll remember whatever you asked earlier somehow, she promises. He just looks exhausted by the whole ordeal. He can't even follow what she's saying anymore, just a steady stream of panicked babbling. Diagnosis: in her scalp is torn open. Healing living tissue isn't exactly his specialty, so he figures he'll settle for just stopping the bleeding, right as a massive crash sounds behind him. He whips around Yeon. The door gets kicked clean off its hinges and Yeon storms in, weapon drawn, ready for a fight. What she finds instead, her wizard kneeling over a bloodied, crying woman he's got pinned by the head. This is going to be hard to explain. The hostage is still sniffling behind him, completely oblivious to the standoff that just walked in. He glances at Yeon and can't quite read her expression. Why is she making that face? Yeon just stands there, tense, sweating, jaw tight, clearly working through several very wrong conclusions at once. And on that note, the chapter cuts out. Cliffhanger fully loaded for next time. Hunter Seonwoo. Yeon storms into the scene and freezes. Gurieo has got someone pinned to the floor and it looks bad. Still going on right now, she mutters, stunned that this is happening in real time. Then someone shouts a name, Jang Jongshik, and a man recoils in pain. Rewind a bit. Yon realized Gurieo had vanished right after they hauled in a suspect named Jang Jongshik, and one of the officers is already losing his cool about it. "Stay still, you punk," someone barks from the dark. Yon cannot wrap her head around it. How does a full-grown hunter just vanish in a few minutes? Whatever she is looking at now, it is enough to make her whole body go rigid. She picks up the pace, following the trail deeper into the building. Somewhere ahead, a voice is screaming for someone, anyone, to save them. She pounds on the door hard. No time for manners right now. Inside, Gurieo is crouched over something, and Yon cannot even guess what he was doing in a place like this. "Mr. Kim Gurieo," she breathes, staring at the wreckage around them. "What is all this?" She spots a weapon on the ground, and her hand flies out to stop him cold. There is a battered man curled up on the tile. Did Gurieo really just beat down a random civilian? "Hey, you there," the guy yells. He locks eyes on Yon's uniform. "Are you from the association?" "Yes, I am," she answers, and the man immediately starts begging. He claws forward across the floor, desperate to reach her. "I will turn myself in, I swear it, just help me." Yon blinks. That is not exactly what she expected to hear. "I am confessing to the whole Blue Shell operation." Blue Shell, that is new information she was not fishing for. "So please," he sobs, "arrest me instead of him." Gurieo cuts in, unbothered. "Let us get our facts straight," he says, "even with that face of yours. And stop saying things that make me look like the villain here," he adds, completely dry. The man backpedals fast. He is right, he did not lay a single finger on me. Yon just stares, speechless. This guy is so terrified he is basically volunteering for prison. What exactly is he so scared of? He grabs for her sleeve, squinting up at her name tag. MS Sionwoo Yon. She steps back out into the cold, turning the whole mess over in her head. Has she had this completely wrong the entire time? Gurieo tilts his head at her, all innocence. "Something wrong? You are not hurt anywhere, are you?" Yon's verdict, quiet and firm. This man is far more dangerous than she gave him credit for, just maybe not in the way she assumed. Rewind further still to a police warehouse at night, trucks lined up under the floodlights. Crates of something called Blue Shell are getting hauled out, one truckload at a time. One exhausted officer wipes his brow. At this rate he is pulling a full all-nighter. Then Gurieo strolls up, all sunshine. "Wow, you are all working so hard." Before anyone can stop him, he already has a crate in his arms. "Should I set this down here?" "Oh, you hunters can just sit this one out," the officer stammers, clearly not used to VIP help. "Cannot just sit around while you are all breaking a sweat." Gurieo shrugs, and the guys are genuinely touched. For now, he pitches in like it is nothing, just another pair of hands on a long night. Except not everyone here is cooperating. Someone is slamming on the inside of a squad car, screaming to be let out. His face is twisted with rage, thrashing against the window like a man possessed. "That junkie is ad ir again," one officer mutters. "Just ignore him and keep loading." Gurieo is already drifting toward the noise. Turns out he had been wondering where this particular guy went. And there he is. "The distributor for all this Blue Shell," Gurieo asks coolly. "His name was Jang Jongshik, wasn't it?" Jongshik snaps, spitting venom through the glass. "Who the hell are you, you son of a bitch?" Gurieo does not even blink. Something is starting to hum in the air around his hand. He is under a spell, Gurieo realizes. Whoever is running this Blue Shell operation has an enchanter on the payroll, and they got to this guy too. "Now then," he murmurs, reaching toward Jongshik, "shall we get started?" This is the real Hunter Kim Gurieo, and there is a whole lot more going on under that friendly exterior than anyone realizes. Yon catches up just as he steps back from the car. "Oh, MS Sionwoo Yon," he greets her. "What exactly are you planning to do?" she asks, wary. "Find out who is running this organization from the top," he says simply, "just like I promised." Jongshik is still screaming at nothing through the window. Gurieo just quietly wonders if she is actually worried he will blow it. "No need to worry about that," he tells her, and the little green slime on his shoulder gives an unimpressed wobble. "You prick, get your eyes off me right in." Jongshik does not get to finish that sentence. Turns out Gurieo has been hiding a magic circle right under the skin of his own palm, built for serious, high-level spellwork. With this I can pull the information straight out of him, he tells his slime. 3 sleepless nights all for this moment. Jongshik convulses, screaming like he is being torn apart. Yon jolts, what was that? Relax, Gurieo says breezily, he is just being dramatic about it. He is not exactly lying either. He is sifting straight through the guy's memories right back to the moment the brainwashing hit. And whatever is buried in there stops him cold. Dark, tangled magic churns to the surface, ugly and unmistakable. His hand curls into a fist, energy crackling around it. He has found something. It does not even hurt, Gurieo tells the still groaning Jongshik, quit the theatrics. But there is one name buried in those stolen memories that has even him stumped. Who exactly is this Suhui? The question just hangs there in the dark, unanswered for now. Cut to daylight, and the Hunter Association headquarters looming over the city. That is a fascinating skill you have, Yon admits, walking beside him, being able to look into someone else's memories like that. It just sort of happened, Gurieo deflects, then groans at the sight in front of him. Coffee, again. A star-struck officer shoves a cup into his hands. Please drink this while you wait. Oh, thank you. I am fine, really, he tries, while his slime grumbles that turning down a gift from a starstruck detective just is not an option. Yon is already back on task. You said the name was Suhui, right? About 5'3" and the hair color was. A staffer jogs up with a folder in hand. Excuse me, Hunter Xianwu Yon. Could you verify this data for us? Ah yes, comes the eager reply. Gurieo's brow lifts as he skims the page over her shoulder. Yon's eyes narrow at whatever is on the screen. There is the face, a hunter with a pale, silvery bob. The photo seems to match for now, Gurieo says. Suhui, registered as a C-rank hunter. Listed skills include water ball and C-rank. Yon nearly shouts, that is impossible, there has to be a mistake. A mistake, Gurieo repeats, like he is tasting the word. Because there is no way, none, that a C-rank's mana pool could power a brainwashing operation this size. Gurieo's face lights up with an idea, and he calls her name. Let us request an official re-evaluation, he says. Suhui cannot possibly really be C-rank, so let us flag him for rank concealment first. He lays it out point by point, practically bouncing on his heels. And faking your rank is a pretty serious crime, is it not? He adds with a grin that is a little too pleased with itself. Yon just stares at him for a long, silent beat. Understood, she finally says, let us proceed. Mr. Kim Gurieo, go home and rest, she tells him. I will reach out with any updates. All right, he agrees easily. The second she is gone, the slime practically explodes with excitement. Nice, if they can drag Suhui in for that mandatory checkup. They get to crack this whole brainwashing case wide open. Gurieo grins, already walking off into the night with his scheme in motion. Somewhere across town, in a cramped little kitchen, a phone starts ringing. The voice on the other end says just one word, Suhui. And the person holding that phone goes pale. Did what? Whatever they just heard, this whole Suhui business is about to get a lot messier. We will find out exactly how next time. Our so-called great wizard is home, staring up at his own apartment building like it just performed a miracle. Domestic life is really doing it for him lately. A steaming bowl of stew and a delivery app have him absolutely floored. He can't get over ordering food straight to his door with a few taps. Big damn hero, tiny damn thrills. He settles in with his slime buddy perched beside him, chin propped up, thoroughly pleased with himself. This is the good life. Of course, peace never lasts long. His phone starts buzzing right in the middle of dinner. He eyes the screen, caught a little off guard by who's calling. He picks up. It's Yon from the Hunter Association. All business, she says. She's got something to tell him. He waves her on without even putting his spoon down. Turns out getting the case reopened was easy. There were red flags buried all over the paperwork. Their mystery suspect apparently won an auction bid for something called an infinite power core last September. That is not a casual purchase. Cut to the guy himself, smug, silver-haired, clearly enjoying his own cleverness. Even the narration can't resist, buddy, you are so busted. Back in his kitchen, Gurieo's easy smile drops. There's a bit of a problem, Yon warns. His reply is a flat, wary what? He grips the phone a little tighter, bracing for whatever's coming. Whatever she says next knocks him for a loop, eyes wide, a bead of sweat rolling down. The suspect vanished the instant the re-evaluation was ordered, gone even from their trackers. For now, all they can do is slap him on the public wanted list. Gurieo's less than thrilled with that outcome. Even his slime can't help but pipe up, "That's it, just a wanted notice." He thanks her and moves to hang up cold, but she yelps and stops him before he can. He picks back up a little surprised. Turns out she's got a question of her own for him now. He can practically hear her stalling on the other end and wonders what's got her so nervous. She finally asks it outright. Why has he been so invested in the Nakshal temple case? He's never gotten personally involved like that before, and it's been bugging her. She keeps walking down the hallway, genuinely curious what his angle was. She wants to know exactly why he targeted that place specifically. Fair question, honestly. This time he doesn't dodge it. "I just didn't like what those guys were doing," he says plainly, and it actually catches her off guard. "Do I need any other reason?" he adds, completely unbothered. She goes quiet, then simply says no and moves to end the call there. Before she can hang up, he tells her to make sure she eats something too. It catches her completely off guard. He breathes out, relieved. "That's over. That gave me a start." He admits she got so serious there for a second. He sits with that thought a moment, turning it over before shrugging it off. On the table sits a jar of dark blue gems, the start of his next little project. A few days later, he's back at it, brewing something new. "This should be enough, right?" he mutters, eyeing his concoction. He's cooking up a mana amplifier version to a mix of low-grade blue shell and his existing formula, meant to give the body a boost. Most people would wreck their kidneys trying this. Gurieo, being built a little differently these days, shrugs off the toxic side effects entirely. "If something like that breaks, I can just fix it myself," he says with total confidence, mixing another batch. Down it goes in one long gulp. The result, his awakening level jumps up a full 10 points. Now he can cast basic magic without chugging an amplifier every single time. His hunter rank hasn't budged though, so don't expect fireworks, but hey, progress is progress. The evidence of his experimenting is scattered all over the floor, a small graveyard of empty bottles. Progress is progress, he declares to no one, thoroughly pleased with himself. His phone buzzes again. Who is it now? Yon again, he wonders. He picks up. Yes, this is Kim Gurieo. The voice on the other end is friendly, almost too friendly. "Right, Hunter Kim Gurieo, did you have a good week?" His eyes go wide. He recognizes that name, Kang Chang-ho. Sure enough, it's him. Flashy jacket, gold chain, sunglasses, indoors, the whole act. "Actually, I have something I want to apologize to you for," he grins. "An apology? Not the kind you eat." Gurieo deadpans while Chang-ho just keeps right on talking. "I've prepared something," Chang-ho says smoothly. "So do you have time today?" Gurieo reacts, caught off guard by what's apparently already been arranged. Next thing you know, he's on the road, cutting through the mountains toward wherever this is headed. A taxi rolls on, carrying him closer to the meetup. In the back seat, it hits him. Chang-ho's apparently reserved an entire gate for this. Turns out Chang-ho once stopped him from raiding a red gate, and this whole thing is his way of making it up to him, apology and compensation, all in one. In the spirit of a better working relationship going forward, Chang-ho purrs. Gurieo privately figures the guy just thinks he's obsessed with hunting. The pitch, a gate with a seriously high item drop rate. Chang-ho says he can clear it solo, but if Gurieo wants a cut of the loot, he'd better bring bags. Gurieo mulls it over on the ride. No matter how he looks at it, it's a deal with zero downside for him. Accepting was clearly the smart move. The driver checks in. "Sir, is that the place up ahead?" "Yes," he confirms. "I think so," he adds, watching the spot come into view. He steps out, bag in hand, and looks up at the shimmering gate waiting for him. Today's job, teaming up with Kang Chang-ho at a rank B gate called Dimensions Treasury. Inside is a gilded vault straight out of a heist movie, coins, chests, and artifacts lining every hall. The warning flashes clear: high loot but plenty of traps. Word is this place is legendary for its rewards. Small guilds apparently fight tooth and nail just to get one shot inside. One hunter can't help himself, practically drooling over the treasure. Gurieo, meanwhile, isn't worried about the traps at all. With my abilities, something like that is, he starts, brimming with confidence. Changho's already there, waving him over with that same smug grin. You're late. My apologies, Gurieo offers, unbothered. Forget it, it's not a gate that takes long to clear anyway, Changho waves off. Let's head in. Ah yes, Gurieo agrees. Changho leans in close, grin never dropping. Quietly, Gurieo admits to himself he's still got his suspicions about this whole thing. Together they step through the glowing gate. Walking the golden floor inside, he can't shake one last thought. Surely nothing happens here that he'll end up regretting. That's exactly when it goes wrong. Streaks of light rain down out of nowhere, a trap sprung without warning. Someone hits the ground hard, a pained groan cutting through as the trap keeps tearing through the space around them. Gurieo scrambles across the stone floor, sharp and alert now, demanding to know exactly what's going on. Hunter Kang Changho, he shouts, no more playing nice. For a beat, neither of them says a word, the silence says plenty. And there it is, Changho, smirking, not even pretending to look sorry anymore. Whatever this apology gift really was, it was never about making things right. He knew Kang Changho would pull something like this. Honestly, no surprise there. Of course I did, he snaps. Why would I believe an S-rank who suddenly wants to apologize? This gate is infamous for its traps, and Yoonseung isn't about to let his guard down. So he tails Kang Changho through the ruins, cautious with every step. But then a fist ignites, glowing green and ready to swing. Changho cuts loose on a monster, and the fight turns into a blur of green light and fury. Blood sprays as he finishes the job with brutal efficiency. Honestly, Changho mutters, wiping his blade clean, you need a strong stomach for this hunter business. Yoonseung watches the monster corpses pile up. Sudden, brutal endings one after another. What's he even planning? He just wants to grab the materials and mana stones before anyone else does. Priorities. Are you finished? Yoonseung asks, then I'll take what I can, so give me a moment. A fat mana stone rolls free from the wreckage, practically begging to be picked up. Oh, a mana stone, Changho says and just hands it over. Take it. Yoonseung eyes the pile of dead monsters. Wait, did Changho leave that stone out just to make his job easier? Changho beats them up, Yoonseung scoops up whatever's left behind. This gig might be easier than he expected. His little slime sidekick tags along for the ride, thrilled about the haul. Pretty great, Yoonseung grins. Precious mana stones keep dropping every time Changho lands a kill. Pick it up, yes sir, just another day on the world's strangest treasure hunt. Yoonseung disarms a trap block without breaking a sweat. In front of an appraiser as good as him, it's child's play apparently. This mana stone's the size of a forearm, this one's going to fetch quite a price. Even today's haul alone could clear tens of millions, maybe even hundreds, the greed is showing. Seriously, what a windfall, he sighs, grinning at his slime companion like they just won the lottery. Hey, Yoonseung calls out, were you planning on taking their claws too? Ah yes, Changho replies, another pile stacked up while we talked. I'll handle the claws, you go open that. Oh, a treasure chest, Yoonseung says, pointing, another one. So this one's the real deal, Changho coos at it, slime perched on his shoulder. Oh, you precious thing. He reaches in without a care in the world. Anything's fine as long as it sells. It's not trapped, so why does it sound so ominous? The chest starts cracking apart right under his hand. The whole thing detonates before he can even finish the thought. Yoonseung, watching from a safe distance, suddenly gets very diplomatic. Just in case there's a misunderstanding. That chest definitely wasn't a trap, right? So none of this is remotely my fault. A hand braces against the shockwave as the blast tears through the corridor. I knew it, someone mutters, fingers still on the device. Was that the trap switch? Kang Changho, you son of a... Yoonseung sent flying, blasted clean off his feet. He scrambles onto a chunk of rubble. That bastard did something sneaky the second my guard was down. Ack. I shouldn't have let mana stones distract me from my surroundings. Still, this block seems stable enough to hold onto. Except it isn't. Something with glowing red eyes is closing in from the dark. Oh come on, monsters too. Even Changho looks unimpressed by the timing. He's really trying to get me killed. No, wait, stay calm, I just got distracted thinking about my bank balance for a second. The truth clicks into place. He followed Chang-ho into this gate on purpose, half expecting exactly this kind of betrayal. If someone's going to come at me, better it happens somewhere I can actually see it coming. Yoon-seung rounds on him, done playing nice. What exactly do you think you're doing, Hunter Kang Chang-ho? So you're saying, Chang-ho says slowly, you walked in here knowing full well you'd be in danger. That's true, Yoon-seung admits, but this isn't quite what I imagined. How's it different? The terms of our contract are what they are, Chang-ho says, giving something like a leash a little tug. For it to count as you actually killing me, it would have needed to be an instant kill trap, but one that unleashes monsters like this. Won't you be the one in trouble if I get eaten? You don't have to worry that much, Chang-ho says. Those things won't kill a person outright, they just carry a poison that paralyzes people, and judging by how you've been acting, you already figured that part out. They only react to ground vibrations though, so they won't attack recklessly, which makes them perfect for a little negotiation. Negotiation, my foot, that's blackmail, Yoon-seung fumes. Honestly, I didn't mean to take it this far at first. But you keep provoking me, Chang-ho finishes, and Yoon-seung just grins right back at him. The two of them go quiet, walking on through the ruined hallway. Nobody says a word. Somewhere in the silence, a memory surfaces. Chang-ho, once anonymously written off in the news as just a certain hunter, age 24, subtle. Yeah, someone says down the phone. I leave you alone for a few days and you're already poking around a gang's nest right after I banned red gates. Gang, Chang-ho blinks. Oh, the guys running Blue Shell into Nakshal Temple, that was the Ajeng gang. Wait, who's Sui again? Ugh, I was so deep in planning a drug bust I completely forgot about that call. Back in the present, Yoon-seung's still fuming. So that's it, you're just going to throw me to the monsters now. Why wouldn't I? Soak you in paralyzing poison, I find out your real rank and I weaken any hidden power you're sitting on. 2 birds, 1 stone. I see, Yoon-seung says, turning something over in his fingers. Then let me ask you just one more thing. Do you recognize what this is? A necklace. A pyromancer's necklace. Someone like you should already know what that means, even unsaid. It's built to channel a bit of fire, a bit of a blast, and of course when I say a bit, it means enough to take my brain and spine clean off. He isn't bluffing. So here's the deal, Kang Chang-ho. If you ever want your growth hunger to actually work on me, you'll have to kill me faster than I can blow my own head off. Whether it counts as suicide or homicide for growth hunger's sake is anyone's guess. Feel like taking that gamble? Chang-ho just laughs quiet, almost impressed. So if I try to kill you right now, you'll just kill yourself first? Honestly, there's a limit to how far. Hunter Kang Chang-ho, Yoon-seung cuts in. Sorry, but I don't have much attachment to this life. I've seen plenty of disgusting things in my time. Honestly, I've lived long enough already. And I've already gotten what I wanted most out of it. Sure, staying alive like this would be nice, but I'd rather die outright, he says, dead serious now. Then keep living while some piece of trash like you jerks me around. So if you really want somebody else's power, just stay quiet and wait for the contract to run out. Don't go making things messier with unnecessary interference, if you've understood that much. The spiders shift in the dark, red eyes gleaming, watching the standoff play out. Chang-ho grips his own collar, jaw tight, taking in every word. He straightens up, unreadable as ever, and lets the moment pass without another word. They've been annoying me so much, Yoon-seung grumbles, my head feels like it's about to explode. Given the necklace around his neck, that's probably not just a figure of speech. We open mid-standoff. Gurieo, all swagger and gold chains, coolly says he's heard enough, now clean up the monsters closing in. Chang-ho's ready to pop a vein. Between the monsters and Gurieo's attitude, his patience is officially cooked. He grips his own collar like he's one deep breath from doing something he'll regret. Behind that cocky grin, Gurieo's sweating bullets. He's about to gamble everything on a bluff. His plan, burn one idea into Chang-ho's brain, whatever it takes. The countermeasure, convince Chang-ho he's dealing with a lunatic who'll end himself before he ever backs down. Suicide blackmail, and it's not just a way to weasel out of trouble, it's the whole strategy. Step 1, make sure Chang-ho believes, bone deep, that Gurieo is unhinged enough to actually do it. It all comes down to a battle of nerves, and Gurieo's about to show Changho exactly who wins that contest. Gurieo doesn't blink. In all his impossibly long life, he says he's never once lost a game of chicken. He backs it up with violence, magic slicing the air as blood flies. This isn't a bluff he's afraid to sell. He bares his teeth in a manic grin that says he's already past caring what happens next. And it works. A battered Changho throws in the towel, swearing he'll never try this again. Gurieo, surrounded by monsters he clearly isn't scared of, lets the silence hang for a second. First order of business, hand over the necklace, no arguments. Changho, deflated, plays along, relieved they could talk it out as if that's remotely what just happened. Just like that, Changho agrees to stay under Gurieo's thumb for the rest of their contract. The second they are alone, Gurieo's mask slips. Did that actually work? Even he can't quite believe it. He checks in with his slime, then nearly collapses in relief. He's still breathing, and so is the bluff. Honestly, Gurieo admits, if Changho had called his bluff and let them both die, there was never a plan B. It was pure chaos out there, spiders and lasers and near misses, the kind of mess that turns a bluff brilliant or fatal. Turns out Changho treasures his growth hunger skill so much that just threatening to break it made him instantly compliant. Gurieo can't help but smirk. Changho has no idea what he's actually dealing with. Growth hunger, he muses, is exactly the kind of power an ancient mage would kill to get their hands on. The magic on display is no joke, raw, glowing power that backs up every word of the threat. And Gurieo watches it all with a hunger of his own written across his face. Changho figures whatever this S-rank thinks he's doing, he'll just use the magic anyway and skip the 20 questions. Great attitude to have, right as the ground underneath them starts falling apart. Somebody's very confused right about now, honestly same. Wait a minute, someone says, clocking that something is very wrong. Why are you smashing a perfectly good platform? One of them yells fair point, but they can't camp here forever either. Yeah, but still a guy needs time to pack his bag before the apocalypse apparently. There's no time for packing, Gurieo just grabs him and goes. Changho, mid-freefall, is somehow more worried about his cash than his own survival. Gurieo snags the loot bag on the way down anyway. Mana stones earned the hard way aren't getting left behind either. Back on solid ground, Gurieo cuts the whining short. He's heard enough of this argument. From here on, he says he'll personally escort Changho out safe and sound, bags unceremoniously dumped and all. So maybe don't go diving into a monster's mouth next time things go sideways. Just sit tight and wait. Perched on what used to be a monster, Changho starts working up the nerve to ask for something. He hesitates. Will even a small favor set Gurieo off? Not that exactly, he admits, but he does have one little wish. A wish? Gurieo raises an eyebrow. Changho quickly downplays it, swearing it's nothing important. If it's not too much trouble, could Gurieo maybe go rip the rest of those monster claws out for him? Gurieo's eye twitches, but he grudgingly agrees. Fine. Crisis averted, Gurieo thinks to himself. Changho bought the suicide threat completely, but he knows he can't keep up the tough act forever. Truth is, if Changho ever actually got fed up, Gurieo would be completely helpless. Which is exactly why he needs to squeeze every bit of value out of this arrangement while it lasts. Getting out of this gate today, no matter what, just became priority number one. Realistically, he can't keep dragging Changho into red gates every day like before. There's no way the man agrees to run dungeons with him again. The guy can barely stand having Gurieo loitering near a gate at all, and right on cue, Changho's face says he's putting something together. Maybe, Gurieo wonders, this is his moment to quietly announce he's quitting hunting since he clearly isn't going near a dangerous gate again anyway. In a full daydream, cheesy loan commercial and all, he pictures just asking Changho to spot him 3 billion won. No, let's not. Asking for hundreds of millions out of nowhere would look suspicious, and Changho getting curious is the last thing he needs. Because if he pushes too hard, Changho might figure out what he's really after, a fresh lung, just a hunch but a dangerous one to confirm. The magic keeps crackling around them, a reminder of exactly how much power is casually on display here. And this earthling of all people, is the last one he wants catching on to his real plans. The fight rages on around them, all slashing green light and chaos. Nobody here can know exactly what he's hunting for. A fresh lung specifically, yeah, it's exactly as unsettling as it sounds. He clutches at his own chest, a body clearly falling apart at the seams. But rushing the search won't actually change much in the end, he reasons. Besides, a new lung alone won't fix what's really wrong with him. Finding an entire body to switch into might honestly be the bigger headache. A lung at least can just be bought, but no matter how hard he struggles, the body he's stuck in is still stuck at F rank. There's only so much patching this body can take. The real goal is gathering enough mana to transfer his soul into something better entirely. Which means he needs a corpse of at least E rank or better. Yes, he said the quiet part out loud in his own head. Conveniently, hunting is a career with a front row seat to awakened death's great odds, morbidly speaking, for finding a decent spare body. So yeah, staying registered as a hunter is worth it after all, and he hands over a hard-earned mana stone as a peace offering. Changho decides he'll figure out the money situation himself for now, eyeing the stone in his hand. A decent enough payout, all things considered. This mana stone should cover it. Gurieo says no need to go clawing through monster corpses after all. Cut to the bank where Changho's cashing in his hard-earned mana stone like it's just another Tuesday. In it goes. Turning monster loot into cold hard cash never gets old. Thank you for your business, the machine chirps, blissfully unaware it just processed dungeon boss loot. Please come again, and Changho's already thinking about round 2. Out pops a fresh fan of cash, sparkles included. 100,001 give or take, not exactly a fortune but he'll take it. Yahoo! Priorities immediately shift to the truly important question: what's for dinner? Riding the high, he starts drafting a text to Gurieo. Maybe, now that he thinks about it, he does have room to ask for those claws after all. Meanwhile, Gurieo's tallying up his own progress. At this rate, his real goal isn't far off, though his other income source, Yoonseung, has been swamped with work lately. Which means the money's only trickling in once a week now. Gurieo figures Yoonseung's gearing up for some big comeback, grinding at the office every day except Thursday like a man possessed. A hard life, sure, though honestly Gurieo's not exactly one to talk. This past week alone has been a full-blown typhoon for him: 2 all-nighters chasing research deadlines, plus a raid on a gang's den to catch some Nakshal temple cultists. That little side quest even landed him in a genuine life-or-death scrap with an S-rank hunter. At some point he genuinely questioned why he bothered reincarnating at all. But hey, that's all behind him now, he says, snack in hand. Short-term goals cleared, he cracks open something cold to celebrate. Time to finally enjoy the break he's been dying for, and to every earthling who's gotten in his way with money and power, he's got one villainous little warning: just you wait. Our guy kicks off the day like clockwork, wakes up and beelines straight for the convenience store. Step 2 of the ritual: hit the ATM and pull out exactly enough cash for the day. No card, no fuss. And the grand finale, he grabs a triangle kimbap flavor he's never tried before. This man treats snack shopping like a sacred ritual. Then it's off to the same park bench he always claims, like it's reserved just for him. First bite in and he's pleasantly surprised. Turns out beef gochujang flavor holds its own. After 10 days of taste testing, he declares it. A dark horse contender has entered the kimbap rankings. He's even got a running leaderboard: tuna mayo, dak galbi and crab paste on top, and his slime buddy tags along for the snack review. Just another perfectly ordinary morning for the guy, or so it seems. Turns out this whole routine is basically his favorite part of living on Earth. He never gets tired of it. As an alien watching Earth's ecosystem, he finds himself fascinated by stuff any local would consider totally mundane. To him, it's endlessly interesting, and there's one specific animal quirk that's really got him hooked. He settles back in with his drink, mind drifting into full nature documentary mode. His big question of the day: why does this bird just walk everywhere when it clearly has wings? At first he chalked it up to some quirk of this planet's birds in general. But nope, crows and sparrows fly around just fine, so that theory's out the window. Maybe, he wonders, it's the same reason he still pays cash even though he's got a card. Old habits dying hard. Then a white pigeon catches his eye and something clicks. He's suddenly onto a completely different train of thought. Because it hits him, there's a human who shows up to this exact park, same spot, every single day just like him. Brown hair, white coat, always the same look, always right on schedule. 11 a.m. sharp, same place, even the exact same posture. This stranger's basically a metronome. He can't help but clock the pattern from a distance. Curiosity officially peaked. After 10 days of staring at the same face, he's starting to feel a weirdly strong sense of familiarity with a total stranger. So he makes a decision: if this mystery earthling shows up again tomorrow, he's not letting it go. Time to get a closer look. He figures, purely for research purposes, of course. He's genuinely curious why she's so attached to that one specific spot, and honestly, so is his slime. Then he spots her climbing onto the rooftop railing and his brain short-circuits. Wait, is she about to fly? Is she some kind of mutant? Nope, not flying, she's falling, and this is very much not a superpower demonstration. It hits him like a truck. She doesn't have wings, there's nothing stopping this fall. He takes off sprinting, cursing this planet's creatures for not coming with basic safety features. Mid-sprint, his brain is still stuck on the absurdity of it. The bird with wings walks, and the human with none just tried to fly. Same energy, wildly different stakes. He throws every scrap of mana he's got into a spell, magic surging around him. The spell catches her mid-fall and she blinks in total shock. What just happened? Wind magic wraps around her, slowing her drop against the side of the building. She screams as the magic gust rips through, but it's working. She's slowing down. He's poured out literally everything he's got, grumbling that this weak F-rank body of his was never built for stunts like this. He rushes over, checking if she's hurt anywhere after the landing. He tells her to take it slow, worried something might be broken. But her expression says this isn't about a broken bone at all. She looks up at him, furious, and asks why he had to get in her way. Do you have any idea how hard it was to make up my mind? She says. How much courage it took to finally jump, and he just erased it in a second. The gratitude he was expecting never comes. Instead, she explodes, screaming at him for butting in and ruining it. What he did wasn't a rescue in her eyes, just pure, unwanted nosiness, and she wants to know exactly who he thinks he is. He just stands there, dryly noting this has to be the most unique way an earthling has ever said thank you. Not sure what else to do, he offers her a coffee. He fumbles it over, awkwardly trying to smooth things over. It's not that he's asking her to pay him back, he clarifies, he just felt weird sitting there in silence. She shoots the offer down flat and turns away. He panics internally. He even splurged on that glue-scented liquid earthlings apparently love, and it's still not landing. Her hostility hasn't cooled one bit, and he can't help but ask again if she's really not going to drink it. She snaps back. Does he seriously think she can swallow coffee right now? She accuses him of playing savior out of pity, when she'd spent everything she had just scraping together the courage to jump. She barely talked herself into it, and as far as she's concerned, what he did wasn't a rescue, it was a total nuisance. Still, she eventually drops down at the table across from him, tension still thick in the air. He hands the coffee back over, fumbling to get the straw sorted for her. A weirdly formal little gesture, but hey, he's trying. He points out her eyesight, looks off, and suggests she put her glasses on. She was wearing them. She snaps back. Until his spell blew them clean off the roof. She mutters that she can't even die properly, can't see a thing, nothing in her life ever goes right. He asks point-blank if she really hates him that much for saving her life. Of course she does, she fires back. He might think he did a good deed. But to someone as hopeless as her, just staying alive feels like torture. He goes quiet, actually taking that in. She braces for the usual speech. Is he about to tell her life is precious, like everyone else does? He actually pauses to consider it and says no, that's not quite the word he'd use, catching her completely off guard. Not every life is precious, he says flatly. At best, maybe just your own. There's a better word for what he means. And there it is. What she's about to do isn't tragic to him, it's a waste. His logic: death is irreversible, and neither magic items nor human technology can undo it. Not even the strongest dungeon skills can bring someone back, so he's telling her flat out to be careful with a decision like this. His actual advice: just hold off until resurrection tech eventually gets invented. She sees right through him. All this rambling is just his way of stalling her, isn't it? She starts to brush him off, but he cuts back in. That's exactly the point, he says. He tells her he'll actually analyze her situation and get back to her with a real answer. If her reasons for dying are really that solid, he wants to weigh them properly, objectively, like a case worth studying. Maybe there's even a reason worth sticking around for, he offers, and she can't help but laugh bitterly. What if even he comes up empty? She challenges him. Can he even take responsibility for that? He thinks it over and makes her an offer. If death really is the best option left for her, he'll personally push her off the rooftop himself next time. He says it with a smile that's honestly a little terrifying. Not picky about the method either, he adds, falling or literally anything else she prefers. All he wants first is the truth. Why did she really try to die? And with that twisted little deal on the table, the chapter leaves us hanging. 16 years ago, back when television still ruled every living room, one lucky remote click was about to change a family's whole life. A boiler company in South Korea tossed together a cheesy commercial without much thought. And somehow that throwaway ad struck an unexpected jackpot. It caught the whole public's attention, and there was one very specific reason why. A rookie child actor, appearing out of nowhere like a comet. Innocent, deer-like eyes, pale skin, and a smile that could sell anything. Paired with acting chops way too sharp for a kid, she became the undisputed greatest child star of her generation. However, fame like that never comes free. On set, the director tore into her, screaming that she smiled too much, that she just wasn't natural enough. The crew scrambled to calm him down, but the damage was already done. Her mother stepped in to defend her. "Seoyoung is still just a kid," she snapped. "Since when is being young some kind of crime?" The director wasn't having it. "She's a professional," he barked, "considering how much she makes a day." The girl broke down in tears. Someone finally pulled her aside to breathe. The life of a young star, the kind that's supposed to sparkle with happiness, was never actually easy, and it wasn't even a path she'd chosen for herself. That's what made it worse. Years later, grown up, she overhears someone asking, "So that PD really wants to cast our Seoyoung again?" Flashback further, little Seoyoung tugs at her mom's sleeve, working up the courage to say something. "Can I stop appearing on TV?" she finally asks. "It's scary," she admits, "when the director yells at me like that." She hates the crowds at the broadcasting station too, and missing so much school is costing her friendships. Her mother explodes on her behalf. "Who does that man think he is, yelling at my daughter? I only let you do this because he begged me," her mom says, reaching out. "It's okay, sweetheart. That director isn't even that great anyway," she scoffs through tears. "I'll give him a piece of my mind." She pulls her daughter into a hug. "Don't worry about a thing," she promises. "Okay," the little girl says quietly, wanting so badly to believe her. Then the warmth vanishes. "Are you going to run away every time you hear something harsh?" her mother snaps, cold as ice. "Besides, remember what I told you. I'm saving everyone you make. Work hard now," she's told, "and you'll live comfortably later." Sounds nice. Sounds familiar too. "So stop whining," her mother finishes, with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Let's try a little harder." "Okay, I'm only saying this for your own good." Parental coercion dressed up as concern. Bound by that promise, Seoyoung kept acting for a staggering 15 years. Even as she got older, as her popularity crashed, as she got buried under a wave of fresher talent, the mockery followed her everywhere. A medical certificate tells the real story. Panic disorder, anxiety, depression, all quietly diagnosed while everyone kept insisting it was for her own good. She still clung to those words until the day she finally looked her parents in the eye and said, "I'm done being an actress." Her parents don't take it well. "Is it because nobody's casting you anymore?" her dad accuses. "Don't run away just because things got hard." "What is this?" her mother asks, going pale at something in her hands. "I'm sick," adult Seoyoung says flatly. "I can't do this anymore." "Oh my, you actually went to a psychiatric hospital?" Her mother gasps, horrified for the family image, not her daughter. "Why would you go somewhere like that? What if a rumor gets out?" Seoyoung fires back, you told me before that money I earned acting. You said I'd get to live comfortably with just that. Well, I want to live comfortably now. I'm dropping everything and doing what I actually want, she declares. So give it back, she says, all the money I saved up over the years. Seoyoung, her mother stammers, and you already know nothing good follows a sentence that starts like that. Present day, she's recounting all this over coffee to a total stranger who's already fuming on her behalf. Her parents just denied owing her anything at all. They told me to do my worst, she says with a hollow laugh. Her listener can only manage, oh my. So how much did they blow through in total, he asks. Honestly, she doesn't even know the exact number. But factoring in every commercial she shot as a kid, it's got to be several billion won. That's more than my entire net worth, her stunned listener mutters. So did you try to hurt yourself when the money vanished, he asks carefully. If it were just about the money, she says, I wouldn't have even bothered bringing it up. Didn't I already say it? Once I quit acting, I wanted to actually do what I wanted. And what she wanted was her own jewelry workshop, a dream she'd been chasing since she was a little girl. She'd always loved handling jewels and accessories. She thought about a safer, steadier job instead, but she just couldn't let the dream go, so she took out a loan and opened her own shop, and business was actually good. Ah, that whole mess, she sighs. I could have swallowed 100 setbacks and still been fine up to that point. That's just the world we live in, right? She'd even taken out gate accident insurance. Of course, the insurance company turned out to be a scam that never paid her a single one. With her shop gone, she couldn't even file for basic debt restructuring. She laughs about it now bitterly on the phone. I really lived life to the fullest, she says. Then I came to my senses, 240 million won in debt. She foolishly borrowed more, got tangled up with third-tier loan sharks. Now the debt just keeps growing no matter what she does. Her listener's face darkens. She's clearly been hit with one brutal streak of bad luck, but something about all of this doesn't add up. 240 million is a lot, sure, but someone as sharp as her should have paid that off in a few months of honest work, shouldn't she? He studies her while she drinks, thinking she doesn't have a common affinity like Jeong Haesong's, but she's got something. And whatever it is, he decides it's definitely not a skill that deserves to be exploited like this. So why is it happening? What? She asks, catching him staring. I suppose, he says slowly, there have been cases like Seonwoo Yeon before. It would make sense, she realizes out loud, that there could be a spellcaster completely unaware of their own power. Now it all adds up, he announces, slime perched proudly on his shoulder. Miss Gu Seoyoung, you need to visit the Awakening Assessment Center, immediately. Why would I? She balks. I haven't awakened, and besides I have no money. No, you have, he insists, and it's a rare affinity too, alchemy. No, wait, an enchantment skill maybe. It's basically a guess, he admits, slime striking a pose beside him, but I've got a real knack for spotting this stuff. Wait a minute, she cuts in, arms crossed. Say, I really did awaken without noticing. Who exactly are you to be reading people's affinities on the street? Are you some kind of scanner from the assessment center or something? She demands. How do I know? Well, he grins, thumbs up. Call it the intuition and database of a former Grand Magus. Statistics and intuition, you know, he adds helpfully, staring off into the cosmos like that explains anything. She manages. So what you're saying, she deadpans, is that you can just feel my mana, my aura, whatever, just by looking at me. Yes, exactly, that's it, he beams, way too pleased with himself. The slime practically does a happy dance. Besides, judging by your condition, he adds, it's been a while since you awakened. You might just be the type who awakens without any symptoms at all. Figures, she mutters, smiling despite herself. Explains why he was hanging on every word of someone else's sob story so closely. This punk, she thinks, studying his face, equal parts annoyed and a little curious. Honestly, she's starting to wonder if he's just a cultist running a very elaborate scam. Little does she know he's telling her the actual truth. Either way, he holds out a hand, ready to walk her straight into a life she never saw coming. Our story opens nice and quiet, a chilly autumn park, wind kicking up the leaves, and one very relaxed guy parked on a bench like he doesn't have a care in the world. That's Kim Gurieo, and that little green blob riding his head like a hat is his slime buddy, both of them just vibing over a snack. So peaceful today, he sighs, looking way too pleased with himself for a guy sitting alone on a park bench. But his mind keeps drifting back to yesterday, when some stranger named Gu Xiaoyong nearly gave him a heart attack. She's not around today, which tracks he figures she finally caved and headed off to the Awakening Assessment Center like she promised. Yesterday, though, she was a nightmare, stubborn, glaring daggers at him, flat out accusing him of being some kind of cult scammer while he begged her to just listen for 1 second. Then she decided he was some religious fanatic straight out of Nakshal Temple and started swinging. The guy basically got jumped for trying to be nice. He was this close to just walking away and letting fate handle her, but instead he emptied his wallet to cover her assessment fee and talked her into actually going. Softy. Since I saved her, I hope she lives a good life, he tells himself, clapping like a proud dad who just dropped his kid off at college. Speak of the devil, here she comes at a dead sprint, practically in tears of relief that he's actually there. I was so worried you wouldn't show up, she pants. Turns out she remembers exactly who handed her that assessment fee yesterday. She admits she's been watching him from her window this whole time, and meanwhile he's quietly panicking, wondering why she looks even angrier than yesterday. Forget all that, listen to this, it's insane, she blurts out while he braces himself for round 2 of the cultist accusations. Instead of another scolding, though, she's practically glowing with excitement about something. The big news: her assessment came back and she awakened as an enchanter, a seriously rare, seriously lucrative class. Gurieo just stares at her for a beat, processing that this is somehow even more chaotic than being called a cultist. He plays dumb, wait, what's an enchanter? And she immediately calls him out for faking it. Oh, an enchanter, he says, still doing his best impression of a guy hearing this for the first time. She's not buying it apparently. She already explained the whole thing to him a dozen times yesterday. With enchanter skills, she realizes, paying back a debt of 200 million wouldn't even be a problem anymore, though she's annoyed he keeps fixating on money instead of the miracle happening to her. Oh right, an enchantment skill, I can actually do that, Gurieo says, suddenly remembering his own class like he wasn't hiding it the whole time. By billions, she stammers, hearing just how much an enchanter can pull, an enchantment being about the rarest classification going. She half suspects it's a scam, then jokingly asks if he's secretly S-rank because, well, he definitely doesn't look like one. He milks it for all it's worth, slime and all, calling enchanters the lottery of the awakened world, guys who make billions in a single job. She's stunned all over again, realizing the guy she screamed cultist at yesterday might just be sitting on a literal gold mine. He quickly walks it back. Nah, his own rank is actually low, probably just D rank, nothing to see here. Sure, buddy. Cut to her actual bodyguard, a Hunter Association agent, looking ready to have an aneurysm since apparently this top priority VIP just wandered off without her. Turns out Xiaoyong ditched her own protection detail at a glasses store, gossip, slime and all. The sunglasses-wearing agent isn't thrilled about babysitting a VIP who keeps giving her the slip. Xiaoyong panics and apologizes, admitting she genuinely can't see well right now and just assumed her bodyguard was tailing her like usual. Gurieo, watching this unfold, finally connects the dots on why she looked so miserable earlier. So the glasses story wasn't an excuse, she genuinely can't see straight, which honestly explains a lot about yesterday's cultist accusation. So what else is going on with you? He asks, half afraid of the answer. There's more, apparently something she overheard while getting tested that she almost forgot to mention. The kicker, she's a latent awakened, a classification so rare almost nobody's heard of it, and somehow he called it before the doctors did. There really are all kinds of weird constitutions out there, Gurieo mutters, sweating a little at how close he's cutting it. Side effect of the awakening, she's already smashed 2 pieces of hospital equipment because she can't control her new strength yet. Cue the agent screaming bloody murder as Xiaoyong absent-mindedly grabs Gurieo's hand and nearly turns it into pulp. Oh no, you're right, I did that without noticing, she gasps while he deadpans that no, actually he'd prefer his bones stay unbroken, thanks. Without glasses and without control of her own strength, she's basically a walking hazard right now, and she knows it. Gurieo, unbothered as ever, just asks for her phone number instead of freaking out. She narrows her eyes, understandably suspicious, given everything that's happened between them so far. To pay you back, obviously you basically saved my life yesterday, she says, putting it together that her mystery savior might be a hunter himself. He hands over his number with a grin. Just hit me up whenever you need an enchantment. She actually considers it, mentally cataloging her gear. Her twin guardian angel accessories are already maxed out, so there's nothing there to enchant. The pyromancer necklace's whole deal is blowing itself up, so that's out too, but hey, how much would this even cost her? Free, really, she practically shouts when he tells her it's on the house. You think I'd charge my own savior, he says, looking almost offended at the idea. That settles it for her. Free enchantment is basically free money, and she's already dialing his number into her phone. He swears up and down he won't charge her a cent if he does. May his own hands get fried. Bold promise for a guy who does magic for a living. She has no idea what fry my hands even means, but she'll take the free enchantment and not ask questions. Just call once you're settled into work, he tells her. I'll come to you, gear and all. She finally reads the name on his contact card and freezes. Wait, your name is Kim Gurieo. He shrugs it off as just an uncommon name, then realizes her eyesight's so bad she hasn't gotten a good look at his face yet. He'll allow it, as long as she promises not to accidentally crush him. She leans in for an up-close inspection, dead serious about it. And now, for absolutely no reason he can figure out, she's tearing up. He has questions. In his head, he's spiraling. Did he somehow give off alien energy? Was the disguise not as flawless as he thought? He talks himself back down. His disguise work is airtight, obviously, but decides to hedge his bets just in case. New strategy, turn the charm up to maximum and just power through it. So, I look pretty normal, right? He asks with the biggest, most suspicious grin he can manage. She trails off, clearly not sure how to answer that one honestly. Yes, she finally settles on, in the least convincing tone possible. Somewhere in all that, she quietly admits to herself she probably needs a bit more practice at reading people, or maybe just at not decking strangers on sight. A few days later, the scene shifts to the Hunter Association's headquarters. Time to see where all this is going. The place towers over the block, all glass and self-importance, exactly the kind of building that makes you feel small on the way in. Gurieo strolls through the lobby, and the whispers start almost instantly. Someone calls his name across the room like he's some kind of celebrity showing up unannounced. It's a new face, an energetic co-worker waving him over, clearly thrilled he beat the clock for once. She's got a workshop set up and ready to go, eager to get started enchanting whatever he's brought in today. A second person cuts in, demanding he hand over his equipment, and immediately roasts him for only bringing one measly item instead of his whole junk drawer. You really have zero greed, huh? She teases. No, he deadpans, I just genuinely don't have any money. And there, it is, the name on the wall confirms it. That gear-demanding girl is Gu Xiaoyong, now hustling him along like they've known each other for years. He'd figured she'd bolt and never speak to him again after that whole cultist meltdown. Instead, the exact opposite happened. She wouldn't stop texting him. Within a few messages, they'd already dropped the formalities entirely. No small talk, just straight to business. He's weirdly delighted by how efficient she is about it. Even the slime chimes in approvingly. I wish every earthling I met was this straightforward, he sighs happily. They end up stuck waiting on a painfully slow elevator. Apparently there's only one that reaches the upper floors. Small talk about weekend plans gets cut off fast when someone suddenly calls out her name from across the hall. Standing there is the Hunter Association president himself, and he does not look like he's here for pleasantries. He's fuming about some mixed-up paperwork, marching straight toward Gurieo like he's about to grab him by the collar. But then Xiaoyong actually looks at him properly and does a total double-take. This is the face she recognizes from the news. Suddenly it clicks why she's been treated like such a big deal by her own people. The man in front of her is a full-blown TV celebrity. Even the president himself looks like he's having some kind of moment just standing this close to the action. Gurieo, for his part, has absolutely no idea what's happening anymore, and it shows on his face. Even the slime looks rattled at this point. Whatever's going on, it's a lot. And there's our guy right back to his default setting, quietly panicking and wondering what he did wrong this time. Some things never change. We open cold on a cup of tea getting poured in dead silence, and this already feels like the tensest room in the building. Someone tells our blonde hunter to relax and take his time chatting over the tea. He does not look relaxed. The man behind the desk rips into his own assistant, Secretary Kim, for even pouring it in the first place. Turns out pleasant chats were never on the agenda, and apparently neither was wasting good tea on someone he clearly doesn't respect. Caught off guard by the hostility, the hunter fumbles his cup and stammers out an apology. Secretary Kim beats a hasty retreat, footsteps and all, leaving him alone with his host. The old man mutters that his assistant understands nothing, then finally turns his attention to his guest. He asks point blank if this is Gu Xiaoyong's so-called savior. All he gets back is a very awkward yes, well. He snaps back that the old man is playing dumb, since he clearly heard everything that happened earlier. The old man just sips his tea as the story rewinds to explain exactly what earlier means. He'd been wondering why the association president wanted to see him out of nowhere, and it all traces back to a conversation on the elevator ride up. Rewind further, a sharp-tongued young enchanter is mid-argument and she is not backing down. She reminds the room exactly why she turned down every scouting offer to join the association, and it was not for this kind of treatment. He fires back that she was promised the freedom to pick and choose her own work, full stop. The old man cuts in, reminding everyone that this hunter literally saved his life, so obviously he gets priority. He backpedals fast, insisting he totally understands her frustration while still angling for a little flexibility. The old man presses the point that money like this, for a single enhancement, does not come easy. She snaps that if they stall any longer, another country could swoop in and steal the request, so maybe consider the association's position for once. He's not impressed, pointing out that trying to bend the contract before the ink is even dry is a strange way to build trust. How am I supposed to trust the association at all? He shoots back. She insists she's not twisting his words, first impressions just matter. The old man switches tactics, buttering him up as a talent destined to shine on the global stage. He isn't buying it, warning that if the association is this difficult from day one, clients are going to notice. The old man casually drops a rival enchanter from the Magic Tower, and mentions she was much easier to deal with. That name lands like a bomb. The young enchanter panics, demanding to know why the Magic Tower keeps coming up when domestic clients are already loyal regulars. Have you never run a business? He snipes, finally using her full name as a warning shot. He piles on, griping that they can't even land a single decent article to keep up appearances. He blames her for the association's image problem and accuses her of costing them money. Her jaw drops, a loss. She snaps back that he needs to check his facts, not with the massive brokerage fees the association is about to rake in off her work. None of that money would even exist, she points out, if she hadn't walked through their door in the first place. The hunter, watching all this quietly, dryly notes that a smaller cut isn't exactly the same thing as a loss. The old man goes very quiet. She concedes the association deserves its cut, since managing and protecting an enchanter isn't cheap, but that is exactly her point. Then she plays her real leverage. She is the only enchanter in the entire Asian region. If anything ever goes wrong, there isn't even a rulebook to fall back on, which, she reminds him, is exactly why she chose the association over a private guild. Because with the association, a national-level problem gets a national-level response. But looking at how she's been treated lately, that trust is wearing thin. He tries to smooth things over, asking her to at least hear the association out next time. Her only answer, "I'll think about it." The old man's whole mood flips the second the blonde hunter walks in, waving him in warmly while he wastes no time asking to see her workspace. Even his little slime perks up at the idea, and the old man happily offers it a seat while it waits. He admits he's been curious about Earth's enchantment magic for a while now, and figures this is his shot to compare notes across worlds. The young enchanter shuts that down instantly. Showing her technique to an outsider without permission is a hard no. She's practically vibrating with outrage that anyone would even suggest he could learn her craft just by watching. The old man backpedals, telling him to just file for separate permission, while the hunter grumbles that apparently association hunters can't even use their own skills in front of anyone. Realizing he's not getting his enchantment done today, he tries to just leave, which is exactly how he ends up dragged into the president's office. Which brings us right back to that awkward cup of tea we started with. Later, off the clock in a comfy hoodie, he admits he went and did his own homework on enchantment after that whole encounter. Turns out it's a touchy subject. Even the ancient mages back home never fully cracked how mana actually works. Earth's hunters hit a painfully low growth ceiling, especially the S-ranks, who cap out with nowhere left to climb. Equipment enhancement is basically the only real way for them to keep getting stronger, and only a handful of enchanters on the entire planet can even do it. No wonder every top-ranked hunter on Earth is desperate to get one on retainer. Never one for modesty, he muses that if any of them trained under a genius mage like himself, well, that would be a whole different story. Still, something's bugging him. What exactly is this association president's deal? The old man cuts through his thoughts with a pointed question. Why is he so fixated on the order in the first place? He asks bluntly if the enchanter is deliberately blowing off a Japanese request. The old man looks genuinely alarmed. A sunglasses-clad staffer steps in, telling him this really isn't something he needs to be badgering people about. She apologizes for the interruption, then drops a fact he clearly never knew. Enchanters can't use their skill back-to-back. He waves it off, figuring it's just fatigue, and with hundreds of millions on the line, surely nobody refuses a job over being a little tired. It's not about stamina, she says flatly. The skill just stops working entirely for a while, a literal cooldown. He and his slime both freeze in shock. How many hours are we talking, he stammers. She hedges that it really depends on skill level, but 2 weeks, on average. He looks like the floor just dropped out from under him. The aide can't help but laugh, needling him for running his mouth about something he clearly knew nothing about. She twists the knife further. He never even understood what makes an enchanter rare in the first place, yet he'd been acting so entitled about it. Cut to the enchanter herself, grinning and giving a thumbs up as she jokes about being 200 million in debt and offering to work for free. He does the math in horror, 2 full weeks of zero income at her actual going rate. He does the math out loud in a panic, while somewhere nearby, someone mockingly writes him off as an entitled fool throwing a tantrum, and her as the idiot who actually caved to it. Birds of a feather, the sunglasses handler mutters into his earpiece, clearly unimpressed by both of them. He claims he knew it the second he heard she used to work as a small-time entertainer. He writes her off as empty-headed, unable to separate personal feelings from business, insisting she stayed stubborn about helping her boyfriend first. Someone quickly corrects him. It's the association president, not a boyfriend. She calls her savior. Savior, huh, he scoffs. He doesn't buy the correction for a second, insisting the first name basis proves it, and grumbles about kids these days only looking out for themselves. He sits there quietly taking it all in as they even drag another famous hunter into it, griping about people going on strike over a little exhaustion. The old man finally cuts in, saying he'll just tell her to stop right now. Everyone freezes. Stop what exactly? Ha, look at this guy, the old man mutters, watching him announce he's just going to go tell her himself. He rounds on the old man, demanding to know if he's seriously threatening to tattle on her right now. Tattle about what, exactly, comes the deflection. The sunglasses staffer just throws up her hands, muttering she has zero time to babysit anyone's feelings right now. His panic finally boils over. He cannot let an ordinary human go 2 weeks without income, especially since he's the one who caused it. He bolts down the hall, privately terrified that if she changes her mind and actually bills him for 2 weeks of lost pay, he is completely screwed. A hand shoots out and grabs his wrist. "Hey, aren't you going to stop right there?" The old man catches up, furious, demanding to know how much more damage he wants to do. Wasn't wrecking the Japan contract enough already? "That's exactly why I'm saying I'll step aside," he protests, getting physically dragged off anyway. "This brat never stops talking back," the old man grumbles. Before it can go any further, a staffer comes sprinting in, panicked. "Association president, we have a problem." He gets yanked backward, mid-sentence, cut off completely. A hand reaches for him out of nowhere, and a voice he doesn't recognize says, simply, "I've found you." He turns to find a striking, green-eyed stranger with a knowing smile. "Hello, Hunter Kim Gurieo," she says. She doesn't blink, doesn't back off, just watches him with that unsettling little smile. Gurieo barely gets 2 steps into the association tower before Gang Changho comes strolling up with a grin, all charm. "Hello, Hunter Kim Gurieo." Changho asks if he's been keeping well, and the second Gurieo hesitates, those sharp green eyes narrow like he's already caught him in a lie. The old handler at Changho's side isn't buying it either. Judging by the state of him, Gurieo hasn't exactly been thriving. Gurieo insists he's fine resting, doing great, nothing to worry about, while the group just watches him, unconvinced. Not remotely convinced, Gurieo turns it right back around. "Fine, whatever, so what is he actually doing here, Changho?" Turns out Changho's people have been tracking his movements. He hasn't even left his own neighborhood lately, apparently. "Why do you keep going to the convenience store so much?" Changho asks, and Gurieo's silent verdict is instant. This guy is a full-blown stalker. Changho shrugs it off with a grin. He just came to check up on him. Gurieo does not look reassured. Trailing behind, Changho's escorts start whispering. Who even is this Kim Gurieo guy that he gets treated like an equal? One agent can't stand not knowing and pulls out his phone. He's checking Gurieo's official rank right now. He pulls up the association database and immediately freezes at what's on the screen. "What is it? What's wrong?" the old handler demands, then sees it for himself. "F rank, that can't be right." An F rank demanding an enchantment this whole time. The agent can barely process it. Someone scoffs that a nobody like him should just grab whatever gear he can find and mutters, not quietly enough, that trash has no business near Changho. Gurieo hears every word of it and levels a flat glare their way. Whether he gets an enchantment is his own business, thanks. Changho steps in smoothly, still smiling, and drops a line that shuts the whole hallway up. Hunter Kim Gurieo happens to be very valuable to him. Since they clearly don't know better, Changho spells it out. He looks out for Gurieo whenever he can, and by the way, S-rank hearing means he caught every insult from down the hall. Comes with the rank, he explains, every sense gets sharper. Then, almost to himself, he adds a knowing then again. He doubts they'd even understand. Honestly, hardly anyone their age ever properly awakens in the first place. Gurieo tilts his head. What does age have to do with awakening at all? While Changho mutters that's probably why people keep forgetting who they're dealing with. The old handler snatches the phone from his mortified agent. Word to the wise, watch your mouth around an S-rank. He heard every syllable from the hallway. While the agent gets chewed out, Changho turns back to Gurieo with a sly grin. "So, how about it?" He's got an angle. Of course he could use a little favor to score some points with Gurieo. Gurieo's brain is already 3 steps ahead, hand drifting to his own collar. "So, why don't you take this chance to take off that necklace?" he suggests, already reaching for it himself. In return, Changho offers with a grin, he'll make it worth his while. Before anyone can touch anything, the escorts come sprinting in, panicked. "Stop right there, Hunter Changho, you're being way too threatening." They beg him to step back to a safe distance, stammering something about the responsibility that comes with power. "Please," they beg, "just act prudently and follow the rules," and Changho, clearly enjoying their panic, agrees to play along. One agent doesn't hold back either. S-rank or not, there are limits. If he keeps this up, they warn, they'll have no choice but to intervene all over what turns out to be just a defensive accessory. Changho lets himself get physically wrangled back, shrugging it off with a lazy "yeah, fine." He can't resist one last dig at Gurieo's gear before someone politely, firmly, cuts him off. Gurieo's already walking away, tossing back that nobody asked him to bother doing anything so useless anyway. Wasn't the whole point of this visit to check that he's safe, so maybe stop pitching necklaces that wouldn't even work on him? His slime familiar pops up at his side, chirping something about not wanting to make enemies with Earth's VIPs, while grumbling that this particular Earthling looks like he's starving. Chang-ho throws his hands up. Fine, he gets it, no need for the death glare. He never does anything that doesn't benefit him anyway. Then go home, Gurieo says flatly, which only makes Chang-ho more curious why he's so eager to get rid of him. Are you hiding something from me? Chang-ho presses and Gurieo insists a little too quickly that he's just in a rush. What he's actually thinking and definitely not saying out loud, he needs to go cancel that enchantment before anyone finds out. Chang-ho drops the bomb casually. Did he already hand the job to that local enchanter? Because it looks like he's already too late. Gurieo's composure cracks for half a second. How does he even know that? Chang-ho just smirks. Has he never watched an enchantment get cast? The skill makes a very distinct sound. A little pop like mana snapping into place, and he heard it faintly all the way from the elevator. That S-rank hearing again. Gurieo's already mentally budgeting. He'll need to cover the enchanter's food expenses properly for the trouble. So why did you actually get an enchantment done? Chang-ho asks, and Gurieo goes suspiciously quiet. None of your business, Gurieo snaps, conveniently saved by his phone ringing right on cue. The screen lights up with an incoming call, buying him the perfect excuse to dodge the question. He checks the caller ID and blinks. Why is Yoonseung calling already? Their appointment isn't until 3. Chang-ho leans in, surprised. Yoonseung? Don't tell me that's Hunter and Yoonseung from last time. The agent nearly drops his own phone, and Yoonseung? That's Neo's sister's flagship A-rank Hunter. He's connected to him too. Gurieo picks up with a casual "Yeah, hey Yoonseung, what's up?" and gets blasted immediately. Have you been well this past week, brother? Chang-ho, ears still ringing from the volume, deadpans a request for a little more consideration for his eardrums. The old handler can't wrap his head around it. How does this supposedly F-rank nobody have connections this spectacular? One of the agents interrupts politely, phone in hand, clearly needing to report something. Turns out the enchantment order already went through. There's nothing left to stop. Gurieo, done with all of this, asks if he can go. His friend arrived early. The flustered handler practically shoves him out, telling him to be more careful from now on. Before he can escape, Chang-ho corners him with the real question. Is all this the enchantment, the A-rank connections, because he's planning to hit a red gate behind his back? I'm not. Gurieo lies flatly, just trying to get him out the door while the handler quietly decides this guy is an absolute walking landmine. The old man makes himself a promise on the spot. Strictly avoid this man from now on. Later, alone, Gurieo holds up his freshly enchanted ring, watching it catch the light with a satisfied little oh-ho. He second-guesses himself for a second. Should he have splurged for a nicer one? Then shrugs it off. Word is his enchanter isn't exactly starving either. He replays the memory of her insisting she's fine, a steady association salary, nobody shaking her down for money, everything totally okay. With the enchantment squared away, Gurieo heads out only for a booming shout of "brother" to stop him in his tracks. Baldy comes barreling up, absolutely glowing, eager to know if they're moving on to the next training session. Gurieo tells him he was already finished with his business here anyway, as Baldy jogs up practically radiating joy. You came down fast, brother, Baldy beams. I would have waited as long as you needed. Gurieo asks what skill they are covering today. Already heading for the door, Baldy proudly announces it's a buff called Stone Skin. Gurieo pauses. Wait, didn't he say that was already his last skill left to learn? Baldy cheerfully confirms it is. Baldy practically sparkles with gratitude that his busy brother would take time out just to oversee his training. Privately, Gurieo stuck the kids out of skills to learn. But from a Grand Magus's perspective, there's always more to teach, and Baldy proudly reports he's been drilling last week's lesson too. There's a mountain of things he could still teach him, technically, but moving to a real next lesson means admitting there isn't one. Gurieo sighs to himself about the burden of being an ancient mage with a conscience, because no matter how much he scams Yoonseung, Apparently he draws the line somewhere. He can't exactly send the kid into danger for no reason, but teaching is the one thing that actually benefits Yoon-seung's circle, so what else is he supposed to do? Cut to Yoon-seung himself, phone buzzing, waving off the room with a quick "brother, let me take this call." Meanwhile, Baldy fields his own call from his boss. Snapping to attention, Gurieo privately notes he's one of the rare Earthlings who's both friendly and actually useful. Baldy's internal panic. He needs to prove his usefulness somehow and keep this friendship alive while Gurieo's own phone starts buzzing again. "What, you want me at the gate right now?" Gurieo asks, alarmed, while Baldy on his own call is stammering an apology about already having plans with his brother today. Yoon-seung's voice turns dead serious on the other end. It's a real emergency, an abnormal mutation has trapped an entire team inside the dungeon. Across town, Guak is losing it on his own call, screaming at whoever's on the other end to quit talking and get over there right now. At this rate, he howls, every last kid on that team is going to end up dead, and the chapter cuts out right there. Emergency in motion. Our so-called weakling hero lets out a heavy sigh, dragging his feet through yet another dungeon he never wanted to see again. Why the big sigh? Simple. He's about to drag his fragile F-rank cover into a B-rank dungeon again. A pack of snarling monsters prowls the ruins ahead, hungry and very much not F-rank friendly. The team presses deeper into the wrecked dungeon, tension thick as they retrace the disaster site. His mind drifts to a memory, young Yoon-seung showing off his training to the man he calls brother, completely oblivious to what's coming. He remembers groaning that he never should have answered that desperate plea for help in the first place. On the other end, someone's practically begging through tears, hands clasped and all. His answer back then was a flat no. Judging by today, that clearly didn't stick. Cut to Yoon-seung, all business, grilling his teammate on exactly what he's asking for, tagging along into a B-rank dungeon to save trapped C-rankers. Yeah, that's right, the guy stammers, and Yoon-seung isn't about to let him forget his actual rank. He begs anyway, admitting flat out he's F-rank, the absolute bottom of the barrel, marching into a B-rank death trap. Even he has to admit Yoon-seung has a point. This isn't like their usual training runs. Behind the scenes, the guild's general manager is on the phone pushing hard. Guild eyes are watching, and the goal here is rescue, not glory. A flash of an old memory surfaces, the kind of unshakable trust that comes from a kind-hearted brother who always shows up. The fear underneath it all. If he's not careful playing hero, his real power slips out and the whole world finds out what he's hiding. The general manager swears he'll handle everything and take point himself, so nobody has to blow their cover just to save lives. QR Wizard, utterly unconvinced. Lies, apparently, considering how many monsters slipped past him during that Red Gate mess. Someone gets literally zapped just for asking whether every monster can really be kept off him, reassuring this is not. Back on the phone, the persuasion campaign is going nowhere fast. You're that unsure of yourself. Frustrated, he demands to be put through directly. If anyone's closing this deal, it's him. The phone gets passed over, a flat, unimpressed hello. "Oh my, it's been a while, Hunter." The general manager lays on the charm immediately. He racks his brain. Wait, he actually remembers this guy. Oh right, this is the guy who once made him wait 6 hours just to hand back an item box. Petty grudges, fully intact. Shameless as it is, he asks for the wizard's help anyway. "Lend us your strength," he says. He's quick to add this wasn't the rescue team's fault, genuinely ashamed about how last time went down with an employee on a stretcher to prove it. The real story comes out. A C-rank dungeon mutated mid-raid into full B-rank chaos, and the team trapped inside has zero raid experience for it. Wait any longer and the damage might be permanent. The clock is very much running. I don't quite get it," he replies, playing coy. What do you mean?" comes the nervous reply on the other end. Mutations like this happen, sure, rarely, but why does it sound like nobody prepared for it until now? The general manager gets defensive. Of course they prepared, they always keep a reserve of top hunters on standby for exactly this. One quick device check later and yep, a rescue squad really can be assembled on a moment's notice. Same deal this time. 2 A rankers, Yoon-seung included, are being sent in. So why drag an F ranker into this at all? If it were any normal dungeon, nobody would even suggest it. A battered survivor from the trapped team lays out exactly what they're dealing with. The dungeon interior has twisted into a full-blown maze, packed with traps and pathways that shift the moment a switch is triggered. Which means there's exactly one thing this rescue absolutely needs: someone with appraisal skills sharp enough to read the traps and find the way through. Translation: they need a top-tier appraiser, and he already knows exactly where this is headed. Yoon-seung apparently told everyone everything, including that impossible magic tower maze nobody else could crack. Esther herself chimes in, "He saw right through it in an instant, didn't he? No pressure." If someone with his eye tags along, the rescue's success rate goes through the roof. Shameless as the ask is, this time actual lives are on the line, their own people. Nobody's asking him to forget past mistakes, just to help anyway. Back in the present, he's stuck arguing with himself. Is he even in a position to say no to Yoon-seung after everything? Not after how much he's already milked the guy for. Guilt cuts both ways. Besides, they're not asking him to actually fight, just tag along, right? Famous last words. All he has to do, allegedly, is guide them through. Simple. Fine, he decides. Might as well look on the bright side of getting roped in yet again. Honestly, it's a decent excuse to keep his connections alive. Back on Earth, Yoon-seung's a genuinely useful guy to know. So he cuts loose, quietly torching monsters with power no F-ranker should ever have. The guy's friendly enough and treated right, he'll definitely pay the favor back down the line. Worth the risk, he figures. The more Yoon-seung owes him, the better. One clean blast and the threat's already handled. Too easy. "Brother, I did great just now, right?" His teammate beams, completely missing who actually did the work. That naive earthling has no idea, and honestly, the reward fee this whole ordeal is about to pay out makes the acting worth it. A totally profitable little arrangement, if he says so himself. His armored teammate crows about landing his first mid-range hit ever. Turns out that thick armor makes for one heck of a wall. With two A-rankers clearing the way, there's barely an opening left for anything to attack. Paths clear, move out. No real danger left to speak of, or so it seems. Even Kang Chang-ho raised an eyebrow hearing two A-rankers went on this one. At least he didn't sneak off without telling anyone, heck. He'd hammered home his F-rank cover before they even walked in. If a monster gets close, somebody dies, and that somebody is him. Yes sir, I will stay put. Excuse me, appraiser, someone calls out, and just like that he's back on the clock. The team's archer thanks him properly for showing up today, genuine relief on her face. Normally a raid like this takes its time, but a rescue means every second counts, and thanks to him they're flying through it. "Just doing the job I'm paid for," he shrugs off the praise, though she's clearly got more questions brewing. Doesn't Neo Sisters have appraisers of their own? She asks, and it's a fair question. The way the general manager pitched it, it sounded like he was the only person on Earth who could have pulled this off. "Of course we have plenty of appraisers in-house," he admits, but every single one of them refused to set foot in a B-rank dungeon. Most are only D or E rank, and even an A-rank escort couldn't calm their nerves. "But I'm F-rank," he blurts, suddenly realizing the excuse being used to drag him along makes exactly zero sense. The archer swears up and down they'll protect him properly, no mistakes this time. Bless her heart, she has no idea who she's talking to. He clocks how rough she looks and quietly worries she's not exactly reliable backup. Better find these survivors fast and get out. "Found them," he says, sensing something ahead in the dark. What? The archer blinks, caught off guard. "Your colleagues, I said I found them," he repeats, pointing dead ahead. "There are awakeners trapped right behind this very wall." He reads the numbers with a quick pulse of magic. Let's see exactly how many are in there. 3 people. That matches the survivor count exactly. Relief washes over the team. But something about it doesn't sit right with him. They're alive, moving even, but they're floating slightly off the ground, and their monitor readings are all over the place. It's almost as if they can't actually breathe, trapped in whatever this is. He freezes as the pieces click into place. Wait a second, could they actually be right on the verge of suffocating in there? His teammate's face goes tight with panic as the real danger of this rescue finally sinks in, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. The wizard steps into the flooded ruin and immediately regrets it. "Oh, we're in trouble," he mutters, and he's not wrong. A knot of hunters is floating overhead, gasping. It is not some air-draining trap, they are actually drowning, trapped mid-water in a sealed room. One of the rescuers kneels, staring up at them, baffled that something as basic as breathing underwater could be the thing that kills them. Yoon-seung wastes no time, ice crackling around his fists. He vows he will just smash straight through the wall himself. Wait, a voice cuts through the chaos, telling him to hold up. Yoon-seung freezes mid-swing, confused. Yes, Yoon-seung blinks, ice still crackling around his knuckles, waiting to hear why he's being told to stop. The team gathers by the frozen wall, tense and waiting. Whatever the holdup is, it had better be good. It is a puzzle, not just a wall. "I know you're in a hurry," comes the voice, but look over there, pointing at a stone floor etched with strange markings. The wizard steps up and calls it, "Devices like this cannot be broken by brute force, so everybody kindly get out of the way." Yoon-seung actually apologizes, gasping that his own lack of observation just got in everyone's way. Rare to see the big-shot A-ranker humbled. That, the wizard says, is exactly why he stopped him, and he crouches down to study the puzzle for himself. Studying it up close, he half jokes that it might have been easier to just punch it once after all. He steps back and eyes the glowing blue wall in full, sizing up exactly what they are dealing with. It's not exactly an X-rank dungeon, he reasons, so this puzzle should not be beyond him. Why so many traps guarding a single door? He studies the tile markings and decides the puzzles themselves are simple enough on their own. The real problem, he realizes, is just how many of them there are stacked together. Even inputting the answers one at a time would take forever. Someone asks if they just press the lantern gem to open it. "I guess so," then the wizard grins, "I could." Whatever he's about to do, it makes Yoon-seung and the archer freeze mid-step, watching in disbelief. Energy crackles to life in his palm. If he keeps dawdling like this, he thinks people are going to die. All those people are going to end up drowning. He shouts. Hesitation is no longer an option. He'd wanted to conserve his mana just in case, but there is no helping it now. Forced opening, the wall doesn't stand a chance, it shatters outright under raw power. The archer stares, jaw dropping, as ice and stone rain down around them. "How did you just do that?" someone demands. "Weren't we supposed to solve it by pressing the pictures?" The wizard just shrugs it off. "Cheat sheet. No, I mean no how. No time to explain." He points past them. "More importantly, look over there." A square barrier, glowing like some oversized fish tank, holds the drowning hunters trapped inside. Best to destroy it fast. A hand presses flat against the barrier from outside as the trapped hunters float helplessly within, seconds from losing consciousness. "Drown," someone mutters grimly. Still, it's only rated a B-rank barrier that should count for something. Yoon-seung strides forward. If two A-ranks throw their weight into it, the group gathers close, it should break in no time, they figure. His teammate Baldy rolls up his sleeves, jaw set, ready to put everything into this one hit. The archer cries out that she'll break the barrier herself, voice cracking with the strain of the moment. Step as far away from the wall as possible, comes the warning. This is about to get violent. Everyone braces, crouching low as the air itself seems to hum with building force. A fist slams home, wrapped in ice. The first real hit lands. "It's not enough. Ugh, it's much harder than I thought." Baldy grits out, the barrier barely dented. "And Yoon-seung, move." Someone yells. There's no time to argue, just clear the shot. A streak of violet energy rockets past them both, an arrow already knocked and loosed. Yoon-seung's eyes go wide, watching the archer draw again, fully focused for the first time this fight. The blast that follows is nothing like her earlier shots, raw and unrestrained. She lets it fly at full power, and this time there's no holding back. The barrier finally gives, energy discharging outward in a violent flash. Even the wizard flinches back with a startled yelp that hit harder than he expected. He can't help but wonder if she'd been holding back this whole time just because he was standing nearby. The archer he'd pegged as a defensive type turns out to be a genuine powerhouse when she actually commits. With his little green slime nuzzling his shoulder, he privately decides she's a lot more put together than that unhinged S-ranker he knows. That's too harsh, haha, comes a chiming aside. Fair point, honestly. The archer crouches by the freed, waterlogged survivors, checking each one. Are you okay? The wizard quietly weighs his options. Tag along with these A ranks, keep his head down, and maybe just escape while he can. One of the rescued hunters warns the group they need to clear this room fast, otherwise that thing will catch up to them. That thing, a shaken survivor repeats, still soaked and trembling. It had been chasing them right up until moments ago. The survivors explain they'd fled blindly and ended up trapped in here. Ah, you mean the monster? One of the rescued hunters chirps, suddenly a lot more chipper than the situation calls for. The wizard reassures them to calm down. They'd assembled a rescue squad specifically matched to the mutated threat's rank. As long as the team leader and he are here, they can handle it. Everyone just needs to catch their breath for now. Out of absolutely nowhere, jaws snap toward the wizard's face. There was nothing around. He chokes out, blindsided. He calls out, voice cracking, hoping anyone, backs him up right now. Yoonseung, defend, comes the order. Yoonseung blinks, caught flat-footed. Huh. I said defend, we where? There's no time left to explain calmly. Above comes the answer, and Yoonseung's stomach drops as he finally looks up. Use a defensive skill above you, hurry. Yes, sir. A barrier snaps into place just in time. The monster's shadow swallows them whole. Brother, will this be? Someone starts to ask and doesn't get to finish. A shockwave of raw energy erupts, blinding blue-white light swallowing the whole chamber. The monster crashes down through the shield, ice and force detonating outward as the dust settles on whoever's still standing. Confirmed, this thing is the boss of the whole altered dungeon, which explains a lot, honestly. It can't be helped, the archer grits out. Yoonseung, let's take down. That boss will clear the gate and get everyone out. Yes, team leader, she fires back, already knocking another arrow. The wizard barks out a plan of his own. He'll drive the monster right. Everyone else sticks to the opposite side. A massive tail whips past, close enough to part hair. Is about all anyone can manage. One of the rescued hunters eyes the wizard curiously. Did he come to save them too? He doesn't look like he's from their guild. He waves it off casually, just an appraiser who tagged along as outside support, no big deal. And for the record, I'm an F rank, so don't get your hopes up, he adds. The hunter's jaw drops. F rank. Slime perched happily on his head. He shrugs that even entering as a C rank had him terrified, so really, who's judging who here? The archer, mid-shot, explains simply the A ranks over there promised they'd protect her well, so she trusted them and walked in anyway. The boss roars and unleashes another wave of attacks, forcing everyone back on their heels. One of the survivors can't get over it. He came all this way just off the strength of one reassuring sentence. In a dungeon where even C ranks like us are crawling in fear. The survivor marvels, staring at the wizard, an F rank who's basically a regular civilian. How another survivor stammers, how could there be such an angelic person? Meanwhile, the slime just bops along on the wizard's head, unbothered. One rescued hunter is already dreaming of the hefty reward waiting for him if he survives this, then nervously asks the wizard if he isn't worried about getting hurt. Anxious comes the reply, cool as anything. Well, what could possibly happen? Famous last words if there ever were any. More blasts rip into the boss as the A ranks throw everything they've got at it. With the A ranks fighting this hard for us, the wizard says, almost sincere for once, then his tone shifts. Look. There shouldn't be any more danger, he starts to say, unless. The supposedly dead boss twitches. What the why is this corpse movie? Its head snaps up right into the wizard's face, close enough to count teeth. Even the slime on his shoulder just goes, a fair summary of everyone's reaction. Damn it, the wizard mutters, already bracing for round two. This crazy arthropod bastard, apparently dead, just isn't sticking. It lunges again and everyone below scrambles, crying out as the fight reignites out of nowhere. Is it seriously playing dirty and splitting itself apart? Turns out this boss fight is very much not over. Yeah, I get it, Yoonseung mutters, storming through the wreckage of a boss fight that's already gone sideways. Nobody expected this monster to just split apart mid-battle. Right on cue, the thing peels itself into two snarling horrors, and Seonwoo Yeon's blade snaps up as the fight spirals into chaos. But Yoon-seung's confidence cracks. Sweat beading, he realizes this fight just got a lot more dangerous. The monster shrieks in fury, snarling that these earthlings were supposed to protect it, whatever it once was. It's all teeth and rage now. Yoon-seung takes a hit for it, blood on his hand. He's rattled, but he's still standing. His teammates scramble past him in a panic. Hey, you're way tougher than I am, do something, they beg. So he does. Yoon-seung's fist ignites and a wall of raw power slams into the beast. He leaps into the fray, coat snapping behind him, fully committed now. One of the hunters freezes mid-step. That skill is, she starts, recognizing something familiar in his technique. His fist crackles, power building for the finishing move. A glowing barrier snaps shut around the monster like a cage, and Gurieo brings a hammer down to keep it pinned. Yoon-seung's guardian shield, someone shouts, awestruck by the technique. Turns out he adapted a basic protective skill into barrier magic on the fly, twisting it into a trap instead of a shield. Enchantments and improvisation, the underrated hunter combo. Well done, on Yoon-seung, I've got the rest, just keep it pinned. Gurieo bellows back a confident yes. Yoon-seung tries to play it cool. Of course, it was my idea in the first place, he says, while the tiny slime mascot practically swoons. What a fine disciple he is. Somewhere off-panel, a voice chimes in to take credit for training him. Cut to the actual so-called master, the wizard, strolling along, utterly clueless. Why is everyone staring at me, he wonders, like they just watched something awful. Oh right, he just abandoned his precious disciple mid-fight and sprinted away at full speed. Did I run away a little too desperately? He wonders, easing his pace now that the monster's no longer chasing him. Hey, move, someone barks as he stops dead in his tracks, and the hunters behind him plow straight into his back. It turns into a full-on pileup, bodies tangling as everyone crashes at once. Screaming, flailing, the whole group goes down in a heap. Sorry, I tripped over something, the wizard lies through his teeth, playing innocent as someone checks if he's okay. You tripped on flat ground, nobody's buying it. And there it is, a suspicious new groove carved into the floor. He conjured himself a trip hazard just to sell the cover story. Smooth. Except the real trap up above chooses that exact moment to trigger, and a rack of glowing blades locks onto the group. Oops. Swords rain down from the ceiling as someone gasps, that C-rank idiot didn't just trip. Yep, he genuinely stepped on a trap. His only reaction is a flat, unbothered sigh, careless earthlings. Then almost lazily he raises a hand. You guys are lucky today, he says. A golden aura flares to life, because I've got this. A rare artifact, twin guardian angels, blocks all damage twice. However, he adds, and the mood drops, it only works while it's actually equipped. What, where's my bracelet? He shrieks, patting himself down in a full panic. Turns out he left it at home, guarding the house from getting robbed again, since he wasn't even supposed to be out dungeon diving today. Got it, he yelps, scrambling for a backup plan, forcing out a shaky it's okay. With just basic magic, a trap like this is nothing, he declares with total confidence. Then, oops, it fizzles instantly. Turns out he already blew his mana allowance for the day just opening a door earlier. Rookie mistake. Blades bearing down, he goes fully resigned. It was a short but good life. Cue the world's most pointless life flashing before his eyes montage. Even dying uselessly stuck in this body, at least I made some good memories on Earth. Cut to him happily eating. More snacking, more nostalgia, and I finally got the retirement I always wanted, he sighs between bites. Even so, if there's one regret I have, he says, fist clenched like this is about to be profound. It is not profound, it's that I never got to try that Solomon's seal tea they confiscated from me earlier. That's the regret, that's the whole regret. The blades keep falling, completely unmoved by his tea grievances. At the last second, someone throws themselves in to shield the group, blades striking home as sparks and crystal shards fly everywhere. Silence, then no way, what just happened? He's stunned to still be in one piece. Turns out it was the ring on his finger, a dirt cheap item he'd only bought to practice enchanting on. Normally that thing only shrugs off D or E rank hits, nothing more. But one enchantment apparently pushed it far enough to tank a B rank attack. Thank you, Gu Xiaoyong. No, Mr. Gu Xiaoyong, he gushes, newly obsessed with enchanting. From now on, I'm getting every piece of gear enchanted every single time, he declares, riding the high. The group rushes over worried. Mr. Appraiser, are you all right? Yeah, I barely made it through, he says, delivering the understatement of the century. One of the guild members bows deep, overflowing with gratitude. Thank you so much. Huh, for what? He blinks, genuinely lost, while someone's inner voice wonders if this guy is just blind. The story's already spreading. He supposedly clocked the ceiling trap and threw himself at it to protect everyone, equipment or not. That takes guts, they say. I'm in awe. To throw yourself in harm's way like that, one hunter gushes, though someone else mutters that it honestly looked more like he just tripped while fleeing. He preens internally. The problem was never this A-rank's eyesight, he decides, already rewriting the story in his own head. Yoon-seung, meanwhile, is in tears, calling him Hayoung-nim. This is Yoon-seung's completely unhinged devotion to me, the wizard thinks. This isn't good. To reveal your true power without hesitation just to save us. Hayoung-nim, how can you be so? Yoon-seung can't even finish the sentence. The rest of the crew starts connecting the dots too. So you knew about the trap and chased after us the whole time? Exactly, someone crows, fully convinced. The rumor keeps snowballing. And now he's telling everyone. The wizard groans internally, watching his legend spiral out of control. What happens when I actually need help someday and nobody believes I need it? He worries right before Yoon-seung interrupts, cheerfully oblivious. Now that the boss is down, let's head out, someone calls, and the group finally starts packing it in. Seonwoo Yeon shoots Gurieo a knowing look. If you've got anything to give him, she says, make sure you do. The others clamor to thank the appraiser too, getting waved off with a quick do it outside. The wizard slips off ahead through the gate alone, leaving the others wondering why he's suddenly so eager to go it solo. Perfect opening, he figures, finally, his chance to set the record straight with Yoon-seung. I'm just a worthless F-rank. Before he can say a word, Yoon-seung cuts in with a glowing offering. Hayoung-nim, please take this. Wow, what is this? A mana stone. Gurieo's holding one up too. It dropped from the boss monster. I noticed you always collect mana stones after every gate run, Gurieo explains, grinning. So I quietly set this one aside for you. Guess I got caught, Yoon-seung admits. The oval ones are extra valuable, figured it'd help. Why would you give something this valuable to me? The wizard hesitates. Gurieo just shrugs, sheepish, because if I kept it I'd only sell it for cash anyway. Ever the noble mentor, he puts on his best speech. Use it for something far more meaningful, for a good cause, he says, holding it out to give back. Except he doesn't actually let go. Gurieo stares, stunned, as the wizard simply pockets it and walks off. Hayoung-nim. Turning back with misty eyes, he adds, Yoon-seung, I'm just glad at least you understand me. The hypocrisy is staggering. He flashes a thumbs up, stone still firmly in hand, and Gurieo just about melts on the spot. Hayoung-nim. Shall we head out then? I need to hurry and sell this mana put it toward a good cause. He catches himself. Yoon-seung beams, yes, Hayoung-nim. Gurieo shrugs it off internally. Whatever, might as well let him keep thinking I'm amazing. And so, dazzled once again by the glint of a mana stone, Gurieo misses yet another chance to finally come clean. This little habit of his, the story warns, would one day spark something much, much bigger. Cut to breaking news. Hanshin Guild incident worsens. A reporter stands live at the scene of a monster outbreak already spiraling out of control. Elsewhere, a scarred, blue-haired stranger watches grimly, sweat on his brow, as containment efforts hit serious trouble. 3 hours into the suppression effort, even the dispatched A-rank hunters are struggling to hold the line, and something on screen makes him sit up. A monster, he breathes, eyes locking onto the broadcast. He goes quiet, jaw tight. Honestly, he mutters, toweling off, restless. They just won't stay still for even a moment, he grumbles, clearly done with the chaos already. Elsewhere, someone brings up our contractor. While, unnoticed, the wizard slips off outdoors, blissfully unaware his name might be about to get dragged into all of this. He gives a cheerful little bow to greet someone waiting outside, completely oblivious to the storm quietly heading his way. To be continued.